His family's electronics shop, the pride of their blood, sweat, and years, now sits shut tight, boarded up, and left to rot. And at his father's memorial, all he can do is choke out a brutal apology for failing to keep their legacy alive. That bare, stripped warehouse still stands there like a punchline, because it screams that he's not just out of work, he's completely unemployed. He dropped to his knees and begged for mercy, desperate to wipe out the debts his father left behind, but it still wasn't enough. Stuck out in the cold, he sprawls in his room with his phone in hand, staring at the screen like it's mocking him, because it's been ages since he last heard a word from his old friends. Ever since graduation, his life has been a non-stop grind, clocking in, working like crazy, and shutting down every invitation and hangout that comes his way. He stared at the ceiling, and a crushing wave of despair slammed into his chest. In this silent, lonely room, he faces a gut-punching truth: he's lost everything. With nothing else to do, he drifts through the internet, killing time with online novels, until a flashy banner ad snags his attention. It drops a question so simple it's terrifying and world-shaking. Do you dare transfer to a whole new world? He gets a call, snorts it off as some shady site, but since he's got nothing better to do, he still fills out the survey that comes with it. The questions go on, like some brutal aptitude test straight out of a medieval fantasy game. Over 100 questions deep, he's only reached halfway through the brutal survey, but he grits his teeth and keeps driving forward. At last, with one quick tap, his reply rockets out and sends. Moments later, a man named Kami Shuritodo stepped in front of him, introduced himself, and flat-out confirmed, "Yes, I'm Ryoichi Ishikawa." He flips out a business card so clean and elegant it practically glows. Ryoichi blinks in confusion and asks if Shurihito's really a salesman, and Shurihito just grins. He's here for the Isekai Transfer Life Survey. The man says he'll instantly check Ryoichi really wants the transfer, and to prove it's no trick, he offers a live demonstration. In the blink of an eye, everything around them unravels, then snaps back into existence as a shimmering, ghostly forest. Shurihito then lanes in and tells Ryoichi, "This is Staria, the world you're about to be transferred to," and makes it crystal clear, it's no dream. He spots a nearby slime and blurts out that it's one of this world's monsters, deadly to people. With a lazy flick of his hand, he wipes the creature out, like a warning flare for what's coming next. Then he drops the truth: Staria runs on real magic, and he offers to teach Ryoichi a beginner-friendly spell. After grinding through it, Ryoichi finally cracks it. He lands his very first spell, Magic Hole. The very next day, they finally sit down and start hashing out every last detail. Ryoichi blurts out, "What happens if I refuse?" because he's terrified he won't be able to get back to Earth. Shurihito's answer is downright chilling. If he says no, the memories of their encounter get wiped clean, and he calls it the everyday job of a god. To pull him in, Shurihito lays out a whole catalog of cheat abilities. Ryoichi gets a stack of class perks right off the bat: baseline appraisal, instant language mastery, an item box, and a 10 times EXP boost. Then he's told he can pick 3 extra abilities on top of that. He realizes these powers could let him master techniques that normally take a lifetime of grueling training. Shurihito leans in and tells everyone he's getting another gift too, a god gift crafted from the supreme god's wild imagination, Ban Reiweki himself. That potential is absolutely wild, way bigger than some cheap little cheat trick. The man drops the bombshell. He's giving him 3 days to choose his new life, plus his powers and divine gifts before he's out of there. Ryoichi stares at the offer like fate hit the bullseye. His job gone, his family's gone, so Japan holds nothing left to grieve or cling to. With his days running out, he sprints back through the spots that shaped him, his old school and the local shrine. He still remembers the pure, happy rush of sitting down to eat with his father after a grueling day. Like he's chasing answers, and goes to an old family friend who tells him he's standing right at a turning point. The man who launched his own business at 40 tells him to jump to the next level. No fear, no hesitation. With his words ringing in his head and a small gift of food in his hands, Ryoichi snaps into a whole new resolve, realizing that life is nothing but one challenge after another. He takes one final stroll through his hometown, burning every familiar street into his memory. Up on a towering height, he stares down at the city skyline, soaked in the knowledge that this right here is the final time he'll ever get to see this view. He trudges back to his empty house, and for the first time, it doesn't feel like home at all. As the sun claws over the horizon on his last day, he finally makes his choice. He signs the transfer agreement with a trembling conviction, like fate itself is pulling the strings. He blurts out, "So what's my mission?" And Shurihito shakes his head, telling him his life is his alone, with no higher purpose strangling his every step. Shurahito clocks that Ryoichi brings zero fighting chops or real production skill. He's just building his own one-of-a-kind abilities instead. Ryoichi is so sure of his choices that he's convinced he's forged a one-of-a-kind combo, and it hits like pure power. A voice with no body tells him crystal clear that with these new powers he won't die in most situations. He snaps awake in Staria and immediately fires off his god-class appraisal at a nearby pack of lesser wolves. Seconds later he slams the same skill on himself, and panic crashes down as he sees his own stats, realizing he's moments from getting killed. He frantically flings his magic, blasting the charging beasts back before they can tear him apart. One of them slips past everything, its fangs drive into his shoulder, and in that instant he realizes his new life is already dead before it even had a chance to start. Refusing to quit, he surges forward and unleashes magic again, fueled by raw fury. In the chaos of battle, he suddenly realizes he can sling spells with both hands at once, and the next volleys flip the fight, crushing his attacker's momentum. Then it hits him, his second god-class power is a regenerative body that knits any wound back together, as long as he doesn't die on the spot. Even though the pack leader can't catch it with his magic, he still smashes it out of the way with a crushing kick. He realizes the moment he finally starts winning against those creatures, each battle has already jacked up his physical power, and it's all thanks to that brutal tenfold experience boost. After the fight, he tears materials from the fallen wolves, and the universal map plus the god's gifts guides his next move. The map spells out exactly where he is, and the route straight to Ease Village, the closest settlement. At the village gate, a guard slams into him and barks that he needs to show his identification. No way around it, someone tells him he has to cough up an entry fee of 3 silver coins. The guard is stunned by how crisp the money looks, and he grills them about where it came from. Ryoichi snaps back that it was traded from a roaming merchant, a perfect cover for the 10 million yen of his real-world fortune that got converted into this world's cash. Once the fee was paid, the village gates swung open, and he was led inside. Blood-soaked, he pushes through the streets, and every villager in sight recoils from the stains on his clothes. He hurries into the nearest inn right in the forest's spring vale, desperate to snag a room, rest up, and wash the grime off. Marie, the innkeeper's daughter, rushes up with worry in her eyes, and he quickly tells her he's totally okay. She asks his name for the register, and he freezes. He can't write the local script like every drifter before him, and then Marie steps in, smiling as she writes it for him. Her parents watch from afar, quietly clocking his weird, impossible situation. Right then, when Marie offers to wash his clothes, he dodges it, snaps them into his item box, and vanishes them into his dimensional space. The whole family freezes in shock because they realize that terrifying power isn't random, it's a rare gift the gods handed down. Marie blurts out that even rank adventurers rarely pull off a skill like this. This power is the real kickoff of his second god gift, an earthborn 10-foot shipping container that materializes out of nowhere. In the flashback, he didn't just ask for the container, he demanded the whole warehouse get tethered to his item box. That opened the floodgates, tools, books, and tons of food from his old world, all frozen in stop time and perfectly preserved, plus a multiplication box that could duplicate asterisk anything he grabbed. Back in the present, he realizes he needs to join a guild just to get a real identification card, so he locks onto the Carpenter's Guild and goes for it. Inside, he watches Craftsman hard at work. The receptionist tells him the exam and the entrance fee will set him back 1 single gold coin. She tells him the pass rate is a brutal 40% because most applicants spend time apprenticing under a master first. No fear kicks in, he grabs the chance and takes the test right now. The exam supervisor, this huge, intimidating monster named Gio, sneers right at Ryoki's skinny frame. The first test is a joke, take the provided axe and slam it into a log of wood until it breaks. Ryoichi reaches for the tool, and it's so brutally heavy he can barely lift it. When he realizes a normal swing won't cut it, he flips the script. He hauls the axe's brutal weight into his advantage. With gravity doing the heavy lifting, he slams the blade down and splits the log clean in 2. For the second test, Gio orders him to process that freshly split log, and suddenly he can use any tools he wants. With the clock ticking until the end of the day, Ryoichi realizes this job is going to be brutal with nothing but the usual tools. He begs permission to use his own gear, and Gio nods it through. To everyone's shock, he slams his hand down and summons his item box right out of thin air. With a fierce twist, he pulls out a power drill from it. He pauses and lets his thoughts crash back to the day his father gave him that tool, ages ago. That brutal, unfamiliar drill roar hits the air, and every onlooker's eyes go wide as they stare in awe at that insane tool. The guildmaster stares in full shock, straight up declaring it the first time he's ever seen a guild exam pulled off with magical tools. In the blink of an eye, the whole job is done, and the guildmaster turns to everyone and declares, "I passed." He leans in and orders Corona, the receptionist, to hand over a guild card, while the other guild members mutter under their breath, stunned that a whole new magic item user has arrived. The master steps in and reveals the real purpose of the second test, to see if you can pour magical power into your tools and make them come alive. And then he drops the truth: the axe from the first test wasn't just any weapon at all. It was a god gift blessed by Josk, the god of wood, so you couldn't even swing it unless you had serious magical power. Ryoich's jaw drops when he hears the words, "God's gift," again. Then the guild master, Kakis, leans in and tells Ryoichi that the divine logs from the test didn't just approve, they reacted to him too. And just like that, Kakis hands Ryoichi his official guild card. With the guild master's blessing ringing loud and clear, Ryoichi Ishikawa is officially welcomed as a brand new member of the Carpenter Guild. Gio slaps a heavy hand on his shoulder and snaps that a rookie jumping in without real training is a terrible example, then vows he'll personally take Ryoichi under his wing. To celebrate, the whole guild swings into action and throws a wild welcome party at the tavern. Gio shoved Ryoichi into an arm wrestling showdown, desperate to see the raw power that had somehow earned a god's favor. Even with Gio's brute strength, Ryoichi squares up and holds his ground, shocking everyone with power nobody saw coming. Ryoichi stands there with his new companions, stunned by how long it's been since anyone actually saw him, cheered for him, and praised him. He wrestles with his decision, replaying it in his head, desperate to know if walking away from his old life was truly the right move. But under the moonlight in this brand new world, a fresh spark ignites in him. He's determined to reach people for real and finally live his life to the fullest. He remembers Shurahido's warning: Staria is a world where death is always lurking. In a realm where a goddess watches with sharp interest, she's dying to see if this newcomer can survive, and exactly how he's going to reshape the world around him. In the dead of night, a young girl hurls desperate pleas into the darkness, begging for her sister's life. She practically pleads with a miner to take her in, swearing she'll handle all the heavy work, but he shuts her down cold. Alone, crushed by hopelessness, she sinks beside a minecart and her frantic screams for help tear through the night. Deep in the thick forest, Ryoichi sharpens his new moves, swinging his axe hard enough to fell trees with every practice hit. His lightning-fast progress doesn't slip past anyone. Gio, the guild's veteran lumberjack, clocks his speed and decides it's time to show the boy something that'll blow him away. Gio unleashes one brutal swing and slams into a massive tree, leaving Ryoichi utterly stunned. The giant trunk rumbles like thunder, then starts to crash down. Right before it smashes into the ground, the earth suddenly lifts up, cushioning the hit. Gio jumps in and tells us his earth magic lets him do this, a skill he learned the hard way through experience. When Ryoichi demands to know how he can learn that kind of magic, Gio admits teaching isn't his thing at all, then tells the kid to hunt down a magic book at the local bookstore. With Ryoichi soaking up every word, he barges into the town's tiny, messy bookshop, and right away, a weird, cat-like shopkeeper greets him. Later, he asks the shopkeeper for a book of magic, then gets slammed with the news that everything left is either for Royal Academy graduates or one chilling, rare tome packed with advanced dark magic. Ryoichi's jaw drops. How could a book this powerful be hiding in some backwater village? But the proprietor just grins and says, "Don't worry, I've got my connections." Stepping into a safer lane, he comes back clutching a beginner's guide to wind magic. As he tries his very first spell, a wild burst of wind erupts from his hand, totally out of control, proving the raw power is there, but it's not yet something he can tame. The book was packed with symbols for wind, fire, and earth, and he clenched his resolve to master every single one. Between logging breaks, he hammers away at his magic, snapping flames into existence in his palm while the other lumberjacks stare in awe. His goal is crystal clear: adapt to this world fast and become self-reliant, because magic, just like physical strength, gets stronger every time he uses it. His hard work finally pays off. He rockets through the forest, and with every insane burst of speed, he topples trees in a blur. That insane 10 times growth rate supercharges him, blasting his skills forward in every area: his body, his magic, and even his logging know-how. Now his brand new power gets tested the hard way. He storms the forest beasts and blasts them apart with fierce magic. Gio just stands there stunned because Ryoichi's improvement is so wild it feels downright abnormal. Gio's eyes sharpen. He lays down a real challenge for him, a villageman rite of passage: trek deep into the forest to the shrine guarded by the giant soldiers, then come back alive. Ryoichi snaps up the challenge and races to the shrine's entrance, where 2 towering stone statues glare from either side. He creeps down the stone path, every step measured like he's one wrong move from trouble. Inside the shrine, he stumbles on its beating heart, an inner chamber packed with silent, armored figures. At the heart of it all looms a massive stone monolith, its surface blazing with strange, unfamiliar runes. He can't stop wondering if this place is the control hub for magic armor, but he figures the ancient constructs have been dead and buried for ages, and he's already had the area torn apart and checked down to the last detail. A weird, eerie sound suddenly rips through the air, and it feels like it's crawling up from under the floor, grabbing his attention instantly. He pried the stone panel open and boom, found what looked like a modern circuit board, still sparking with electricity even though it was cut off, and that hit him hard. From his old world, he knew he might actually be able to fix it. Tucking on a jerry-rigged mask, he grips his tools and splices those severed wires back together. The instant the circuit clicks shut, glowing symbols ignite on a massive hidden door, then that heavy stone monster rumbles and grinds open. It drops you into a sinister spiral staircase that sinks deeper and deeper, and he can't resist the urge to go investigate. As he steps into that suffocating darkness, a brutal, grinding roar rips up from below. So he summons a blazing ball of fire to light the way, and those roaring flames reveal the towering armored legs of a giant blocking his path. The light snaps on and the colossal golem's true shape comes into view. Its eyes burn with menacing power as it towers over him, gripping a massive greatsword like a weapon made for doom. Without a single warning, the statue snaps to life and slams its massive blade in a deadly swing. Ryoichi rockets backward the instant the sword slams into the stone floor, blasting it apart with brutal, bone-jarring force. With his escape route slammed shut, he lashes out, firing off a relentless, rapid-fire barrage of fire magic. He squeezes his power into a huge, explosive burst that swallows the golem whole. But when the flames finally fade, the Autonon is standing there, untouched, completely unscathed. The golem lunges in and hammers Ryoichi with a brutal kick, launching him into the air. He hurls himself into the far wall, stunned as the creature's insane power just crushes the air. Desperate, he lunges in with a physical strike, but his axe splinters uselessly as it crashes against the golem's leg. As his body gets crushed, a cold, disembodied voice cuts through the chaos, telling him he's already died twice. In the blink of an eye, Ryoichi explodes into multiple copies. He's triggered his divine-class clone jutsu, because facing that kind of overwhelming power means he has to multiply or get crushed. Every time he summons a clone, his own power gets drained bit by bit, until his physical strikes and magic attacks both fail, leaving him stuck with nowhere to go. And when the appraisal reveals the giant soldier golem's defenses are through the roof, plus it has that built-in magic nullification, his worst fears slam into place. There's no way he can win. Cornered with nowhere else to go, he spins toward Last Resort, the book of advanced dark magic, and even though he's never dared to practice it because the risks are brutal, he's out of options now. He snaps his clones into action to buy him a sliver of time as he starts the incantation. A sinister aura explodes around him, choking the air with swirling ghostly skulls as he hurls the forbidden words like a curse. He slings the spell and a brutal wave of darkness crashes into the golem. Dark energy swirls into a brutal void and crashes straight into the ancient guardian. The golem's deadly armor starts to split and crumble under the relentless battering of abyssal magic. The statue finally shatters, but the wind tastes deadly. As Ryoichi gapes at the raw power he just unleashed, a brutal wave of pain slams into him. He drops again, coughing up blood, as the curse of recoil from that dark magic finally slams into him. As his consciousness slips away, a holographic screen flickers to life in front of him, showing a young woman, while a system message blares that a call has been detected and initialization is kicking off. Ryoichi, barely awake, tries to make sense of it all as impossible. Top-tier technology stares him in the face in this fantasy world. The AI tried to latch onto a network, and when it couldn't, it snapped into a boring default setting for a typical home makeover. The setup finishes and his biometrics snap into place. Then it hits him in a thin, weak gasp that fixing the circuit probably woke her up. His relief lasts about half a breath, then more soldier golems roar to life and swarm him from every side. He braces, already feeling the end closing in. He braces for impact, flinches hard and waits, yet the attack never lands. Instead of attacking, the golems drop to their knees. The AI snaps that the security alert is gone because now he's officially registered as the master. The danger evaporates, but dark magic's curse doesn't chill. It senses his panic. Right on cue, the AI offers her help. After she checks his condition, she tells him to use a god-class adaptation technique pulled straight from his own skills. By pumping magic straight into his body, This skill lets him shut down curses and wipe out any weird abnormal conditions. He triggers the ability and that brutal, bone-deep pain starts to fade away. Then he blurts out his thanks to the AI, stunned by how sharp and analytical she truly is. Then the AI spills the truth. The shrine isn't a temple at all. It's a secret hangar built to house 6 magic armored vehicles, ancient war machines meant for construction and transport, sealed away here for ages. Ryoichi blurts out that she's probably been lonely all these years, and the AI shuts him down, claiming that as a brand new system with no past memories, she wouldn't even know that kind of emotion. He insists that her blindness to it won't erase the truth of her loneliness, and he promises he'll come back. He whips around to leave, wondering if his words actually hit home, and as she says goodbye, a tiny, barely there grin slips across the AI's face. A huge hexagonal door screeches open, and there, right ahead, waits the path forward. He steps inside and freezes on the spot, completely stunned by what he's seeing. He's standing in a massive high-tech hangar, staring up at a towering magic-armored beast, a giant mech that dominates everything. The colossal machine flickers with a faint glow, an ancient relic just sitting there, perfectly still, waiting for one command to wake up and roar back to life. The guild members stare in stunned silence at the massive mechanical suit, reeling when they learn it was unearthed from the giant soldier's shrine, and even more shocked that it can be powered up and set in motion again. Ryoichi tells them he finally dug up the operation and maintenance manuals, but the machine still won't move, wrecked by age and decay. The rest stare in confusion because they can't make heads or tails of the ancient script, even though somehow Ryoichi can read it, even if he can't write in their language. The guildmaster Gio shuts the whole idea of reporting it down, saying Ryoichi found it, so it's his. When someone doubts he can even fix it, Ryoichi's mind snaps back to his old days, when he and his father tinkered with machines like this as a hobby. And with that craftsman instinct blazing in him, he's sure he can bring it back to life. Then he wastes no time, dives straight into the job, using his rare knowledge to crack ancient tech. His work gets yanked to a halt when Marie and Nasser burst in, staring in pure disbelief at that creepy, spider-like contraption. Nasir, the general store owner, tells them Marie panicked all day because Ryoichi never showed back up at the inn, so they went hunting for him. Then Gio grins and says Ryoichi is totally buried in his new project. The real reason they came comes straight out of the shadows, because they're here to snag the guild's craftsmen and take them on a trip to the dwarven village of Duz. Nasir explains this trip only comes around once every 4 months, and she decides it's smarter and safer to stick with the Carpenters Guild's sharp, experienced crew. The guild members practically melted from the request. Compliments and flattery did the trick, so when Gio suddenly got a fresh wood delivery demand from the Dua branch of the guild, it felt like fate pushing them to go. 4 days later, the whole crew pushed through a thick forest trail, blades of light barely cutting through the trees. Right as they warn each other to watch out for monsters, a gang of brutal, horned fiends suddenly slams into their path and blocks them cold. Gio snaps into action, barks orders to the group to grab their weapons, and tells the archers and mages to fire and cast from the backlines. In the middle of the chaos, Marie locks up in pure terror, gripping a frying pan like it's her last lifeline as a monster rockets toward her. Ryoichi lunges in, blasts the creature out of the fight, and yanks her back into the group's tight formation. But the nightmare isn't done. An endless wave of monsters keeps spilling out of the woods, one after another. Ryoichi snaps his hand up the moment he realizes they're outmatched, and blasts them with a roaring surge of lightning magic. Electric arcs snap between the creatures, dropping them all in an instant, while the others gawk in pure disbelief, shocked that Ryoichi is packing real magic power too. After he crushed the golem and poured his power into that ancient armored machine, he reckons his magic must have skyrocketed. To prove he won't be shown up, Gio drops into a brutal stance and slams both fists into the earth, unleashing earth magic so powerful it wipes out the last threats. That night, huddled around the campfire, the whole group cheers Ryoichi's utility, because it's not just his fighting power, it's that insanely convenient item box that makes everything easier. He grabs perfectly preserved meats and fresh vegetables, then pauses to admit the bread's a little rock hard, and the salted meat tastes too plain all by itself. An idea hits him. He grabs a bottle of Kesar dressing from his item box, slices the meat, toasts the bread until it turns into crunchy croutons, and tosses everything together into a massive Kesar salad. The dish explodes as an instant hit. Marie and Nasser can't stop staring, blown away by that brand new flavor that somehow tastes amazing. Soon the whole crew is ravening for more. Yes, even vegetating Gio devours it. Then they swarm Reiwaki, begging her to sell them that dressing. Ryoichi grins and gladly goes along, proudly explaining that his multiplication box keeps the supply coming forever, limitless. With demand skyrocketing, Nasir's entrepreneurial instincts ignite, screaming that profit is right around the corner. After their brutal journey, the walled village of Duos finally bursts into view. Ryoichi and Gio stare at the spotless stone roads, marveling at the dwarves' flawless craftsmanship, and realize the village is tightly linked to the capital. The moment finally hits, everyone is about to split up. Marie pulls the group close and invites them to her uncle's inn, while Gio and Ryoichi sprint off to make their delivery to the local Carpenters Guild branch. Inside the guild, Gio marches up and hands the branch manager the timber estimate. The manager grins for now, then demands even more timber, saying that when a brand new magic vein was found, it absolutely exploded the smithing and stoneworking crew's need for firewood. In the blink of an instant, Gio finishes the delivery, and then he straight up tells them to use their free time to hit the streets and go sightseeing. While the other guild members plot their next moves, Ryoichi decides to ditch the group and sneak off to explore the village alone. He heads straight for the local adventurers guild to cash in on the monster materials he's been gathering. Inside, a sharp-dressed man crouches over a heap of monster corpses, then mutters about how long it'll take to break them all down piece by piece. He's completely stunned when a phantom core pops up, one of those materials that only exists in the highest-level dungeons, and when he thinks Ryoichi is a legendary adventurer, he can't help but rush over, eager to recruit him on the spot. Ryoichi snags his adventurer ID on the spot, starting right out at rank. Right then his eyes snag on a commotion outside. There's a desperate young girl on her knees, pleading with two men for any chance to work. A nearby woman steps in and lays it out. Her dad got wiped out in a landslide, and now she's stuck with a crushing debt that's due tomorrow. If she can't pay, her world turns dark. She gets sold off into slavery. Her last shred of hope is to strike valuable magic ore, but nobody will let her step into those deadly mines, because one accident could trigger brutal punishment. Talk about cruel irony. Her father's landslide wiped him out, and that same wreckage revealed the brand new ore vein, and now you can't even step into the mine unless you're part of the Masonry Guild. That young girl stormed into the guild's entrance test, but the moment her body failed to hit the required strength, her dream crashed hard. As he watches her begging with desperate eyes, Ryoichi gets hit by memories of his own worst days. After his father died, he was stranded and struggling, with nobody there to lift a finger. A fierce resolve locks in, and he turns on his heel, marching straight toward the Masonry Guild. In this world, the one place that could either end all this trouble or save everything is his destination, the very mind itself. As the sun sinks, the girl finally breaks, tears pouring down her face as she gasps out an apology to her dead father for failing him. Right in the middle of her despair, a voice slices through the darkness. She whips her head up and there stands Ryoichi, right in front of her. He thrusts a card into her hands, admits it took forever to snag, then asks, straight up, to team up and hit the mine with her. The girl spots it right away. She's got a regilded card in hand, and ever since this new world saved him, Ryoichi's made up his mind. He'll be the one to save her next. Right at the entrance to Mine 6, the party gets shut down by a guard who demands to see their Masonry Guild card. And that older man clocks the young girl right away, then the mayor too, and when he learns her companion is Ishikawa, concern hits him fast. They're the very last crew to walk in. The man offers his condolences for her father's passing, and it hits Mara like a gut punch. Tears spill before she can stop them, because she knows that without Ishikawa's help, her end would have been grim. He warns them that the mine is pure danger, no place he'd ever tell someone to run to just to dodge debt, and admits he'd secretly prayed she wouldn't end up following her father's path. Deep inside, the air feels crackling with tension, because greed has everyone snapping, shoving, and arguing, with tempers blazing over every inch of territory. And just like that, their squabbles explode into full-on heated showdowns, with the promise of riches flipping friends into ruthless rivals. Ishikawa and Mare stare at the chaos, and their guide nods like, yeah, this is just what we get now. He tells them that ever since a huge stash of magic ore was unearthed deep in the mine, ruthless, hungry-for-blood people have been flocking to it, turning the whole place into a non-stop war where nobody's willing to cooperate. Mur panics that they'll have to claw for every last scrap, but Ishikawa pulls out his one-of-a-kind, all-purpose map, then cross-checks it against the mine's layout and realizes they haven't hit a single truly valuable vein yet. He blurts out that his map updates in real time, showing the mine excavation's progress live, and the accuracy hits Mare so hard she can't breathe as the whole thing shifts right before her eyes. She remembers her late father's massive research on magic, then a sudden insight hits her like lightning. Armed with her father's genius about the ore's structure and the clues from Ishikawa's map, she spots the exact spot where a massive, still-hidden vein is buried. Ishikawa freezes at her sheer brilliance while the mayor stumbles over himself, insisting, loudly, that getting to that place is logistically impossible. The spot is in brand new territory, so they've got to dig a whole fresh tunnel, and the worst part is they've got zero tools to do it. Ishikawa stays unnervingly calm and tells the mayor, "Don't worry, I've got everything we need in my item box." Then he materializes a plain pickaxe, and it does absolutely nothing to ease the mayor's nerves. Then he snaps at her to back up because a fresh plan just sparked in his head. And with a snap from his item box, he doesn't just pull out tools, he drops a whole arsenal of heavy gear, even a tiny mechanized excavator that starts to hum to life. Later, the earth starts shaking as a way bigger machine rips out of thin air and steps into existence. Right in front of them looms a towering, bipedal machine, an ancient relic from a whole other era. Ishikawa and Mayor stared up at the massive machine, stunned by how intimidating it looked. He leans in and tells you it's a magic armored vehicle, one he dug up from the ruins. As he digs in and performs major maintenance, he confesses he has no clue whether it'll actually work, leaving the mayor staring in stunned disbelief. He straight up confirms he's going to pilot the machine, then orders her to stay right by his side. With both of them locked inside the cockpit, Ishikawa fired up the engine and readied his plan to dig in. The vehicle surges forward with jaw-dropping force, slamming Mare into the moment as he's knocked back in pure shock. Its massive arms slam into the rock, ripping it apart and carving a fresh path with ruthless, unstoppable speed. The mayor can only gape, stunned at the machine's crushing, unstoppable force as it barrels forward. Even Ishikawa can't help but stare, because he realizes the vehicle doesn't just dig the tunnel, it builds it and strengthens it with every single cut. After the chaos finally dies down, the mayor collapses into her chair, wiped out from the brutal shock. Ishikawa leans in and tells her to rest, his voice soft as he admits how brutal her everyday battle has been. She swears she's fine, but he shuts it down fast. Our stop is still an hour away, so we've got time to catch our breath. He hands her a box of sweets, and that sweet, mouth-watering smell hits her so hard she doesn't even expect it. After he breaks it down, they're donuts. She bites in, and her eyes practically sparkle from that heavenly taste. Then she snaps back like, "Stop, wait, I'm not hungry," even though it's clearly a lie. That sudden pause in her appetite isn't because she can't eat. Guilt crashes over her the moment she thinks of her sister, Moa, stuck at home, sick and barely holding on, and she can't shake the feeling that she has no right to be enjoying even 1 second of pleasure. She still remembers her father burning the midnight oil on his research, working day after day just to afford Moe's treatment, and still making sure they ate. Ishikawa watches her like he can see the guilt burning in her chest because she won't let herself breathe easy, even for 1 second of happiness. Suddenly, the vehicle screeches to a stop, then goes completely still. A quick glance at the gauges hits like a punch, empty. They're out of fuel and trapped deep underground. Mary instantly turns on herself, fully convinced that if she hadn't dragged him into all this, none of it would have happened to him. Despair swallows her whole, and she apologizes again and again, convinced she's the reason everyone suffers, while Ishikawa calmly asks why she keeps pinning all the blame on herself. He looks back on the day he lost his father, watched his business crumble, and realizes that even raging and cursing his fate never changed a thing. Chasing the memory of that helping hand, he grips it in his heart and refuses to let go, then slams his own hand onto the vehicle's control panel, pouring all his power into the controls. The machine snaps back to life with a roar that rattles everything. The mayor just stands there, jaw dropped, as the vehicle starts rolling again. Ishikawa finally spills the machine's real secret, magic, and he pours his own magical energy straight into it, pushing the thing to move like it's alive. They rush to the spot and slam right into a wall of bedrock so dense it stops them cold. Ishikawa clenches his resolve and pours every last drop of magic into one blazing point for his final, full-power strike. Cracks spiderweb across the stone as a fracture suddenly shows up. The wall explodes into splinters, and beyond it, boom, a jaw-dropping cavern bursts into view, glittering like a gold mine of pure, massive magic ore. With the finish line finally in reach, Ishikawa tightens his grip on the pickaxe, and the determined mayor steps up, declaring she'll help them. He hands her a helmet from his hometown and tells her, plain and clear, to keep safety first, like he's already stepped into a father's role. Then he and she start the grueling work of mining side by side. Later, the mayor storms up to the moneylender who once shut her down cold. He's completely stunned when she dumps a mountain of gold coins in front of him. She's paying off the 250 gold coins a day early just like that. When he demands how this could have happened, she fires back that Ishikawa rode with her to the mine for the magic ore, and then handed over the entire fortune, not a single coin kept for himself. The moneylender snaps his memories back, how that poor young girl would have met a truly cruel fate if the debt had stayed unpaid. He's completely humbled, admits he never believed someone this soft-hearted could exist, and then he thanks her for showing him a whole new way forward. As they head out, the man lifts his hands and prays, begging his lord's blessings to fall on them. Outside, the mayor gushes thanks to Ishikawa, but she shrugs it all off, flashing back that it was her knowledge and hard work that brought them to the Orving. Once more, he offers to hand her part of the cash for their living costs, but she breaks down in tears and refuses, saying her and her sister being taken care of is more than enough because she feels she owes him everything. Swearing she'll thank him the right way, she drags him home, then keeps apologizing for how humble her place is. Inside, Ishikawa realizes the house isn't filthy at all. It's basically stripped clean and nearly empty. Mary wears a sad smile and admits it. She had to sell everything they owned, even the priceless mementos from her family, just to stay alive. 5. She calls out to her sister, Moa, and says, Ishikawa finally did it, we're debt-free now. From a crumpled bed in the corner, a frail voice strains out, tell me, is it true? As Ishikawa stares at the sick young girl, the full weight of her illness crashes down on him, and the sheer desperation of their situation hits like a punch. With Moa and her sister finally out of trouble, pure relief hits them hard. Tears spill down the younger girl's face as she thanks her savior over and over, like she can't believe she's safe. That evening, Reiwasai strides up to Moe's bedside and promises he'll use recovery magic to stitch her strength back together. He flings out heal water, and the child gets wrapped in a soft, shimmering wave that glows with life. But the magic fizzles out with zero results, and Moa's body crumples back into that same fragile state. Reiichi freezes in confusion, staring as even the strongest antidote magic gets completely wiped out. He finally realizes this isn't some run-of-the-mill sickness. Noble elixirs that cost a fortune have only made her worse. So he taps his god-class appraisal and hunts down the real truth behind what's consuming her. Moa's in serious trouble. An advanced cursed seal is eating her alive. A nasty hex that saps her life force, summons sickness, and drags non-stop bad luck into her days. Reiichi's eyes snap wide right before he crumples, then a familiar black sludge gushes from his mouth. It's that advanced dark magic again, the very same curse that hit him back when it recoiled at the giant soldier's shrine. He tears through his grimoire like his life depends on it, but all he pulls out are brutal, offensive spells, until one last desperate gambit finally dares to appear. He slaps a hand over Moa and unleashes a roaring surge of dark energy, then hurls the advanced drain spell like a weapon. The spell, built to drink both physical force and magical energy, starts yanking the curse right out of the child's body. A grotesque shadowy monster, packed with countless staring eyes, tears free from Moa and lunges straight for its new host. Reiichi gets swallowed by vile energy. Malice crashes into him like a roaring storm. While her sister gapes in terror, Ryoichi crumples to his knees, his body turning leaden as the curse slams down and his mind starts to slip away, and for one terrifying moment, he feels the same brutal agony Moa has been trapped in for years. But he's packing a power no one here has ever seen, the God-class adaptation technique, and the moment it kicks in, a blinding light bursts from his body, driving the divine ability to slam back against the curse until he can take it down. Later, Ryoichi finally pushes himself up tired but unhurt as the mayor leans in asking if he's okay. Then he looks over at Moa, sprawled in bed, sleeping peacefully. To their shock, that sinister curse mark vanished from her skin, gone completely. Now free to move, Ryoichi hurls out heal water again. This time the magic hits just right, flooding Moa with pure, healing energy. She jolts awake, totally dazed at first, then her face lights up with pure joy, because the pain, the numbness, and the fever are all completely gone. She springs off the bed with a jolt of pure freedom, like all her energy is back at full power. Her sister barrels to her side, tears pouring down as she confirms, Momoa is truly, completely cured. The sisters burst into a tight embrace, tears in their eyes, pure gratitude and wild relief flooding them, as they thank Reiichi for the miracle he just pulled off. With his weapon in hand, he watches them close, wearing a soft, gentle smile, soaked in relief that they're finally happy. With the crisis finally crushed, Reiichi dives into comfort food, meatball udon, the exact dish his own father used to cook for him when he was sick. He slams those hot, steaming bowls onto the table for the hungry girls. They chomp into that food like it's been forever, scarfing it down with hunger that's been missing for ages, then freezing for a second like, how is this so damn delicious? When Mo blurts out an apology for scarfing her food so fast, Ryoichi just shrugs it off, telling her he can whip up more anytime, because his magic lets him duplicate ingredients endlessly. Then he slides over some donuts for dessert like, here, finish it right. Overcome by Mare's endless kindness, he breaks down in tears and blurts out, "Why would you do all this for us when we can't give you anything back?" Raywich's smile vanished and a hard seriousness slammed into his face. He tells you that in his world, protecting kids is just how things are done, and then admits that watching her claw her way to save her sister made jealousy burn in his chest. He finally lets it slip, he doesn't have a family of his own anymore. Hearing that, young Moa snaps. She declares she'll make him her family. She can't wait and blurts out she'll be his little sister, clinging to him like he's the only safe place in the world. Ryoichi, caught by her pure innocence, gently pats her head and instantly claims her as his new cute little sister. When night drops, he hustles back to his inn, swearing he'll check on them first thing in the morning. But as he slips away beneath the starry sky, Mare shouts his name after him. She grills him about his future, and when he admits he's a traveler, the truth hits hard. One day he'll leave the village for good. With quiet desperation burning in her chest, she blurts out a shameless ask, pleading for him to take her along and mow beside him on his journey. Ryoichi is stunned and blurts out a warning about what he's up against, but she digs in, saying they want to be helpful and repay his kindness. Moa hears her sister's cry and bolts onto Ryoichi, clinging to him like glue and flat out, refusing to let him slip away now that they've finally found him. Ryoichi locks eyes with those tearful, determined faces, and the loneliness hits him like a wave because he finally understands it. Protecting these girls is the purpose he's been hunting for in this second life. The sisters' eyes blaze with hope as they press him one last time. He grins and lifts them up in the air, and with that, right now, today, he makes it official. They're a family. The very next morning, Ryoichi bursts back to his companions, shouting that he's finally found a family. After the first punch of shock hits, confusion scrambles everything. Action and his friends instantly learn what the girl is going through, and how brutal the red tape is to become her guardian. Ryoichi hurries to the magistrate's office to slam the adoption into the record, because he's aiming to wipe out the Wheeler family's gigantic tax debt. He rolls out a mountain of gold and snags the permission with zero resistance. He tells the girls straight up that the money is theirs, rightfully earned from their father's discovery of magic ore. Now they're officially family, and as they stride through town, his friends Marie and Nasir spot them on the spot. After he gives a quick rundown, the moment the two adorable sisters step in, the women are instantly swept off their feet. Spotting their tattered clothes, they drag them to shop for fresh outfits and swipe it all, charging it to their brand new big brother. Soon, Moa and Mare step into gorgeous fresh outfits that fit their personalities perfectly. That cheerful crew keeps rolling through their day, and on Moe's say-so, they head straight into a bookstore. Ryoichi furiously skims the scrolls, hunting for advanced magic like it's his next breakthrough. He even grabs a picture book for Moa, and she beams as he hoists her up on his shoulders. His friends watch that heart-melting moment, stunned by how he wasn't just an older brother anymore, he'd stepped in like a real father figure. The very next day, the new Velour family huddles up and tears into fixing the leaks in their old home, working side by side until the damage is gone. Once the work's finished, they pile into the room as Ryoichi flips through Moe's brand new book. It spins a classic fantasy where a hero from another world charges in and snatches a princess from danger. Ryoichi freezes in shock when he spots a depiction of the century's tree kingdom, one he knows is real, and it slams into him just how much of this world is still a mystery. Later that night, once the girls finally crash to sleep beside him, alone beneath the moonlit sky, he sinks into silence and studies a photo of his late father, letting the truth hit hard, because now he's got a family again, 2 daughters to protect, and somehow that strange feeling still feels like a blessing. Inside, his new family is tucked in and sleeping like nothing can touch them, because their future together has only just begun. Ryoichi storms back to the guild hall with his head bowed, ready to apologize. Gio, his master, catches him right away and slams him with questions about why he vanished from the party and came back so late. Before Ryoichi can even speak, 2 young girls rush in, admitting they fell asleep and saying he just couldn't stand to leave them alone. Confused out of his mind, Gio blurts who they even are. Then one of his other disciples explains that Ryoichi officially adopted the orphans and claimed them as his little sisters. And yeah, Gio, the detailed one, was so wrecked from the night before that he couldn't remember a single thing. The moment Gio hears the news, his whole attitude flips. He bursts into a huge grin, strides up to the girls with warmth, and proudly announces, "You're my nieces." As they're about to head out, the real plan finally hits like a punch. Ryoichi isn't just escorting the kids back to their village. He's done with the guild and is ready to strike out on a whole new journey. The revelation hits Gio and the others like a lightning strike. Then Ryoichi doubles down, confirming his choice and admitting he wants to dig deeper into this world. Gio's warmth evaporates instantly and disappointment hits hard and heavy. Then he snaps, lashing out at Gio like, "There's nothing left for you to learn from me," his voice dripping with betrayal. Ryoichi scrambles to clear up the misunderstanding, but his master just turns away, ice cold, declaring he won't chase after anyone who walks out. As they're gearing up to leave, Moa grabs Ryoichi and begs him to make peace with his master before they're out the door. One of his fellow guild members rushes in to calm him down, whispering that Master Gio isn't angry at all, he's just lonely. At last, his other friends crowd around him, spilling out their heartbreak as they realize he's done leaving Springville for good. That night, right in the middle of Gio's farewell party, one of his disciples slides up to Ryoichi. His master isn't there in person, but he's made sure a gift arrives anyway. That's a magnificent combat axe, smelted by the legendary dwarf myth Deuterus himself, made on Gio's frantic order for his student as he was getting ready to leave. Next morning, every last member of the party crowds the city gates, buzzing with energy and ready to tear into the journey ahead. With their spirits blazing, they tore down the road straight for Ease Village. Two young girls buzz with excitement as they climb into a tiny cart and rattle off toward the adventure of a lifetime. Ryoichi hauls them forward, reminding everyone that Mo is still recovering from her illness, and she has to save every last ounce of energy. Even with all that cheerful energy around them, the fight that never got settled still hangs in the air, so when one of the girls says she finally made up with her friends, you can still hear her worry. Ryoichi's relationship with Gio is fractured, and she doesn't think it's truly healed yet. Ryoichi admits to himself, quietly, that he'd been itching to properly thank his master for the axe, but life never gave him the chance. Then wham, a razor-sharp sound snaps through the air. Ryoichi barks for silence and his senses go into full alert. In the very next second, they're slammed with hostile creatures pouring out of the wilderness, surrounding them on every side. A brutal mix of vicious magical beasts surges in from all sides, cornering them with every step. As Ryoichi weighs his lightning magic, Gio surges forward, his fists buzzing with raw power. With one thunderous stomp, Gio shatters the ground right under the monster's feet. The cliff rips apart and the beasts spill down, slam into the jagged chasm of rock and earth, and just like that, they're gone. Everyone else just stood there, stunned by his raw power, and one disciple blurted out that this is exactly what their master looks like when he's dead serious and pissed off. With the danger shut down for good, the crew kicks into gear and charges forward. As dusk crashes in, they finally roll up to the campsite they were told to use and collapse for the night. As they pitch their tents and gear up for the night, the pressure between master and student doesn't let up for a second. Mayor clocks Ryoichi's troubled face and straight away calls it out to her sister. Then she finally spills the truth behind her unease. Right around them, the ground scarred with weird, unnatural holes and the unmistakable prints of a monster so huge it has to be a giant. Ryoichi takes this discovery to heart and rushes up to Yo, ready to warn him before that looming threat can strike. Still brooding and shut down, Gio dismisses his worries and refuses to talk to him. Between them, the unfinished fight still looms, heavy as a shadow that won't lift. As night drapes the camp in darkness, the others stay blissfully clueless, completely unaware that danger is creeping in. Mare couldn't sleep a wink, so she spread out the universal map she'd borrowed from Ryoichi and stared at it like it held answers. She stumbles on something that chills her blood. On the magical map, the mountain terrain is shifting right before her eyes, like a brand new trail is getting carved in real time, and the moment she realizes something massive is on the way, she rips through the camp to wake everyone up. Her frantic banging on a pan yanks groggy Gio out of bed and into full-on irritation. But one quick look in Gio's tent shows it all. What you thought was a person is just his bedroll because Gio himself has vanished. Ryoichi stands guard in the dead of night, raging that the others ignored his warnings. Those footprints were a trap. His worst fears snap into reality when a giant griffin drops out of the sky right in front of him. Out under the starlit sky, Gio sits alone, then a frantic Moa lunges in and finds him. She barrels toward him, sobbing, and screams that a colossal monster is charging straight for their camp. Gio stays cool under pressure, lines in, and promises he'll take care of the threat. Moa, trembling with nerves, finally blurts out, "Do you hate Ryoichi?" Gio snaps it down fast, confessing that his rage isn't about anyone else. It's the crushing sting of feeling like he's failed as a master, like he still hasn't taught his prodigy a single thing that truly matters. Their talk gets smashed mid-sentence when two griffins rocket down at them. Gio snaps into action and barks at Moa to hide, even as he swings his axe like it's coming for someone's life. Ryoichi shows up moments later, eyes blazing, ready to team up and fight by his side. Gio shoves him aside, snarling that he'll take care of the flying monsters himself, then he slams down and lands a brutal hit that crushes one of the creatures. The injured griffin bolts deeper into the woods, straight toward the camp, and Gio's voice turns grim as he declares, "We stop it right here." From the pitch-black dark, terrifying screams from other monsters claw their way into their ears. A terrifying realization hits Gio like a punch. He whips around to Ryoichi, eyes blazing with urgency, and orders him to grab Moa and the villagers and run, no delay. Ryoichi snaps back, "Nope, he's staying right here to fight, and that's final." "Ensure someone's gotta stall," Gio roars, spills the truth. Something way worse is on their tail, and no matter how fast they run, they can't outrun it. From the dark shadows, a blood-soaked monster crawls into view, and the scene turns deadly in an instant. A gigantic bear tears out of the trees, mangled and bleeding, but brimming with terrifying power. Ryuichi's appraisal skill locks onto it, and boom, it reveals the beast for what it is, a level 68 Shout Bear King. Gio freezes in disbelief, staring at it like the legendary guardian of the mountains, and somehow it's standing here, miles outside its own territory. With fate sealing his fate, Gio hands Ryoichi his final orders and spills the truth about a secret stash of funds for the guild members. Then he makes his students swear, protect his new family and nothing else. At last, Gio throws his arms wide and braces for his final stand, using that powerless, earth-shattering ability just to hold the line. "Go," he roars. Ryoichi freezes, torn in two by his master's command and the burning urge to help. But remembering his duty, he snatches Moa and the fleas, carrying out Gio's last wish. He bolts back to the terrified villagers and pushes his plan on them, demanding they finally hear it. Gio's other disciples are crushed with despair, convinced their master is about to meet doom. Ryoichi whips around to Mara, shoots her an apology for ignoring her earlier, and begs for one vital favor. He swings the curtain back to reveal a massive, upgraded armored vehicle with a huge cargo bed made to fit all of them to safety, and then he hands the wheel to her, trusting her razor-sharp mind to pilot it. She hunches over the ancient illustrated manual, and with one bold move, steals her courage and slips into action. The machine erupts in a thunderous roar, and just like that, it rockets the villagers away at breakneck speed. Since the mayor is piloting the vehicle, everyone else dumps their magic into the spare fuel tank to keep it roaring instead of dying. They can't wrap their heads around it. Where the heck is Ryoichi? Them mayor says, sealing the promise. He's got other rides ready, and he'll roll in and follow them soon. Deep in the dark forest, Julie's lay gravely wounded, slumping against a claw-slashed tree as if the fight finally crushed him. The Shout Bear King towers over him, winding up for the finishing strike. Right as the attack crashes down, a second armored vehicle barrels in and smashes into the beast, cutting the strike off midair. Ryoichi is back, and he wastes no time declaring his master's orders were clear. Protect his family, and for him, Gio is family too. I'll guard you with everything I've got. Night falls and the battle detonates, as Ryoichi's magic armor barrels straight into the ferocious Shoutbear King. A hulking mechanical suit waits, its massive arms lifted and ready to smash into battle. But there's a brutal gap in power between them. Ryoichi is only level 24, while the monstrous Shoutbear King towers at a terrifying level 68. That beast is a nightmare in flesh, an absolute monster, towering way past anything Ryoichi has ever survived before. Even with the magic armor turning the odds a little, Ryoichi's stomach drops. His horror hits when he realizes the creature's attack power has actually surged. Now that bear is hurt, and somehow even more ferocious. The beast's claw crashes into the armor's gauntlet, and the impact blasts shockwaves straight through the cockpit. Metal screams as it grinds under the crushing impact. Ryoichi can't believe what he's up against. This magic armor is getting crushed, because its arm starts cracking and splintering under the brutal pressure. With a last gut-wrenching crack, the armor's limb finally snaps and gives up. As the bear rips the arm loose, Master Gio bellows his disciple's name, and somehow snags the severed piece mid-disaster. The beast snaps its gaze back to Ryoichi, and its eyes burn with pure, unstoppable fury. Ryoichi strikes back immediately, tearing into the bear's own arm the moment the opening shows up. He confirms he's totally fine, because the axe's master handed him hits like a tank and takes the full hit. Gio stares in awe at the weapons, amazed that not a single nick mars the blade. Jade realizes a head-on fight won't work, so Ryoichi snaps into action. If they can hurt it, they'll drown the beast in numbers and grab the seconds they need to slip out. He unleashes his god-level clone technique, and boom, he spawns multiple copies of himself in an instant. The clones flood toward the Shout Bear King in a wild storm of synchronized strikes, diving in to distract him and crush his defenses. Master Gio stares in total disbelief, his brain refusing to process what he's seeing, until Ryoichi blurts out fast that they're just temporary clones, a decoy built to buy time for their escape. He bolts straight to his master's side, begging him to heal, because they've got to break free from this battlefield before it swallows them whole. Gio rages about how his own student had to save him, while Ryoichi's eyes lock onto the magic armor that's suddenly exposed and vulnerable. But their chance evaporates in a blink, and the Shout Bear King suddenly unleashes a raging torrent of fire from its maw, an all-new move that hits them like a punch to the gut. Ryoichi slams his master to the floor, taking the blast head-on to shield him. Their only real shield, the magic armor, gets swallowed by the inferno and blasted to nothing. With every escape route sealed shut, survival screams for one thing: fight. Ryoichi locks in a ruthless combo, mixing his clone technique with the dark magic he just stole during the golem battle. He fires up the incantation and pulls raw power straight from the abyss itself. But the spell drags, so the Baraturses tear forward, and Ryoichi realizes they'll be slaughtered before he can finish it. In a blink, a shadowy figure bursts into the dark and intercepts the beast, but it still isn't enough. Ryoichi barely manages to brace as the bear's claws rip through his defense. Blood explodes in a brutal spray as his arm gets ripped clean off his body. He's frozen in shock at that mangled stump, desperately fighting to trigger his regeneration ability. But the pain crushes everything, his consciousness starts slipping away. He crumples into the grass, blood pouring out as his strength drains away. Master Gio can't do a thing, he just stares in terror, yelling his disciples' names with a scream that won't stop. The triumphant bear towers over Ryoichi's crumpled body, jaws gaping as it lunges for the final, fatal strike. With a desperate roar, Gio lunges at the beast, praying it'll lock onto him instead. His effort is pointless. The bear swipes him aside like he's nothing and sends him crashing out cold. The moment the blow landed, he got launched into the air like a cannonball. Right on the edge of death, Ryoichi's mind snaps to one thought, everything Shuraheim told him, because dying in this world isn't some myth, it's a brutal, right-now reality. The beast dips its head and snaps its fangs shut like it's ready to strike. It lunges, ready to swallow its next victim whole. With the bear's jaws snapping shut, Ryoichi digs in with his final scrap of strength and shoves his last hand deep into its mouth. A last-ditch gamble that could either save everything or shatter it all. A blazing magic circle bursts from his palm like a sudden sunrise. Arcs of raw lightning erupted from his hand, blasting straight through the beast and frying it from the inside out. As the creature convulses, Ryoichi's god-tier regeneration kicks in, his severed arm starts stitching itself back together, piece by piece. He can't stop thinking, if that bear had sunk its teeth into his head instead of his shoulder, the whole fight would have ended in seconds. That advanced lightning magic hits like a thunderclap, leaving the Shoutbear King rattled, stunned, and wide open. When Ryoichi spots his master crumpled on the ground, shock shatters, and raw, unstoppable rage takes over. He surges ahead, axe lifted high, and lightning snaps around him like a storm unleashed. With a final, furious scream, he rockets forward and slams into the paralyzed monster. He swings the axe down with everything he's got, landing a brutal blow that cuts the creature's life short. A chilling final command booms through the clearing like a death bell. Master Gio jolts back into consciousness, his vision still a blurry mess. He stares at the massive Shoutbear King, still as stone, battered by brutal wounds all over his body. Ryoichi stood over the corpse, and he couldn't even process what he was seeing. The young warrior stands stone still in the middle of the wreckage, and the victory feels unstoppable. Gio lurches forward, panicked and stunned, staring at Ryoichi's arm, because he definitely watched it get torn off just seconds ago. Ryoichi calmly gestures to the ground where his original, severed arm sits, then smirks and tells him, this one has already regenerated. That revelation hits you like a punch to the gut, clones, regeneration, and you can practically hear him demanding answers. Who's behind this, and what on earth is his apprentice really? Ryoichi chokes out an apology, drowning in shame over the terrifying power he had to expose. Still, he labels his own power strange, and that terrifying feeling pushes him further away from everyone. But Gio doesn't panic, he erupts into a booming, hearty laugh. He snatches Reiki's brand new arm and declares the details don't matter one bit, because now they can finally arm wrestle again. He locks eyes with his student and declares, without blinking, that he'll be the one to decide Ryoichi's true identity, his savior, his lifeline, and the proud disciple he raised. Just then, the thunder of their incoming transport shatters the silence. The rest of the guild finally came back, and they barreled in to lend their aid. After getting the villagers safely out, he turned right back around, no hesitation, to help his master. Ryoichi's sisters come barreling in, sobbing with pure relief that he's still alive. The villagers stare at the monster's body in stunned silence, like their brains can't wrap around it. Someone actually killed the legendary Shout Bear King. Then their eyes land on Ryoichi's severed arm sprawled in the dust, and they finally grasp the brutal cost of his win. Ryoichi stares at his unbroken arm, utterly baffled, as if he's completely forgotten the regeneration. The Woodwork King Guild's guildmaster snatches the moment and thrusts Ryoichi's hand up in victory, shouting that Aya's village just welcomed a hero. Then, right in the middle of his speech, he quietly hurls earth magic to make the ground gulp the severed arm down, wiping out the proof of Ryoichi's horrifying power. Right now, he tells the battered warriors, enough time to rest. The jaw-dropping news rockets through the streets and lands in a village tavern, spreading fast. Patrons huddle together and trade the rumor like it's poison, laughing it off as no way, because the Shout Bear only shows up once every 10 years, and when it does, it tears through even mid-level adventurers without breaking a sweat. But that tale hooks a fox-like swordswoman dressed in foreign clothes, and her curiosity sparks instantly, so she leans over to the bartender and demands to hear the rest. Before the sun even thinks about rising, the town sits dead quiet, then Dawn's first rays spear across the rooftops, signaling that the new day has officially kicked off. Sunlight pours into the room, while chirping birds sing along like a living soundtrack. Ryoichi snaps awake, disoriented and wrapped in bandages, and the first thing he can think is, where am I? Outside his window, villagers crowd together, and their murmurs churn into a steady, ominous roar. A young woman tries to stop them cold, yelling that Ryoichi has to rest after those brutal injuries, but the villagers won't hear it, because they're desperate to thank the man who saved them from the terrifying Shout Bear. From his window he spots the inn, the Forest Spring Pavilion. There's a crafty merchant, Nasselson, working the crowd like a chessboard, saying only approved guests get in, but claiming a quick buy from her shop might earn them a pass. He whips around from the window and freezes when he spots two girls, Mi and Moa, already sprawled in his bed with him. He shoots them a question, why are they even here? And they just blink innocently, pointing to the other empty beds like that somehow answers everything. They greet him with a bright, cheerful good morning, brimming with youthful energy. One of them blushes and admits she nodded off while she kept watch over him all night, and when he thanks her, they both agree to kick off the new day. The moment he steps out of his room, whispers swarm around him like sparks. Villagers can't believe it. Someone so quiet can take down a Shout Bear, and the way word travels through their little town is insanely fast. At the base of the stairs, a woman with fox-like ears and a swishing tail stood motionless, staring straight at him as silence swallowed the room. His focus locks and her eyes stay razor-sharp, blazing with intent. Ryoichi can feel her stare pinning him in place, and he can't tell if it's just curiosity or a full-on, no-mercy inspection. The kids can't hold it in, gasping in pure awe at the beast folk, while the woman greets them with calm, steady warmth. Her voice comes out crisp, her smile feels warm, nothing like what Ryoichi first expected. Right nearby, another villager burst with relief when he finally got moving, thanking him on Marissa's behalf for rescuing him. The innkeeper tells him, I've been swamped with visitors, then softens her voice and makes sure he knows how thankful she is. He laid out a table packed to the brim with gifts. Grateful villagers poured in fresh eggs, hearty meat, and a mountain of vegetables, an entire bounty of thanks. With a burning urge to help, he asks to use the kitchen, an oddly bold request, so the staff hesitates, then finally relents. He fires up the kitchen and starts cooking the meal he used to make for his father, and Mi and Moa jump in right away, begging to help, while the crowd leans in, totally hooked by his wild, unfamiliar seasonings that look way too expensive to be normal. You get this giant, cloud-soft omelet stuffed with savory ground meat and onions, so good-looking it grabs everyone's attention the second they see it. That jaw-dropping aroma and one-of-a-kind sauce burst through the air, yanking the beast-folk woman's gaze from out in the distance, like it had a pull on her all along. She shoots back an apology and admits her sharp nose got completely blindsided by a smell she'd never smelled before, and when she sees Ryoichi's eyes light up, he jumps in and offers to share his meal with her. But the kids light up and cheerfully wave her over, urging her to sit with them at their table. Stunned by their kindness, she ends up sharing a meal with them when she least expects it. The very first bite hits and she's instantly frozen, eyes wide, mouth hanging open in pure, unbelievable shock. That flavor hits her like nothing she's ever tasted, pure depth, rich and savory, and it all pours out from a mysterious sauce she can't stop staring at. With one taste, he spots it's soy sauce. Then she snaps awake to the idea, convinced it'll be the perfect match for her homeland's cooking. Then, like a spark at the end of the night, she introduces herself as Koko Youth Gabardius, an adventurer, and she gushes about the meal. Ryoichi just sits there thinking the Japanese flavors must be exactly what hits her taste. Ryoichi blurts that he's brand new as an adventurer too, waving his own E-rank -ID so hard it shocks her. Curious, she presses him, "So what were you doing before all this?" And he tells her he used to be an electrician, basically a master craftsman. Koko blurts out that she'd heard all the rumors, and she came straight here just to see him, then fires back that beating a shout bear is way past what a rookie adventurer can do, let alone some ordinary craftsman. She clocks it immediately. He's way gentler than she ever expected. His aura calms her like a lullaby, but she also feels it. The guy doesn't look like someone with real combat experience. Then when she pushes him on how he actually beat the beast, he hesitates and admits it felt almost like cheating. Right then their talk gets smashed apart when a hulking, scarred man shows up. He knows Master Geo, and the moment he confirms Ryoichi's words, everything hits harder. Geo bursts in and demands he borrow Ryoichi for an urgent crisis, and everyone else immediately erupts, insisting both of them are badly hurt and need time to recover. Right before they could drag him off, Ryoichi's eyes snapped to Koko's stance. He clocked her instantly as a swordsman from the Kakanatu archipelago, then grilled her about what school taught her the blade. Koko, blown away by his insight, shows off her school and calls it the Kurenryu. Then Geo, Riley can't help but clock Ryoichi's shameless flirting. Ryoichi brushes off the accusation, saying Koko just seems like a genuinely kind soul. Look how fast she made friends with the kids. He starts thinking about the legendary swordsmen from her homeland, those bladesmith titans with killer skill and iron will, and then he reaches the truth. If a woman is going to stand on her own in a cutthroat, male-dominated world like that, she's got to be built different. Geo pushes Ryuaki straight to the local guild hall. Inside, they run into two powerhouses, Guildmaster Caucason and Coleus, the chief of Aya's village. In the village, the chief wastes no time. Straight up tells them the Shout Bear, the true lord of the mountains right next to their home, can only mean one thing, something seriously wrong across the highlands. Geo murmurs, terrified it could be the start of disaster. Then the past slams back in his mind, that awful sea-crossing event, and a cold, grim warning hanging over everything. The chief starts spinning a tale from 20 years back, when a monstrous thing hauled itself over the sea and crashed onto their island, kicking the native beasts out of their own territory. Yeah, it turns out the invader wasn't one creature at all, it was a whole pair of dragons. Hearing that, Ryoichi freezes in shock as the chief presses on, saying that after the island got shattered, the ruler, Duke of Claverel, had no choice but to step in. Twin dragons roared loose, unleashing a calamity that could wipe out the entire island of Melisaru. The Duke unleashed a massive hunt, deploying his personal army and the strongest adventurers to track those beasts down. After an ultra-brutal, blood-soaked fight, the two dragons finally dropped, but the win cost them everything. Ryoichi reels from the past tragedy, and then Geo drops a bombshell. Those two dragons weren't just fighters, they were a mated pair. Since their defeat, whispers have been flying that broken bits of hatched eggshell were found in their nest, proof that one survivor might have made it. If that's true, the dragon would be fully grown by now, and it'd carry a bone-deep hatred for humanity. With that grim possibility hanging over them, the village chief steps forward and demands Ryoichi become their official representative, then race to Baron Errol with an urgent letter explaining everything. Ryoichi is hit with a jolt of shock at this sudden responsibility, and the chief bluntly tells him he can wait until he's fully healed, but the trip is still a brutal multi-day gauntlet through treacherous lands. Geo snaps into action, insisting they move fast, his gut screaming that danger is about to hit, so they've locked the truth down tight to stop panic from spreading. Ryoichi starts doubting their choice, eyes narrowing as he can't figure out why they'd hand the village's fate to some outsider like him. The chief grins and tells him straight up he's not just some wanderer anymore, he's a hero and the community respects him. Then the chief drops the real reason. When he asked who in the village could be trusted most, Ryoichi was the very first name that came to his mind. With everyone's trust weighing on his shoulders, Ryoichi's resolve turns to steel. Then he accepts the mission that could change everything. Even with her own injuries, she can't believe it. She demands to know why he has to vanish again so soon, and what's driving his escape. He only smiles and thanks her for the medical help she gave. Even as she stammers and protests, he slips the bandages off Haizo, calm as ever, declaring, "My body's already fully healed." Bare-chested now, he catches the last whiff of ointment in the air, and decides to crash for the day, setting his sights on leaving bright and early the next morning. Later, me and Moa, two wide-eyed girls, line in, grinning with curiosity as he starts building something from raw wood and metal right in front of them. He breaks down his wild plan, a bath powered by a rocket stove, built to blast heat into water using nothing but firewood. A hot bath is brand new to the girls. Finally, they get to soak in steamy water, scrub off the grime, and melt away every last bit of tiredness. Thanks to the guild's steady pile of firewood, the bath gets finished fast, and the water finally roars into the perfect temperature. The girls practically beg to join, and when the swimsuit problem comes up, he doesn't hesitate, handing them his own t-shirts to wear. Can't contain their excitement, they throw a celebration over the idea of rocking their big brother Raywich's shirts. They're swimming in oversized shirts, and you can feel their excitement for the bath bubbling in every move. The three of them dove into the steaming water and let the cozy warmth melt their worries away. Their calm is instantly shattered by a sudden gasp of disbelief. A beastwoman warrior storms in, furious to the bone, and snaps that their shared bath is indecent, until the girls shout back, "We're 12, and tell her that in their country, marriage is allowed at 13. The explanation only makes the warrior spiral harder. She blurts a panic scream while he tries to calm everything down, swearing it's just a misunderstanding. Once the noise dies down, he pulls me and Moa close and blurts out something urgent. He has to head to Errol the very next day for a critical job the village needs him to handle. The moment the news drops, everyone freezes in shock and dread, like, wait, why does he have to go already, right after he just came back? After what happened with the shout bear, they refuse to let him get left behind again, and they straight up tell him, if you go alone, we're never forgiving you. The very next day, they're already on the move. He sprints at blistering speed beside the magic armor, all driven by the girls. His power's clearly gone up with every level, no doubt, but he can't ignore the fear of running into the Shoutbear King again, so the girls shift the armor systems into full defense mode, ready for whatever comes. Suddenly he feels it, someone's tailing them right behind. Right there, their pursuer is finally outed as Koko, the beastwoman warrior from their village, and she lanes in, saying she's actually impressed he managed to spot her hidden moves. She drops into place in front of him like she's done it 1,000 times, smooth as silk and deadly confident. A tense silence stretches between them, and the air feels like it might snap. Koko shoots him an apology, saying the rumors about his magic armor and the way his strength looks in battle hooked her and pulled her in. She lanes in and asks if her presence unsettles him, admitting that beastwomen and swordsmen are usually hunted with fear and avoided like trouble. He waves off her worries and declares there's no reason to run from someone just because they're strong. His reaction cracks her up, and she calls him a truly captivating gentleman, unlike any adventure she's ever come across. With her curiosity sparking like wildfire, Koko declares, "I'm coming with you." Side by side, she and Raywichi tore across the plains at a blistering pace, sprinting like they had to outrun fate. He's blown away by how insanely fast she moves. They shove forward, locked in a silent dare, both trying to see who can hold that brutal pace the longest. Trapped inside the magic armor, the Gorechen felt pure awe, but with that machine screaming at full acceleration, it couldn't keep up. The two runners skid to a stop at a roaring waterfall, gulping air and shaking off the brutal burn from the sprint. He admits he might have gone too far, but Koko just grins and says it was a blast, like a memory that yanked her straight back to her childhood. Just as they think they're finally safe, a hulking, club-swinging monster bursts out of the trees, and the magic armor instantly screams in alarm. Koko doesn't flinch, she calmly draws her blade like it's nothing at all. Jade slams down a devastating current-style assault, and the chaotic spring rain turns the battlefield into a violent storm. With one smooth, unstoppable swing, she cleaves the beast down like it never stood a chance. The girls erupt in cheers at her mind-blowing skill, and he lauds her like a real top-tier adventurer. He humbly admits his fighting skills are just average. His real superpowers are insane healing and rock-solid durability, and he straight up says his battle with the Shoutbear King was a desperate fight where he barely made it out alive. He blurts out a wild question. Does his own regenerative power work like that lizard beastman's, the one who can regrow whole lost limbs and organs? Koko whips around with a dangerous glint in her eyes, saying the only way to beat him is a deadly hit on a vital spot, and then she dares him to spar with her sometime, making him panic and nervously beg her to spare him from that kind of test. From the sidelines, the girls whisper that even with how risky their talk is, somehow these two have started to click and become real friends. As the night crashes down, they slam their camp together. Next morning, he fires up breakfast just as the girls start stirring and waking up. Out of nowhere, Koko accidentally sends a rock flying, and it smacks him in the face with brutal force, hard enough to shatter his expression, but the girls insist the injury will heal fast. After they finished eating, they shoved the leftovers into containers for lunch and pushed themselves hard, dead set on reaching the city of Errol before nightfall. They climb into a horse-drawn carriage and hit the road, pressing forward on their journey. Inside, the talk spirals fast, while they're rushing to Errol again, until the memory of that dragon they once fought hangs in the air. Next, Koko stares at the twin dragons of Melisol Island and blurts out how shocked she is that the beast actually left little ones behind. It was the kind of disaster she'd only ever heard about in childhood tales from her faraway homeland, until it finally landed in her real life. When they press her, she blurts out that her home is Exiled, an island tucked inside the Kakanatu archipelago. She calls it a stunning land ruled by beastmen, famous for jaw-dropping views and mouth-watering fruits. As it thunders on, he glances at the map and there, his growing list of places to visit keeps stacking up. When Koko asks if he's from this island, he snaps back that he's from somewhere miles away, one home he'll never, ever be able to go back to. But he swears he has zero regrets, because ditching his old world is exactly what opened the door to meeting all of them. He can't stop thinking about blasting through their mission and starting fresh, and as he wonders why dragons were never real back home, a dark silhouette glides high above him. The carriage barrels forward, totally oblivious to the danger racing toward it. A winged creature crashes down from the sky, dropping fast as lightning. A bone-chilling shriek tears through the sky, and the whole group snaps their heads up, panicking. A colossal dragon crashes down from the clouds like thunder given teeth, plummeting straight into their way with a thunderous crash that shook everything. His appraisal skill rips open a terrifying truth. This isn't some ordinary foe, it's a level 98 great dragon, and the numbers are on a totally different world than theirs. The beast snaps its huge jaws open, and raw power starts roaring to life inside its chest. As his mouth ignites a sickening red glow, he roars for everyone to huddle behind him, because he knows a breath attack is seconds away. Then without warning, he slams down his god-tier clone technique. The three clones snap into perfect sync, stacking a layered ice shield barrier just to swallow the blast. Next, the dragon's fire bursts out and swallows the carriage whole, scorching the earth beneath it. Death hangs in the air, then the flames finally die down and the carriage is still standing, just scorched and singed. Even though they made it out alive, that attack nearly obliterated the shield and erased the clones completely. He stares at his horribly burned arm and Koko's alarm spikes, then he shoots her a calm grin and tells her, "I'll be fine." A dragon wheeling overhead closes in and he realizes they're doomed, no sprinting away, and no way they can survive those attacks over and over. Finally, he studies their grim predicament, power stacked against them, and that dragon owns the skies, using flight to crush every move they make. Koko leans in and asks if he can use his appraisal skill to figure out what that dragon is truly capable of. He nods, then flicks his eyes to her status, and even she, built like a warrior, can't stand up to this monster. But Koko refuses to back down. She explains this dragon is probably still a juvenile, since a real adult would be twice as big, and in her eyes those high stats don't equal an experienced warrior. When he glances at her status again, he spots a secret line, pure laser-focused mental concentration that supercharges her attack power to an insane level. As the dragon swells over the skyline, a ruthless predator hangs in the sky, ready to tear into the world all over again. Koko plants her feet on the carriage like she owns the sky. She's got a plan. "Just 5 seconds," she says, her voice rock steady, "and then I'll unleash my special technique." At the 5-second mark, Koko's voice slices through the chaos, blasting from the top of the carriage. Ryuichi clenches his jaw as a colossal, scaled claw slams down toward him. With a desperate lurch, he slams his pickaxe into the talon, wham, and the shock soaks through him, pinning his boots to the ground. And from the relative safety of the carriage, the young girls scream his name in pure terror. Repelled, the dragon whips back up into the sky, its eyes still nailed to its target. Still, Ryuichi shouts out, his worry locked on the warrior left hanging on the roof. A quick scan of her stats drops the bombshell. Her defense is 0, and one clean hit would spell instant death. Sensing that crack in Koko's defenses, the dragon tucks its wings and rockets downward, aiming straight for her. In the blink of an eye, Ryuichi unleashes a god-tier clone technique and hurls a swarm of duplicates onto the beast's back, one leap at a time. Still, their desperate assault crashes in vain. No sword swing, no magic spell can break through the dragon's brutal scales. Ryuichi realizes he's out of options, so he slams his hand down and calls the forbidden spell, Abyss Dark ***, a last resort move that locks him in place, but if it fails, the caster drops instantly dead. No time to second guess, he throws his life on the line with that spell, because one failure and it's over for every single one of them. Dark magic explodes forward, slamming the creature to the point where the earth itself cracks and splits from the sheer force. Ryuichi gets slammed backward by the backlash, blood exploding from his mouth, yet he's somehow yanked the dragon's focus away from the real danger. Watching him throw himself into danger, Koko's resolve turns into steel, so her choice to trust him can't be a mistake. Like there's no doubt about it, he's a fearless warrior, the kind who charges straight into danger without blinking. Her eyes blazed with a fierce, unbroken fury. She clenches her resolve, channels every last ounce of power, and gets ready to explode with the Kernryu's secret move, Lotus Blossom Flash. The sword screams through the air, just a flash, then bites deep into the dragon's neck, and blood erupts like it's the dragon's first wound. Time hits and the dragon screams in pure pain and rage, swats Ryoichi off its back, and sends him crashing into the nearby woods. With one last agonized scream, the wounded beast rockets up into the sky, and Koko stands there, victorious but battered, on top of the carriage. As the danger finally slips away, the passengers gasp and burst into cries of pure relief. Koko drops to one knee, admits they only barely managed to drive it away, and swears this might have been the first time it had ever tasted a real wound. The injury jolted its will to fight for the moment, but she snaps a warning. That dragon is still young, and it's going to come back. She bursts into the woods without hesitation, tearing through the trees to find her fallen comrade. She spots him face down, choked in a dark aura, and he looks absolutely wrecked. "Don't you have a healing ability?" she panicked. He said the dark magic had shielded him from the impact, but now it had locked him up completely, leaving him totally unable to move. Koko bursts into relief that he's alive, but Ryoichi shoots back with a grim truth. This spell didn't just hurt his body, it drained his mind so hard it feels like torture. Right after that, the grateful passengers rush together, thanking them again and again like they just survived a miracle. As Ryoichi and Koko finally catch their breath, the twin girls rush in and cling to him, crying into his arms. Then it finally clicks, his bizarre gift exists to stop other people from ever getting crushed by that same fate. With his resolve reignited, he vows they'll press on, no matter what, until they save the city of Erol. Koko stares at him in disbelief, realizing this is the very first time anyone has ever thanked her for her sword skills. Their carriage finally rumbles up to the towering gates of the agricultural city. The driver wastes 0 seconds, rushes to the guards, and blurts out that a dragon's here, then orders them to wake the baronet right now. The group is marched straight to the lord's mansion, and the place is so grand it leaves the young twins staring in stunned amazement. Inside, Kiroth, the baron's steward, steps in, sizes up the letter they brought from their village chief, and starts inspecting it like it's a matter of life and death. When the steward blurts out that those guests were attacked by a dragon on their trip, the baron freezes in pure, stunned disbelief. The baron stays razor skeptical, then demands cold, hard proof that this wild claim is actually true. Ryoichi blurts out that the proof he needs is already stashed inside his item box. He slams out a massive, pitch-black scale, and the baron and his steward both choke on a stunned gasp. Kirov leans in and studies the artifact up close, its hardness, its sharp shine, and that dried blood hit him like a punch because he recognizes it instantly. A real scale identical to the twin dragons from 20 years ago. The baron remembers it like it was yesterday. Kiroth himself spearheaded the hunt, only to find nothing but the dragon's eggshells. Fearing the danger, the baron snaps that their own territorial army just isn't enough. He vows to rush straight to Duke Horan in the royal capital and hand over a petition begging for troops for a full-on subjugation mission. The steward bursts with gratitude, telling the travelers, "You saved us with this crucial news," then urges them to stay put and rest in Erol while he races to spread warnings across the whole territory. Mission accomplished, Ryoichi's chest swells with pride, but Koko can't shake the uneasy feeling in her gut. The twins can't stop worrying, because once the army moves, it'll take days to reach their home villages. Ryoichi reassures everyone, saying dragons nest to heal their wounds, so they'll be safe for a few days. Chasing one tiny pocket of peace, they stroll through the bustling city market, then Moa points straight at an apple. This sparks Ryoichi into action. He invites them to a taste from his world, then races to find a place to stay and shows them how to whip up candied apples the easy way. The outcome hits like thunder, and the twins light up with pure joy. With sunset still a ways off, Ryoichi urges them to hit the city one more time and see what else it's got. Moa refuses to let her new favorite snack go, insisting they wrap it up so she can take it with them. They roam the roaring, thriving streets of Erol, where every corner feels alive. Their journey slams into a breathtaking temple, an absolute masterpiece, rare and stunning in every single detail. Koko breaks it all down. These gifts aren't just magic, they're divine blessings poured over the land, and the number tells you how strong a town is, or even an island, or the whole nation. Again, the gods may bless these temples, but only if 3 divinely recognized priests live inside them. While Ryoichi frets over these priests, he spots a tiny cloaked figure lurking nearby. Suddenly, the little childlike figure crumples to the ground. Ryoichi barrels up beside them, breathless, demanding to know if they're okay. Just as he lunges forward, the figure's eyes flash with a cold, gleaming light from under that hood. In a blink, they explode forward and start devouring Moe's candied apple. Moa snaps into tears the second her treat gets snatched right out of her hands. To soothe her, Ryoichi slides over a box of donuts like a peace offering. As he spoke, it only made the hooded stranger's attention snap tighter. They grab the whole box in one ruthless yank and tear into everything inside with pure, hungry intensity. What do you think you're doing? Ryoichi snaps, furious that they'd make a kid cry. The figure halts the slow drop of their hood and a clear voice snaps, "I'm not some kid." Then she's revealed young elf, sharp pointed ears, golden hair. "I'm Malo Furubachi Kamaros," she says, introducing herself as a priest, 24 years old by human standards. "And yes," she adds with a confident grin, "I'm a full-grown adult." Ryoichi shoots back that her age doesn't give her the right to snatch food from a little kid. And the priestess just smirks, saying that with an elf's 500-year life, she's still young enough to keep growing. Then she thanks the gods for that heavenly blessing, and the moment she appears, you know trouble is about to explode. There, watching the young elf, he smugly mutters that no matter what she claims, she's still just a kid. Suddenly he grabs her and rages, saying naughty kids need discipline, then forces a choice. Either she's thrown to the guards as a thief, or she's taken to the office as a lost child. She storms back, shouting that the gods picked her to be a priest, but he doesn't flinch. He snaps that her holy title still doesn't give her the right to steal. Moa, just a kid, starts to sob and blurts out how badly she'd been waiting for that candied apple. Then the elf's eyes light up with sudden understanding as she stares at it and calls the treat a sweet little red gem. She tells you about her nightmare, how they ripped her money and everything else away, and she wandered for days starving until her hopes started to crumble, and then, right when she was ready to give up, she spotted one lone red light, a sign she swore felt like a heavenly blessing from merciful gods. Right then, clear sky and bam, a brutal downpour slams down, soaking only her, and panic cracks her voice as she screams, begging her goddess to forgive her. Her companions just stood there, stunned and baffled, staring like they couldn't believe their eyes, like they were watching the heavens unleash a punishment meant for someone. Drenched and beaten down, the elf drops to the ground, humbles herself, and blurts out an apology for how she acted. Moa shows real compassion. She pats her head, tells her not to do it again, then steps in and introduces herself. When they clasp hands, Elf Malo leans in, locks eyes with Moa, and declares she can feel something rare and powerful blooming in the child. Mahalo then hypes them to head straight to the local temple to Mansama, the god of farming and water control, because maybe, just maybe, they'll walk out with a real blessing. Inside, a long line of worshippers stretches on, all waiting in front of a priest. When his turn finally hits, the young man grabs the blessing, but it doesn't change a thing, not his status, not his powers. Just as the priest blesses his 3 young companions, a blinding light erupts and engulfs them all. A wave of heat surges through each of them, and it's instantly obvious. The god Mund has just blessed them with something divine. And he just stares, stunned to the bone, because every single one of them has suddenly been handed the power to use magic. The twins lock eyes, and you can feel that fresh power buzzing between them. Moa practically bursts with joy. She's been devouring magic books for ages, yet not a single spell would ever come out until right now. Now he blurts out, confused, "Why am I the only one left out?" And Malo snaps in calm as stone that he already has a blessing from Yesk-sama, the god of woodworking. Then she smiles and admits that's exactly why she came looking for him. As Mahalo talks, an ethereal presence blooms behind him, and she declares she can feel an earth-shattering level of blessing pouring out of him. It hits him like lightning. This blazing blessing was waiting in his blood all along, and that's why magic's every attribute clicked for him from the very start. As the crew heads out, he clocks Milo right behind them, tailing their every move. She declares straight up that she'll repay them for every bit of kindness, no excuses. With her pockets empty, she offers to ride with them to Aya's village and work her way through that debt. Their goal sits close to the Moors Mountains, an untamed, deadly patch of land where the ores are burning hot right now because a dragon just showed up near its lair. The moment Malo hears about the dragon, her eyes ignite with pure excitement. She swears her healing magic will come in clutch, and it completely baffles him, but he swallows his confusion and agrees anyway, because having another healer in the party can't hurt. Later, over dinner, he stares in shock as Milo tears into her food with this unstoppable hunger, finishing her plate and even downing Moe's portion without a single pause. Moa then walks right up to Mahalo and begs for help learning magic, flipping open the book she's been grinding through. Malo freezes in shock because that kid's book isn't one at all. It's the rare first edition of a legendary tree, and it spells out Dakad's adventure. She tells them this rare artifact is from her homeland, the Centrius Tree Kingdom, and the kids instantly huddle in close, eyes wide, hanging on every word as she spins the whole tale. That evening he just watches the three girls laugh and bond like best friends, stunned at how close they've gotten in such a short time. That night, right when things finally went quiet, a sharp knock rattles his bedroom door. He swings it open and there's Malo standing in the hallway, staring right at him. Thinking her late-night visit is nothing but a cheap joke, he tries to shoo her out. But her smile drops into something intense. She reaches out, cups his face, and whispers that she can feel a mysterious presence swirling around him. She swears it's her razor-sharp intuition and it's spot on, then blurts out how badly she wants to know him and every piece of the life he's fought to live. She halts mid-sentence, realizes it's too late to keep going, then backs away, swearing she'll finish the conversation later. Alone in his room, he replays her words over and over, a secret clawing at his chest. He's a transmigrator and he's never dared tell a soul. If featured Ruth gets wind of it, she'll shatter every bond he's fought to build. Next morning, the urgency hits like a hammer. He declares they'll fire up his magic armor machine to blast back to Aya's village and warn the chief about the dragon fast. He finally unveils that the machine is a two-person ride, blazing faster than any horse, and that means he has to scramble up a new plan to haul the whole crew. From his item box, he yanks out a heavily modified machine, and his teammates get whiplash as its strange new design swallows them one by one into their spots. His Wolfkin companion snaps into position as rearguard, itching to unleash this brand new tech and see if it can take down whatever monsters come charging their way. They blaze across a huge stretch, but the land turns savage and won't let them keep going. The mountain paths are so steep and tight they slam them into abandoning the machine and sprinting onward on foot. Soon Mo spotted smoke curling up from a nearby pond and blurted, like an idiot, that it looked like a bath. He confirms it's a real natural hot spring, and its steaming waters are exactly what they need to melt away their exhaustion after that brutal long journey. Trapped behind a plain wall, he can still hear their bright, happy voices blasting through the other side. After soaking in that blazing hot spring, the girls come out glowing, refreshed, recharged, and ready to kick the next challenge in the face. They sink into the calming waters, finally catching their breath before they charge into the last stretch of their journey. With Aya's village getting closer by the minute, he can't stop thinking, could that hot spring turn into the next big attraction for the town that feels like his second home? But the moment they crest the hill and the village comes into view, their hearts drop. Thick black smoke is pouring into the sky from dozens of places. A brutal wave of shock and dread crashes into him as he glares at the burning settlement, mind reeling as he can't even process what just destroyed his home. The once peaceful village is now nothing but shattered ruins, swallowed by smoke and wreckage, while desperate screams cut through the desolation as survivors claw through the rubble, hunting for their loved ones. When the people rush in, Ryoichi and his crew come face to face with a brutal scene: shattered buildings, clear proof a dragon tore through here. Terror hits hard as he frantically sweeps the area, but it's completely empty. He misread the danger, and now that mistake crushes him like a ton of bricks. A closer look shows blood splattered across the shattered streets, but there's not a single body in sight, and that grim little "no one died here" clue screams that the villagers fled before the rampage truly went off the rails. While Ryoichi tries to make sense of what he's seeing, Mahalo drops to her knees, presses her hand into a spreading patch of blood, and hurls a spell into the air, then snaps back when they ask, saying it's a tracking charm and the trail it's uncovered points straight to the northwest. That direction is screaming the truth, straight toward the ancient shrine of the colossal soldier. Right as they near the shrine entrance, two guards, Sikas and Traz, burst out, their shoulders finally dropping with relief the moment they spot Ryoichi and his crew, alive and unhurt. They quickly lay out the whole nightmare. One terrifying dragon dropped onto their village out of nowhere, and somehow, by pure luck, they drove the blow into a nasty old wound on its chest and sent the beast scrambling back, even if the exact fight details blur like a bad dream. Even though an evacuation plan was set and most people managed to flee, the attack still slammed into many others, leaving them trapped and bleeding from brutal injuries. Inside the shrine turned into a filthy infirmary, the air reeks of blood and terror. A young girl screams in agony, and that cry slices right through the low, shaken murmurs of the wounded. Ryoichi spots fast sprawled on a cot, and the poor guy's whole body is wrapped in thick, seething layers of bandages. Then Mari beside him exhales with pure relief when she sees Ryoichi, and Ryoichi shakily blurts out how Fast is doing. Even though he's grievously hurt, Fast forces the words out, saying he threw himself in front of the dragon's flames and took the entire blast so others could survive. Horrified, Ryoichi snaps his healing magic into motion. Restorative water swirls into a glowing sphere in his hands, and as he tries to fix the damage, guilt crushes him, his voice cracking with self-blame. But Fast throws his arm out and stops him, because these aren't just burns, they're dragonfire wounds, and against that kind of curse, normal healing magic can't do a thing. Another villager lanes in and urges Ryuki to hold his magic back, pointing at the room packed with injured people who still need saving. Ryoichi refuses to quit. He lets out a defiant roar and blasts a wave of healing energy, screaming that he won't let Fast die and that he'll cast the spell over and over until it works. No matter how hard he fights, the magic just won't latch on. Seeing him falter, Malo strides up, voice steady as steel, and tells him what his power really is. Magic isn't just spells, it's the thing that grants wishes. She backs it up with action, unleashing her massive power and lining up a spell that's way beyond anything she's shown before. A blinding divine glow erupts from her and floods the whole shrine. Then she chants an ancient prayer, begging for peace and healing, to wipe every ounce of pain and suffering off the wounded. The light floods in fast, and the searing pain finally eases off, giving way to a warm, soothing glow that sinks deep into him. In total disbelief, he yanks the bandages off. Where the skin was once charred and ruined, it's now perfectly healed, not a single scar in sight. Marie breaks down crying with pure joy, while the other villagers stare in awe at her miracle recovery, convinced Ryuki's incredible power did it. Around the shrine, those who were gravely injured jerk back up, every wound sealed tight, their bodies healed like it never happened. But right when relief hits the crowd, Milo, the miracle's very source, drops to the ground, collapsing from sheer exhaustion. With barely any strength left, she lies on the floor and rasps out, "I'm hungry." With a shake of her head, she admits that magic like that guts her energy and leaves her craving sweets, and when she finishes, Ryoichi drops to his promise, anything she wants, grinning through pure gratitude for saving his friend's life. The priestess finally comes to herself, then sinks into pure bliss as she savors a candied apple. That healing light even blasted straight to the guild master, Gio. His shattered leg and years of pain were gone in an instant, and with tears in his eyes, he thanks Ryoichi for delivering that life-saving letter. The village chief jumps in with a thunderous wave of praise. Ryoichi is drowning in regret, cursing himself because if he'd only been faster, the village might have lived. Then the chief slams that hope down and reveals the truth. The letter hit the Baron's hands fast, and he sent help without wasting a second, so that warning let every villager evacuate in time, and somehow the death toll stayed at 0. Ryoichi didn't mess up, he nailed his mission perfectly. Then the chief steps forward and introduces the messenger the Baron sent. Maeskis, the Baron Giller's retainer, steps up and swears Ishikawa's crew had already started pushing the dragon back before he even got there, then shrugs off the credit and admits the barely their damage was all because of their hard work. Koko perks up at the name, and Maeski flashes her a warm greeting. She presses him and asks if he's the legendary A-rank adventurer, Masik. She's got that name on her tongue, so he grins, enjoying the trip down memory lane, then tells her straight up, he's retired now. Whispers of his legend swirled through the air. This warrior was said to have a body as hard as steel, and he took down a chimera all by himself with a spear that could pierce any monster. Ryoichi can't make sense of the legend when this man's aura is so gentle it feels impossible. With the crisis finally calmed down, the crew huddles up and starts plotting the next strike, because the Baron's main force is still days away, and they have to survive until then. Then the guildmaster lanes in, voice dead serious, says that dragon, fueled by pure hatred for humans, is almost guaranteed to strike again before any reinforcements can get there. Ryoichi spots the shrine, but it's solid and still way too cramped to shelter all 5 villagers safely, so they need a stronger refuge fast. Right on cue, part of the wall glides aside, and a huge sealed door is revealed like a trap sprung. They slip into a hidden chamber. Right away, Ryoichi spots a triangular emblem on the door, the magical machinery company's mark, tied to an ancient entity whose relics keep turning up in ruins. Masikius grins as he explains, most people toss these artifacts aside as trash, but they're packed with intricate lockwork, the kind modern mages can't even crack. They push forward into a huge, pitch-black void that swallows the light. Ryoichi spots what looks exactly like a light switch. With one flicker, rows of lights snap on, flooding a gigantic underground hangar, so massive it can swallow the whole universe and still fit everyone inside. Maeskius can't believe it. Ryoichi actually fixed the ancient power supply, and he's staring in awe at that vanished tech that stitches science to magic. Suddenly, a hologram of a woman flickers into existence right in front of them. She greets Ryoichi as master, and tells him she's been waiting for his return for almost a whole century. Ryoichi asks the facility's manager whether the villagers can use the space as a shelter, and she answers without hesitation. Since he's the master, every usage right is his. His companions gawk in pure awe at the ultra-advanced mechanism. Moa quizzes the AI for her name, and it tells her, flat out, that name hasn't been decided yet. Moa beams and fires off a name, Mikshin, and the AI snaps to it instantly. Shocked by the sheer scale of this massive new facility, the guild master starts questioning whether it's safe to let everyone know that Reywaki just got a new owner. Mikin cuts in and declares that she'll take full control of every security measure. She warns that if anyone tries to hurt the master or mess with the facility without permission, the whole place will slam into a full lockdown. Her face hardens as she announces the shrine's golems will awaken, ready to slaughter every threat in their path. Ryoichi doesn't care about owning anything. He just wants a safe haven for the villagers, and when he locks eyes with the guildmaster, they start plotting how to feed everyone and get proper bedding set up. Their whole plan crashes because the application device they need costs a fortune, and they're flat out broke right now. So as their first line of defense, they unleash golems to stand watch over the shrines from the very outside. Sure, the golems can guard things, but Koko slams the brakes and warns that if a dragon shows up, their strength will get spread so thin, all they'll be able to do is barely shield the civilians. She knows the clash is coming, so she walks up and begs the legendary Maiskis for a sparring session to get fully ready. Ryoichi grins and agrees right away, itching to sharpen his own axe skills, while Masochist chuckles and calls himself a humble, retired old man. Then he calls forth a gigantic, mechanized spear, its power thrumming like a heartbeat, and the carvings on its shaft scream the truth. He's the steadfast masochist, and their training is about to kick off. Ryoichi grips his axe and stands poised, eyes locked in place as he braces for the brutal training waiting just ahead. His opponent, the veteran warrior Muzekis, raises a terrifying tech-upgraded spear, massive, deadly, and built to end fights fast. Ryoichi spots the tool's insignia the second he sees it, an unmistakable mark of the Triangular Magic Machine Company. He remembers Maisky saying almost nobody could handle that instrument, and then the old man nods with a knowing smile, like he's sealing the truth in place. That spear is cursed, its past is soaked in darkness, and every single person who's ever held it has met their end on the battlefield, their lives paid in full so their side can claim victory. Ryoichi's jaw drops at how Masiku can even wield a tool that dangerous, but the old warrior admits the truth. He's never really mastered it, and one wrong move could mean instant death. Koko cuts in and reminds them that with this very spear, the Chimera Luntz, Maiski's turned into a living legend. Then she yanks out her blade and says she can't wait to spar with him. She doesn't hesitate, she rockets forward and drives her blade into the massive lance, sparks flying as they crash together. They slam into each other with a furious barrage of punches and kicks, sparks exploding every time steel collides with steel in a non-stop blur of high-speed combat. Koko gets shoved back, staring in disbelief as she watches the sheer skill it takes to swing a weapon that heavy and still move that fast. And people say if you can beat a spearman with a sword, you've got triple the skill. Ryoichi pounces the moment an opening shows up, slamming his axe in just to deflect a brutal thrust from the Chimera Luns, and Maiskis can't help but stare, because throwing down with an axe right there takes next-level skill. Even so, Masaki steamrolls him with ease, snapping that Ryoichi's martial arts are still amateurish, but the kid's growth has been shockingly fast. The old warrior feels it right away, an enormous hidden power hiding inside the young man, so he can only conclude one thing: this kid has already crushed foes way stronger than himself. Ryoichi swats off the praise, saying it wasn't greatness, it was pure desperation to stay alive, and Koko turns to Masaki like, let's see what we're really made of, daring them both to unleash their true power. But the old man shakes his head and shuts it down for good. He reminds them their training is for the coming dragon attack, not for throwing their lives away in some serious duel. Elsewhere the vibe is way lighter. Mahalo teaches the younger Evicus magic, and one of the girls can't sit still as she proudly shows off the simple aqua ball she just conjured. While the girls giggle and trade magic pose ideas, judging every detail of how they look. Their plan is deadly serious. They're hunting for magic that can actually help Ryoichi take down the dragon. Malo cuts in fast, warning that simple attack spells won't do a thing, so their only move is to stay alive and protect themselves. With that said, she urges them to master body enhancement, special magic that hardens their bodies for survival. She breaks it down. This non-elemental art warps the rules of the physical world, letting a user rip power straight into their own body. As the training goes on, the girls start tossing around ideas, wondering where this kind of magic can hit in the real world. Just when their training is heating up, the military crashes the scene. A knight named Julius of the Karaslea kingdom strides up and formally introduces himself. He booms that the dragon subjugation force is here, 280 soldiers pulled together from the baron, the duke, and the kingdom, and they've already dropped camp at the foot of the mountains. Ryoichi and Masaki, seasoned dragon fighters, get formally summoned by the general, called in like the final piece of the battle. Koko gives Ryoichi her best wishes, and you can tell why. He's their leader. They're marched straight before General Gustel, and the moment he sees them, he demands a report on the dragon, right now. Ryoichi tells everyone the dragon is still a runt, juvenile and nowhere near level sland, so it's got only a sliver of the power a fully grown twin dragon would unleash. The general dismisses the info as useless, then praises Ryoichi's sharp appraisal skills and his terrifying power to drive the beast back. Ryoichi, still reeling, gets offered a spot as a knight for the kingdom, like the moment just hit him. Misikius realizes this is a rare honor, an opening to climb straight into nobility. Ryoichi humbly shakes his head and says, "It wasn't just my power that chased that dragon off," admitting that his latest sparring proved his skills still fall short. People in high places call him a curious man, packed with insane power, yet strangely missing the drive to rise for more. He hustles everyone outside and shows them the soldiers he's gathered. The armies of the Baron, the Duke, and the kingdom stand marched into place, bursting with ambition and chasing glory like it was the only prize that mattered. Right there, the general roars to his elite forces, his voice shaking the whole camp, and he insists the dragon is young, wounded, and within reach, offering them a once-in-a-lifetime shot at glory. He vows that anyone who racks up legendary feats will earn the title of honorary knight, and that fame will echo through their families for generations, blazing with pride. But with the soldiers calling the shots, Ryoichi can't shake the feeling that he doesn't belong. Their roaring cheers crash through the valley, loud enough to rattle the mountains. Maesky grins and says the energy right before a fight is always electric. He clocks that Ryoichi doesn't look like a fighter at all, and since he's just a civilian, he's not under the general's orders, so he snaps at Ryoichi to get out of the battle, leave it to the army, and head back to the sanctuary of the giants where the others are waiting. With one last look, Ryoichi tears himself away from the war camp, leaving the whole battlefield behind. He stumbles back to the sanctuary deep into the night, and that's when he jolts a young girl named Me awake. Koko told him that Me had been up all night waiting, then lined in and demanded to hear what happened with the subjugation army. Then Ryoichi finally tells her this. His god-level appraisal screamed that most of those soldiers were stronger than him, still disciplined, still deadly, and fully locked in. So he shuts his own pride down, admits he'd just slow them, and decides his spot is right here, doing everything he can to protect the evacuees. In the days that followed, he threw himself into helping at the sanctuary, cooking massive meals for every resident. Koko and Moa jump in to help serve the food, turning the shelter into a real community. Meanwhile, Malo gets handed a book on non-elemental magic as a thank-you gift, and the moment she flips it open, she's completely hooked by how it can physically enhance her. A few days roll by, and while rain lashes the windows, Ryoichi hauls supplies through the chaos, convinced the subjugation army should be stomping back in any minute, victory on their heels. Moa sprints right up to him, buzzing with eager help. He demands she grab 3 bags of bread and slip through the tight passage in the storeroom. She beams, grabs the job without a second thought, and bolts out the door. He stares after her, then grips the bags tight and moves forward with pure determination. Her sunny, cheerful vibe always sweeps in and instantly lifts his mood. Suddenly, the whole facility shudders as a brutal tremor rips through it, and the sanctuary erupts with a blaring alarm, level 5 emergency. Armed men burst through the halls, screaming that the facility is under attack and that every resident has to flee to the underground shelter, now. The ceiling starts to cave in and panic hits Ryoichi like a truck. Moa is trapped in that collapsing storeroom. He rips the silence apart and screams her name. The spot where she stood is totally swallowed, buried under a crushing mountain of heavy rubble. His eyes went wide with horror. He just stands there, eyes locked on the wreckage, and his mind refuses to catch up. And with desperation burning in him, he tears into the wreckage with his bare hands, shouting her name again and again. He hammers the ground with everything he's got, but the world stays silent, no answer at all. A thunderous roar slams outside and chills him to the bone. No way, the subjugation army was supposed to be handling that dragon. A massive crack splits the sanctuary's dome, and a colossal reptilian beast leans down, its monstrous eyes blazing at them. Ryoichi jerked his head up in pure terror, and the only word he could squeeze out was, dragon. From the throat of a dark cavern, a raging commander screams at his troops, tearing into them with pure fury. The mission collapsed and everyone started screaming about who to blame. One squad swore the Baron's army wrecked their formation, while the Duke's soldiers hit back, claiming the Duke's troops had abandoned their duties for nothing but selfish glory. The whole argument crumbled in seconds, and they started hurling full-on insults. Suddenly, a brutal shockwave of force slammed into everything, silencing them all in an instant. A battle-hardened general, plated in shining armor, strode forward to stop the whole downfall. Chagrin, the commander, swallowed his pride and admitted the truth. Mixing forces was their weak spot, and the beast had already exposed it, so he barked an order at once: pursue it right now. The dragon bolted straight for the giant sanctuary, a route that would drop it right on the doorstep of other settlements. Meanwhile, in the ruined wreck of a collapsed building, Ryoichi just froze, horror clawing across his face at the devastation. Swamped by guilt and pure panic, he darted around, ripping his eyes across the room. "Moa, where is she?" And when he shouted, his voice cracked with heartbreak. Right when the ceiling buckled, Kokona exploded into action. She slammed into him and yanked him out of the way just before the debris crashed down. He fought to break free, desperate to sprint back to the rubble where Moa was last seen, but Kokona grabbed him tight and pushed them to flee as the building started to crush in. The whole building collapsed in an instant, crushing every last hope of finding Moa. When Kokona spotted Ryoichi, bloodied and burning for revenge, she snapped that this kind of road couldn't be allowed to continue. But her words hit dead silence. He spun around and charged straight for the beast that had wrecked everything, brushing off her desperate screams to come back. With the colossal dragon looming behind him, he spoke through ice-cold resolve, because he had no intention of dying. Diving in to stop the killing. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a divine cloning technique, bam, splitting himself into 4 perfect copies. The 5 warriors exploded forward as one, dropping in on the great dragon like a storm. Their combined assault slammed into the crew's head with such brutal force that the stone around them shattered instantly. The beast snapped back with a guttural roar of agony, its wounds finally showing for the very first time. Even after getting shredded in its earlier clash with the subjugation army, the dragon still pulsed with terrifying, unstoppable power. Ryoichi and his clones won't back down. They slam into the fight, thrusting their blades straight through the creature's thick scales. He swore they'd take it down themselves, no one else. Kokona spotted that look of pure determination, barreled up to his side, and stood ready to jump in and help. Side by side, they rained a brutal barrage of strikes, ripping straight into the dragon's flesh. From a safe distance, Malo stared in stunned disbelief, wondering how on earth they thought charging that monster head-on was even sane. I found her and she broke down in tears, telling me the exact second she spotted Moa swallowed by the rubble. She told me Ryoichi was already consumed by a grief that matched their father's tragic fate, and he was charging in with reckless abandon, like nothing could stop him. Mia clung to one desperate hope: Moe was still alive, then pushed them to stop Ryoichi and Kokona before they vanished the same way. On the battlefield, Kokona watched, dumbfounded. No matter how hard they hacked the dragon with sword after sword, its life force refused to drop. Ryoichi glanced at its status, and his eyes bulged with pure shock. The dragon's health barely budged, like it was shrugging off every hit. To their horror, the brutal wounds they'd carved into it started sealing up, skin knitting itself back together at a freakish pace, while the beast's regeneration was on a whole other planet. Kokona realized a normal strike wouldn't work, so she shouted at Ryoichi to hold them off while she unleashed her secret technique. He nodded like, all right, and shot his clones out to swarm the beast and pull its focus. The dragon whipped around, smashing the clones out of the way one frantic hit at a time. Ryoichi cranked his power to the absolute max, but no matter how hard he pushed, it wouldn't come back. He could only stare as the creature kept healing, and he prayed hard that Kokona would snap back fast. The pressure crushed him, then his own body gave out, and blood spilled from his cough. And Kokona knew this was a wild, reckless gamble, one that would gut her own life force in a blink. With no choice left, she clenched her courage tight. Dead or alive, she refused to stop searching for life in the middle of death. She tore open the secret technique of her current style, Moon Lotus Flash Blossom. The whole attack turned into a streak of pure motion and blinding light, one flawless, brutal strike that hit like a thunderclap. Her blade came down and sliced clean through both of the dragon's huge arms, crippling it for a breath. Then she snapped, "Now I'm taking your neck." She sprinted straight up that scaly back, closing in like she'd finally found the moment to end it. But the dragon snapped into action. Its massive tail whipped around and crashed into her with vicious, crushing force. Ryoichi stared in pure horror as she got slammed into the rubble, instantly knocked out and unable to move. The maimed dragon bellowed like a storm, roaring in total victory. As it towered over Kokona's fallen body, its mouth snapped bright red, charging a death breath right there, so Ryoichi tore through the chaos, desperate to find anything he could use to stop it. Then his gaze locked onto a familiar spear planted in the dirt beside him. Maescus's spear. Without a second to wonder how it got here, he spots the cursed weapon and realizes it's his only shot. Amid the shattered rubble, she steadies him with her trembling hands, while his body bears the brutal proof, our enemy's blood. A monstrous dragon unleashes a bone-rattling roar, and its fury ricochets through the ruined rubble. With one last desperate surge, he drove the spear straight into the creature's head, praying Kaskeisen's weapon would finally be enough. But just like that, his hope crumbles into ash, because the spear meant to cut through any defense only sinks a little into the beast's hide. And the monster rages like a storm, slamming him again and again into a crumbling wall. It towers over his broken body, its eyes blazing with pure malice. He clenches his teeth through sheer frustration, because the weapon hits far weaker than he ever imagined. In the haze of pain, it clicks. This isn't real at all, it's just a clone. Kakasen's earlier hit ripped the creature's arms off, and now it's stuck. This is his moment. The spear even has a hidden trigger, a way to unleash its full, devastating power. Suddenly, a digital voice slices through the chaos, pleading with him to stop. It's his own AI fiction, warning him with a brutal, dire readout on the spear. The weapon has been modified, now it's not built for humans at all. When you fire it, the recoil blasts damage so brutal even reinforced magic armor can't hold, and one shot is instant death. Mikin pitches the wild idea of using a clone to pull the trigger, pure genius, but there's no way it could ever work. He's tapped out, no magic left in him at all, and standing in front of him is the last clone he can barely even summon. His AI begs him to back off, hammering home that living is the only priority that matters. The villagers echo that same belief, huddled behind a monitor, praying that their hero's return will finally make their hopes come alive. When he's faced with the impossible, the villagers won't just sit back, they step in, and an old warrior swears he'll take his place, even though he's already thrown his life away once before. And yeah, others are adamant, no way they'll let the village hero die, not on their watch. They say this job has to be filled by someone who's got barely any time left. They burst through the door, hell-bent on getting up to the surface and throwing themselves into the fight for him. His face tightens and grim resolve hardens in his eyes. He clenches the weapon's trigger, barks a final absolute order to his crew, don't open that door, no matter what. Just as he braces to make the ultimate sacrifice, a blur rockets in, it's me, begging him to wait. She snatches him with trembling hands, her voice cracking with raw panic, because she knows that weapon won't just hurt him, it'll end him. He yells for her to back off as the walls start to crumble, but she won't budge. She clings on, crying, I'm not letting you die. Let them try, she snaps, throwing herself in front of him and shielding her brother with her own body. She cracks the truth she's mastered physical enhancement magic, then hammers her body into diamond-hard form, turning herself into a living shield that can shrug off even fatal recoil. As he gapes in horror, he screams that if she dies, Moa, his other sister, will vanish too. Mia cuts in right then, her voice shaking, but her resolve stays rock solid, as she blurts out that Moa can use this magic too. Tears pouring down her face, she blurts out that she can't breathe without him. Then she begs him to trust her, because together they're going to take down that dragon and save Moa. Staring into her determined eyes, he feels every last bit of doubt evaporate. All right, he says, steady as steel. Let's go. Then they whirl together and lock eyes with the charging dragon. The beast rockets forward with jaws wide open, lunging in to swallow them whole. Bound by their sibling bond, they lock eyes, line up the weapon, and fire for one final, decisive blast. After that brutal, cataclysmic fight, Ryu Ishikawa kneels in the wreckage, cradling Mia's unconscious body, blood and grime splattered across her as rubble closes in. Behind them, the tower explodes in a roaring blast as Maescus's enchanted spear detonates straight inside the dragon's body. The beast gets ripped open from the inside, its life snuffed out in a savage, fiery blast, while Mahalo screams their names in pure terror. Out of the dust, Masakis bursts forth, miraculously unscathed. He strides up to the two survivors and his eyes lock on the young girl. With shock in his voice, he admits she's mastered a hardened technique, just like the one he's got. Then he can't help but think how a long life really does pay off. Still, he clocks it, Mi's technique isn't finished. Sure, it's strong enough to keep Ryo alive, but it can't fully save her from the brutal shock of it all. Ryu's jaw drops at the old warrior still breathing, and he blurts out, how in the world did my spear get inside that dragon? Maesky flashes a wry grin and lays out his plan. Because that chimera lance is way too heavy to lug while sprinting, he orders it hauled in for him instead, trusting his speed to reel it back in the moment the timing hits. Ryo snaps back in disbelief, shouting that he almost got killed with that very weapon. Makis admits he never thought Ryo would swing the spear in battle, and he's bitter that the kid snatched the best part of the glory. He cuts off that idea and thrusts his hand toward the battered hero. He admits Ryo is alive and that's all that matters. He says that kind of guts is the price of entry to becoming an A-rank adventurer, and their survival wasn't just luck at all, it was proof they weren't meant to die right here today. As Ryu's mind drifts to the other girl, Moa, Maisuke snaps that Mi's protective instincts are so fierce she won't let go, still shielding him even while he's out cold. Right then Mahalo bursts in, staggering under the weight of unconscious Moa. She tracked him down with her search magic. Ryusei's too, Moa is still locked in, her power hardening her so tight that no one can even treat her injuries yet. He scoops both young girls into his arms and holds them tight, and just as Maisuke reassures him they'll wake up soon, hope finally starts to breathe. Ryu tells Malo, "I'll make you a special, extra-large parfait for all your help," and the elf jumps at it, then throws in a grin and asks for a hug too. Just when they finally catch their breath, Gio and the rest of the guild burst in, rushing over to make sure Ryo is safe. Gio steps up and throws a real apology for his earlier mistrust, then declares that Ryo and the crew are heroes to the whole village, while Kakanatsu's sister, badly hurt, is still awake and conscious. An android named Mari bursts out through a projected screen, blasting a full damage report, then she drops the nightmare. The dragon's life signs are gone. While the shrine lies half-shattered and most protective golems are knocked out, Ryu's push keeps the underground storage facilities standing strong. She makes one thing crystal clear: every single villager is safe. Ryu finally lets out a breath of relief, but guilt claws at him. Those golems he had to sell for parts still haunt his conscience. Marie pats his shoulder and tells him the truth. As long as their cores stay intact, they'll be brought back in time. But the shrine itself was already crumbling badly, and fixing it was going to be a brutal, uphill battle. With a brand new purpose burning in his chest, Ryu, now the shrine's master, swears that one day he'll rebuild it all by himself, using clones and wild magical machines. Marie watches with bright hope and a warm smile, telling him she can't wait for that day. With a burst of joy, the guild leader announces the woodworking guild will rebuild the village, and he orders Ryo to stay put for a while. Right away, he demands a victory celebration and starts itching to drink, but his comrades snap at him. Injured or not, they say the man has to rest first. Then when the damaged shrine finally spills light everywhere, me and Moa jerk awake screaming in terror, because the fight is still burning fresh in our minds. Ryo breaks into a warm smile, practically sighing with relief as he sees them awake after everything they went through. Meanwhile, Mia suddenly panics, then realizes she's been clinging to Ryu the whole time she was unconscious, and mortification hits like a truck. Malo's harmless little comment that me and Ryo aren't blood-related detonates straight into Mi's embarrassment, and the elf can't stop wondering, what if Mi grows into a real rival one day? Just as their talk heats up, Koko barges in fully recovered, all thanks to Malo's healing magic. Just as she thanks Ryo for saving her life, Marie steps in and declares that people of huge importance are about to arrive. A squad of fully armored soldiers rolls up in front of them, radiating raw military power like a warning they can't ignore. At the very front stands the man Ryo and Koko instantly recognize, General Gustel, and pure shock slams into them. The general drops his head low and issues a formal apology for his command failing, letting the dragon slip away. Then he turns to them and pours out deep, heartfelt gratitude for their heroic fight. After their jaw-dropping feats, General Gustel declares that Ryoichi Ishikawa and Koko Youth Gaberdias have officially earned honorary knighthood. So he officially calls for their arrival in the royal capital, Clevel. The whole crew huddles over an island map, eyes locked on the biggest city, and suddenly the truth hits them. This next journey is really happening. The thought of leaving hits Koko with a wave of sadness, but then she explains, once she gets her title, she has to report to her father, and she's determined to go back to her hometown. This sparks a crazy idea, bam. A brand new plan clicks into place and the companions lock in a decision. The journey isn't finished, they're sticking together, exploring the world side by side and visiting each other's homes. With everyone standing shoulder to shoulder, their next move finally clicks into place, and even though the world still stretches wide, the titles waiting for them will become the launchpad for every future journey that's coming next. With their resolve blazing brighter than ever, they set their sights on the horizon, because their next stop is the royal capital, Clevel. While the village rebuilds after that brutal dragon attack, Ryoichi tightens his plans and gears up for his next journey. He bows and apologizes to the hardworking villagers, wishing he could stay and help. Then they push him off with cheers, trusting them to rebuild. The woodworking guild rallies together to say their goodbyes, right as they watch their promising new member set off. Back in the community, even the priest and Kakanatsu's sisters step up and send him off with tearful, heartfelt goodbyes, swearing they'll welcome him back anytime. With one last wave to the friends they'd made, Ryoichi and his crew tore out for the royal capital. As they keep moving, Ryuichi spots it. One goodbye is totally unnecessary. A device on his wrist spits out a shimmering hologram, and boom, Michin shows up, her AI voice greeting her master like she's right there beside him. Later, he leans in and tells the others how, while restoring everything, he stumbled on a weird wristwatch-like device. Then after studying it, he managed to shove Michan's operating system right into it. MICKEN breaks it down. The device comes packed with smartphone-style features, a built-in camera, and even PS-like functions, plus communication too, though right now it's still running solo with no network connection. Ryoichi drops the bombshell. He's copied the device for everyone, and once they register their biometrics, they'll be able to talk no matter how far apart they are. The elf priest Malo is furious, realizing this whole mission is now stitched to Ryoichi, locked under him as her master. The party's buzz over the new technology instantly turns into a playful little brawl. Their journey finally cuts through the trees, and there, waiting in the open, sits a jaw-dropping carriage ready for them. Clad head to toe in shining steel, the knight introduces himself, Julius, then vows to personally escort Ryoichi Ishikawa and his party safely all the way to the royal capital. The carriage bursts into motion at a fast clip, guarded on both sides by its nighttime escort. Inside the group, everyone stares in awe at the plush, luxurious digs, and Julius leans in to tell Ryoichi that for his deeds, he's about to be crowned an honorary knight. Later on, he claims this title is just the first rung of the ladder. If Ryoichi racks up enough wins, he could rocket up the ranks and end up joining the nobility. Julius leans in and says Ryoichi is already getting the full backing of General Gustel. Honestly, the general was pushing for Ryoichi to become his direct right hand inside the Royal Knight Order. Ryoichi can't shake the uneasy feeling that this sudden turn is about to spiral out of control. As night drops, the convoy rolls right into General Gustel's encampment to stake their claim for the night. Julius charges the party straight into the command tent and loudly declares, "We're here," to the general. General Gustel snaps his gaze up from his papers, all stern menace, and grills Julius about the young ladies hanging around Ryoichi. Moa and I shoot nervous looks at each other as we introduce ourselves to Ryoichi, his younger sisters. The general's harsh face instantly melts, warmth flashing in his eyes as he blurts that they're adorable, so much so it reminds him of his own granddaughter back in the capital. Then the general lays out the nightmare. Their army is starving because the dragon battle crushed all their supply carts, and poor Ease, shattered by the disaster, couldn't spare a single new provision. To make it even worse, the monsters nearby are all wrong for the job, can't even be eaten. Sensing his opening, Ryoichi pitches a wild new plan: turn the fallen dragon's meat into food. The general reels in disbelief. Eating a dragon is something nobody has ever dared to even think about. Then Ryoichi snaps his fingers, summons a massive dragon carcass from his item box, and the thing looms so huge it practically crushes the soldiers in its shadow. Mikin tears through her analysis and announces it. Dragon meat is safe, lean, and low-calorie, just like crocodile meat, so Ryoichi wastes no time and throws it on the fryer. Soon enough, the camp erupts with the sizzling sound of meat cooking. He slaps down the final dish, garlic soy marinated dragon Tatsuda age, then plates it up with a killer spread of dipping sauces. The general and his soldiers take one careful bite, and boom, that rich, fragrant flavor hits like a wave, flooding them with instant strength and fresh vitality. The camp's head chef is just as blown away, raving about the deep, rich flavor and calling out Ryoichi's cooking gift, then straight up saying he'd be an absolute beast of an asset to the army. Ryoichi's companions tear into the meal, staring in disbelief as they chow down on the very beast that once terrorized the land. Later that night, Julian calls them over and reveals the plan. 2 3-person tents are ready for everyone to share. As they scramble to figure out where everyone sleeps, Moa clings to Koko like she won't let go. Ryoichi decides the 4 girls should cram into one tent, and that means he's stuck with the other one all alone. Later, when the night goes silent, he drops down, closes his eyes, and finally sinks into sleep. He jerks in surprise when Milo sneaks into his tent, laughing and needling him for being alone with a woman. Ryoichi snaps at her like she's just a kid, and it instantly lights a fuse in her. Then she doubles over, clutching her stomach, groaning that the fried dragon she ate was way too much and made her sick. The chaos roars through the camp, and the other girls burst into the tent, all gasping, yelling, "What's going on?" Chaos explodes when the younger sisters start playing, and the tent instantly turns into a loud, full-blown pandemonium. Outside, Koko stares at the tent's flickering light, and worry tightens across her face as she can't stop picturing how hard it'll hit when she heads back to her hometown. Off to the side, unnoticed by the party, General Gustel and Julius catch the chaos, and they instantly misread it as nothing more than a lover's quarrel. The very next morning they tore off toward the capital, Razumas, like their lives depended on it. Soon the royal castle's towering spires burst into view on the horizon, glowing like a promise. They roll into Krevel's capital, this massive, wall-ringed metropolis, where the streets are loud, crowded, and buzzing with life. Julius tells them they'll need proper formal clothes for the ennoblement ceremony, then personally ushers them straight to the tailor. Inside the shop, he races to line up outfits for the whole party. The girls are buzzing with excitement, practically glowing at the thought of stepping out in stunning, full-length dresses for the occasion. Right after they try them on, they step up for Ryoichi, and he grins and tells them they look as breathtaking as princesses. Koko then pops back up, telling everyone, "My dress isn't done yet, it'll be finished tomorrow." Julius wraps up their business and then hands them the rest of the day to roam the capital, swearing he'll come back for them in time for tomorrow's ceremony. So yeah, left to their own devices, the whole crew just stands there in the giant city, staring around like, okay, where do we even start? Milo, the ever-devoted priestess, points them toward their first stop, the grand temple on top of the hill nearby. But they finally reach the temple of the wind elemental god, Sylphina, and it's jam-packed with supplicants, way crazier than the one back in Alal. While a priestess blesses the faithful, Ryoichi leans in and asks Malo if she wants one. She shuts it down fast, saying she serves the goddess Undial, so she can't take blessings from any other god. Ryoichi strides up, drops to his knees, and the moment the priestess places a hand on him, a surge of raw power rips through his body, pure, undeniable blessing. Koko blurts out that his experience is insanely rare. Most people feel absolutely nothing. Just then, a voice cut through the air and shouted his name. Ryoichi whips his head around and spots a familiar face, Kamishirasen, but Malo just freezes, staring in total disbelief like he can't even process what he's seeing. Chief, she clocks the truth, this is Kamishiro at all, it's the first apostle, Michaelia-sama. By some insane twist of fate, Ryoichi suddenly finds himself staring at a man he never thought he'd see again, Apostle Michaelius. The apostle steps in and explains. He isn't fully continental at all, because this temple is built for the goddess Sylphina, a subordinate of the main god Sabbath. Ryoichi wrestles with the tangled divine hierarchy, and wonders if that's the reason God Mun never shows up to rain blessings on them. Michaelius lets out a calm chuckle, admitting the gods' bonds are a total mess, and he's genuinely relieved that Ishikawa and his crew are doing just fine. He whips his attention to me and Moa, asks if we're happy, and both of us light up, saying our life with Ryoichi is pure, constant fun. The apostle's gaze slices through everything. He spots Riwa's good character shining back in his companions, furious swordswoman energy, and even the priest's holy blessing of pure water pouring through the air. Then his praise hits them hard. Both companions drop their heads, humbled, and bow in grateful silence. Before setting off, Michaelius hands you a heavy, solemn warning. Travel the world, chase the blessings of other gods, and don't fool yourself, because evil intentions always come sniffing around. He tells them the gods might throw trials their way, but if they push through, every challenge will unlock fresh powers and divine gifts. Michaelius shows up out of nowhere, then, just as fast, vanishes into a blazing column of light. The priest lunges at Ryoichi on the spot, grilling him about that bone-chilling calm and how the heck something this powerful ended up here. Koko finally admits she was flooded with emotion, so overwhelmed by the moment that the awe hit harder than the fear she felt facing the dragon. That encounter hits her like a truth bomb. Her chase for strength was way too narrow, and this new pilgrimage to the temples ignites their whole journey with bigger, deeper purpose. Later, the whole crew gears up for the investiture ceremony at a massive, grand estate. Shined up in their finest formal getup, they brace themselves for the big, grand moment ahead. Even Malo carried himself with a calmer grace and a more grown-up aura. And just like that, she flips the script. Her look morphs into an elegant black dress, her hair now dyed blonde, and Ryoichi can't help but shower her with a compliment. Koko looks totally out of place in that frilly dress, squirming in discomfort as she quietly asks for their opinion. Ryoichi freezes in shock at her appearance, and Malo can't miss the stunned look on his face. A knight shows up to escort them, and before they can even catch their breath, they're swept away by carriage to the breathtaking ducal palace. The architecture looms like a warning sign, like it's guarding some unstoppable power inside. Inside the grand hall, the highest nobles crowd together in a sea of silk and steel, pure luxury, and the kind of intimidation that makes your skin prickle. As the herald blasts out the start of the celebration for the dragon's subjugation, Ryoichi and Koko feel the weight of it slam down on their chests. The duke sinks into his throne, and to everyone's jaw-dropping shock, he orders the dragon's dead body dragged right into view. The colossal beast, already slain, still dominates the hall, its terrifying presence shutting the entire assembly up in an instant. At last, the nobles can only stand there, mouths open, stunned beyond belief. After he showered praise on the subjugation force and on their fearless leader, General Gustav, the Duke hands him the Dragon Slayer medal like it's earned blood and fire. Then he locks his gaze on the ones who dare to risk everything just to bring word that the dragon has appeared. In front of the whole court, the Duke makes it official. He bestows honorary knighthood on Ryoichi Ishikawa and Koko Youth Jeberdias. They bow with humbled pride as the nobles erupt in applause, soaking up the honor like it's a dream come true. The ceremony wraps up fast, and right away they're escorted into a private meeting with Mr. Maskes and Baron Giller. They're swept into the world of nobility with a congratulatory cheer for taking their first step, then a warning lands hard. Their honorary title only counts on their home island for now, and if they keep piling up victories, it might finally unlock the real deal knighthood. And the Baron spits it out with bitterness. There's a brutal clash brewing between the island nobles and the folks in the royal capital, who treat them like they're beneath contempt. He sighs, turns to him, and apologizes for dragging him into all that trouble. The Baron pours his heart out, demanding they crank up the island's power, and even throws Ryoichi an invite to join their cause someday. Just as Ryoichi opens his mouth, a different man swoops in, apologizing for the Baron's rudeness and pushing hard to recruit them. And he tells them straight up, as long as the offer's still on the table, they won't fit the tricks of noble society, so quit trying to play that game and go see the wider world. From a balcony high above the sprawling city, he drops his last words of wisdom, while most nobles spend their whole lives trapped behind these walls, never daring to see what's out there. In the hush of our room, me and Moa burst out celebrating the brand new knights we just earned. With time still left before the banquet, Koko drops into a collapse, wiped out cold from sheer exhaustion. To get their minds off everything, me pushes them to break out a card game. The moment the idea lands, everyone erupts with excitement. While they're playing, Mia suddenly clocks it. These cards aren't just for fun, they're for fortune-telling, and that clean ace of hearts practically screams that a brand new encounter is about to hit. Moa hears her words and suddenly craves new friendships at the upcoming banquet, and that one simple wish hits the others like a mirror, forcing them to question where they stand as mere commoners. As they finally drop into the game, Milo jumps in and volunteers to play the mentor. A curious young girl, her tiny crown gleaming, lanes into the room and peers inside, pulled in by the sounds of what they're doing. She told him she caught the sounds of laughter and couldn't help herself. She had to go investigate. Moa wastes zero time and sweeps the stranger into the moment, introducing herself with a bold, ready smile. Kirika takes the invitation in stride, and they jump right into teaching her how to play Old Maid. They lay it out plain: whoever ends up stuck holding the Joker loses, because that card is sometimes treated like a sign of a demon. A sneaky spark flares in Kirika's eyes. She's absolutely thrilled, and right there she hypes up the whole thing by declaring a punishment game for whoever loses, instantly turning their harmless pastime into something far more dangerous. With the punishment game rules locked in, Kirika tells everyone the loser has to follow the winner's every command. Ryoichi looks worried out of nowhere, but Kirika flashes a grin and tells him, "Don't sweat it, the stakes aren't that bad," then suggests a swimsuit as the prize instead of anything sketchy. And when Ryoichi admits he has zero idea what a swimsuit is, Kirika suddenly flicks one out of her item box. Bam! A water-ready garment made from special fabric that shrugs off moisture and dries in a blink. Mia watches the stretchy, shrinking novel material wow everyone, then lanes in and asks, if she wins Old Maid, can she take the swimsuit? And when he realizes the prize is nothing but some harmless clothing, Ryoichi finally nods and accepts the match rules. As the game drags on, the pressure keeps climbing. Moa suddenly realizes she's starving and blurts out a request for donuts. After he lays out the details of that sweet pastry for everyone, a brand new rule snaps into place. The girls team up and they lay down the rule: if Ryoichi gets defeated, he's gotta hand over the treats. He shoots back, "Fine, if I win, you get nothing." His declaration snaps the room into silence, and the girls pin him with icy, unblinking stares. Kirika smirks and dares Moa to pull a particular card straight from her hand. After a quick whisper, Moa grabs a card and this sneaky little plan starts to click between them, while Ryoichi just watches, boiling with suspicion. Moa deals out a second card, then stops. Now she's staring down just one last card left in her hand. Believing the last card has to be safe, Ryoichi makes his move. He freezes in shock, then yanks the Joker out, and just like that, his defeat is sealed. He spills how everything went wrong. This was psychological warfare all the way, and his own doubt crumbled first, so he lost. Defeated, Ryoichi collapses against the table while the girls erupt in celebration. unmasking their coordinated deception in one brutal reveal. Right from the start, you can tell he got outplayed, clean, masterfully, and ruthless, and then they celebrate like they just won big, digging into a box of fresh donuts as their prize. Ryoichi finally gives in, handing over both the swimsuit and the sweets he promised. Moe's wants some, offer gets swallowed up too, because those treats don't just get eaten, they get demolished, and his big plan ends up as nothing but crumbs. Ryoichi stares at the swimsuit in his hands, thinking what on earth he's supposed to do with it now. Then a maid barges into their little gathering. Ishikawa the maid lets out a huge sigh of relief. She's finally found Kirika. She tells the young noble that her father's worried sick, and that tonight she has to get ready for an evening banquet. The story cuts to a massive grand hall packed with aristocrats, all dressed to impress. Kirika's father, the Duke, strides up to Ryoichi with royal pride and heartfelt gratitude, thanking him for taking care of his daughter. Ryoichi boasts rushes to apologize for not realizing who she is, and the Duke cuts through his embarrassment, telling him the youngest daughter has barely any friends her age and pushing him to keep their bond growing. Kirika watches their exchange with a sharp, thoughtful look, like she's already piecing everything together. Later, she steps up to Ryoichi and demands he drop the formal honorifics. She demands he call her Kirika, and in return, she promises she'll call him Ryoichi. He agrees, and then the whole group cheers as their fresh, easy bond takes center stage. Before they head out for Kirkport tomorrow, they huddle over their plan to tour the capital, and Kirika practically jumps in, volunteering to be their guide. Ryoichi blurts out his worry. How can he escort a duke's daughter with no real guard to protect her? At that exact moment, a maid named Irina steps in, throws her name out with confidence, and promises she'll be Kirika's bodyguard for the whole outing. At the banquet table, Moa grumbles that she's wiped out after chatting up countless gentlemen nonstop. The very next day, their tour of the capital kicks off. They stare in awe at the legendary giant windmill, the city's most famous landmark, standing tall and stealing every gaze. Kirika breaks down the vital role it plays, then points at the soft breeze drifting by, like the wind god Sylphina might have just smiled on Ryoichi. She tells him about a legend tucked near Kirkport, wind spirits that supposedly answer the prayers of kind-hearted souls. She drops a brutal warning: don't dare test these spirits, because even hardened warriors have fallen to them, and somehow they didn't even get a chance to fight. But Ryoichi gets it. Spirits aren't just creatures, they're sacred beings, nothing like those vicious monsters that want to destroy you. They keep sightseeing, weaving through the city's non-stop hustle and chaos. The capital is so gigantic you can't possibly see it all in one single day. Ryoichi gets pulled straight into a bookstore packed with magical books and forbidden texts. The shopkeeper leads him to a rare book stamped with the Triangle Magic Company's mark. It's a hand-scribbled technical manual packed with ancient magic tool diagrams, all etched in a forgotten script, and even with its insane price tag, Ryoichi still snatches it up. Later on, Kirika leans in and asks if he can crack that ancient text. Ryoichi nods and says he can read it, but he can't write a single word. The talk shifts to magic tools, and Moa casually reveals she's got one. Then she flips on a tiny device. A hologram flickers to life, scans Kirika and Moa, flashes friends, and suddenly lets them talk across impossible distances. Kirika's jaw drops as she stares at the mind-blowing technology. She clocks the projected figure and the maid Irina lookalike, but the device chugs out nothing, no match, not a single trace. As the match ends and the sun dips, Kirika leans in and swears they'll keep the tour going tomorrow. Irina shuts it down. She reminds her, point by point, about her classes and says the outing can't be moved. Kirika signs on to her father's agreement and vows that, on the day they leave, she'll personally see her new friends off. 2 days later, the whole crew locks in and gears up to leave the capital. Ryoichi can't stop thinking about how Kirika, trapped as a noble's daughter, barely gets any real freedom. Kirika sprints off to deliver their final farewell. Heart's words lingered as she told them how deeply their time together had touched her. When she spots her friend's heartbreak, Moe's eyes flood with tears. She shoves a second comm device into Ryoichi's hands and orders him to pass it to Kirika, so they stay connected no matter what. He nods, knowing this friendship matters more than anything, and Kirika rewards his yes by handing him a token that screams, "Thank you." He yanks it open and boom, a girl's swimsuit spills out, custom made for her by the arena itself. Kirika told Moa she meant to hand it over as a gift, but everyone warned her not to show up in public wearing something like that. As they split up, Irina shoots them a grave warning about what's waiting on their road to Kirkport. She spills the truth. A month ago, brutal attacks on merchant and cargo ships erupted out in the region, and the culprits are slipping through the eastern waters off Melisal Island. They're feared across the seas as the Black Pirate Group, led by the notorious pirate Barbarossa himself. On their ship, Barbarossa and the crew stare straight at the horizon, because the sea is their next stop, and that calm ride is about to explode into danger. The second the group rolls into Kirkport, they're hit with this mind-blowing sight. The endless ocean sprawls in every direction, gorgeous under the wide open sky. While everyone stares at the view for the first time, their friends push them to take care of the regular ferries boarding for now, then they'll link up later. Their plans get yanked to a stop. Right on the dock, a worker slams the news down. Every departure's been suspended because pirate ships have been spotted near the island. This news crushes all their doubts. Those are the pirates Arena warned them about, and the local shipwrights are already cursing their luck, snapping that no matter how many times they repair a ship, the same crew shows up, attacks it relentlessly, and leaves it wrecked. But just when they think they can fix everything, a brutal shortage of wood slams the brakes. No repairs, no way forward. When he sees their misery, Reiwachi barrels forward and hands them a real answer from his stash, blessed wood pulled straight from Aya's village. The shipwrights went wide-eyed because they spotted that blessed wood was the highest grade, the same kind everyone swore was impossible to get back after the dragon attack on E. Overflowing with gratitude, they insist on marching him straight to their guild master, because an adventurer with an item box, that's pure treasure, and they even promise to pay fair market price for the wood as they steer him toward the guild. Inside the adventurer's guild, they finally run into the guild master, who already knows all about that perfectly timed wood delivery. He spots Reiwachi and Koko and blurts out the truth. He showed up at their knighting ceremony right after they helped wipe out the dragon. He offers to boost Ryoichi's adventurer rank to match his real skills, but Ryoichi shakes it off, saying they're just adventurers, plain and simple, not some fancy nobles. Dropping all the formalities, Helt finally gets to the point. He's ready to lay out a specific request to them. He lays out the grim truth, that infamous black pirate fleet, marching under Barbarossa, has wrecked the Alabissera trading company, and now General Gustav is sending in a subjugation force to crush them. Those pirates weren't just dirty thugs, they fought like trained royal knights, and with a brutal mage who hurled large-scale disruption magic, they shattered the battlefield and flipped the fight. The chaos only got worse when the Duke demanded it, and a dragon ripped into the fight right on cue. Helt tells them that with General Gustav back in action, it's the perfect moment to hit back, and he demands their help to crush and subdue what's left. Ryoichi pauses, swallowing his doubts, because deep down, they can't shake the fact that they're built for hunting monsters, not throwing down with other humans. Koko echoes the same wish, no needless killing, please, yet she admits that once the fight turns real, they can't afford to hesitate, and Helt nods along, praising how good-hearted they are. He clocks their request and tells them, before you head out, go check out Spirit Lake while you're in town, then adds that spirits just love kind souls like them, especially the kids. Since the sea was way too dangerous, Ryoichi stepped in and said a triptych would be the safest, most fun outing for the younger kids in their group. The kids can't contain their excitement, proudly parading the toy boats they built and painted for the occasion. Ryoichi gushes over their brilliantly colored boats, then nods and agrees to set them afloat in the safe calm of the lake. Before long, they roll up to the calm, wide-open shores of Martin's Lake. As they get ready to launch the toy boats, the girls can't look away from the lake's stunning beauty. They charged into the cool, refreshing water, splashing and laughing like it was the best game in the world. It slams Koko right back into her brutal training in an icy river, and now the younger girls, all in swimsuits, crowd around her and beg, "Teach us how to swim." Arena didn't just hand it over, she picked the swimsuit like a heartfelt gift, stitched from leftover fabric. Koko, all flustered, dramatically readies herself to blow everyone away with her one-of-a-kind swimming style. Her razor-sharp swimming technique hits Ryoichi so hard, he goes momentarily speechless. Yeah, once they finish their swim, the thought of a barbecue suddenly lit up the air. Ryoichi fires up his powers to whip together a feast, and the smoky aroma of charcoal-grilled goodness floods the air. He lays out a mouth-watering spread, grilled squid, sweet corn, and a steaming plate of yakisoba. Hungry for a place to set everything down, he spots a rock-solid stone stand nearby and slams the food onto it. That mouth-watering blast of soy sauce hits the air, and suddenly everyone crowds in, practically ready to devour it. But when Ryoichi whips around, the food he just set on the stand is gone, vanished like it was never there. Malo freezes in pure shock, tears spilling as he blurts out, "That stand isn't a table." In a burst of shimmering light, the building finally shows what it really is, an altar to the Great Spirit, and now the spirit has stepped into view right in front of them. The spirit lets out a guilty little laugh and admits that the sweet scent was too powerful to ignore, so she summons her altar right there and dives in to feast. Beaming at the treat, she demands more, and Ryoichi hands her a whole box of donuts. Delighted by the offering, the Great Spirit raises her hand and grants them her blessing as a reward. And just like that, tiny ethereal beings flicker into existence all around them, spirits summoned by the blessing. The kids are absolutely thrilled, gushing over how fluffy and adorably cute the spirits are. The Great Spirit tells her that this blessing lets her bargain and bond with spirits of every element, and a power Malo realizes it's a rare, here-only gift, one that usually shows up the moment a demon king is about to rise. Ryoichi appraises one of the creatures, and when he checks its power, he's stunned because it rivals a dragon. The wind spirit snaps back, furious that someone judged it, and even called it a girl. As Ryoichi offers her apology, the spirit muses that getting a name would seal the deal, a real contract starting right there. Spying the lily-like flower ornament perched on its head, Ryoichi locks onto it and starts thinking of the perfect name. He suggests Lily's name and the spirit nods like, yeah, that works. With that name locked in, the contract snaps shut, and boom, a spirit gate blooms open, forging a straight line to send magic between them. Meanwhile, back at Kurtport, one lone figure stands tall on the deck of a ship, staring out like they're waiting for the world to move. Night creeps in, and you can't help but wonder what just hooked their attention. Oli and Bark stopped cold, because their own spirit had just whispered that a brand new spirit mage was being born right in the area. That night things escalate fast. She snaps into action, calling spirit mages a top-tier prize, then orders a full island summons to hunt down that one person and force them into our ranks as a comrade. Olian gazes out over the sea, and the word comrades hits her like a haunting echo from far away. The knight swears up and down that Olian is a legendary A-rank adventurer, viewed by all. But Olin can't stop staring at the truth of where he stands. Those huge titles are nothing but a lonely curse, because every party that ever formed with Olin Bark eventually fell apart, and the people vanished one by one. In a sun-dappled clearing, smoke curls up from the forest floor as Ryoichi fights his way up to his knees, completely dazed. His confusion snaps into pure shock when a tiny white, cat-like creature with elaborate, branching antlers appears on his shoulder, like it was summoned in seconds, and he realizes the spirit gate actually worked. The spirit Lily knows Ryoichi has already made contracts with others, and still she nods and steps in beside him. Sayori, Kohana, Warano, and Kakan, the brand new contracted spirits, threw a celebration with Ryoichi, their bond buzzing with pure joy. Ryoichi is completely stunned that all four of them instantly welcomed him, like their kindness is real and their hearts are as straightforward as they come. But while everyone else has fully warmed up to him, Lily, she's still throwing sparks, temperamental as ever. The cat-like spirit explodes in fury, demands a gift to seal the contract, and declares, with full certainty, that she's meant to rise as a great spirit. Ryoichi instantly soothes her by sliding over a box of donuts, the sweet, powerful spirit they'd met before absolutely loved. The offering gets snapped up instantly, not just by Lily but by every last little spirit, who swoops in and gobbles the pastries with pure hunger. Their victory dance gets yanked to a stop when Maala snaps a warning. This contract isn't just a casual feeding deal, and the connection between them is already hanging by a thread. And when the moment hits, Lily snaps into teacher mode, laying out how their new powers work. Ryuaki now has a spirit gate inside his body, a doorway that links to the spirit world and lets it show up there. From this point on, every one of them is a spirit mage. She tells him the gate supercharges his internal magic, then remakes it, so the spirits can unleash spells tied to their element, and they call that spirit magic. Even if the contractor can't use that element, the spirit will just convert their power. Or right there, the whole crew huddles in as Lily lays it all out. The spirit boosts the power and reshapes it, but its real force comes from the bond between the spirit and its contractor, because if that connection slips, the magic loses its accuracy and strength. While Sari feels relieved that just being friendly boosts their power, Ryoichi frets over one terrifying problem. How do you even talk to a spirit that only sleeps and eats all day? Later, deep in ancient stone ruins, Ryoichi clenched his resolve and decided to test his brand new powers right then and there. He rips open the spirit gate and forces his magic through it, shouting at Lily to hit a tiny apple with wind. Then the spirit bursts the power loose, soaking up every electrifying second. A brutal wind cutter spell explodes forward, carving through the air, smashing the apple and slicing clean through the massive stone structure behind it. Ryoichi staggers back, completely crushed by the brutal wreckage of a spell that was supposed to be simple. The story jumps to the Kirk branch of the Adventurers Guild, where Ryoichi and Sarai rush in to face a guild official, who lights up with approval because Ryoichi actually landed a spirit contract, exactly like he'd predicted. Before they can move another step, a woman named Ali on Bark barrels into their path, introduces herself as a fellow spirit mage, and drops the bomb that she and her whole retinue have been waiting for them. Ryoichi froze in shock when he finally met another spirit mage, especially one riding in with heavily armored knights flanking him. The guild master explains that Alien's party is dying to talk to them. Julia steps into the night and boldly declares their timing is dead on and absolutely brutal. He rips open a scroll and there it is, an official summons. An edict just dropped and it drags every spirit mage on Milisar Island into one grim assignment, a full-scale pirate subjugation mission. Ryoichi and Sari's jaws drop as Julius lays it out. War out here isn't about clashing steel, it's long-range spirit mage duels against the truly dangerous. The pirate crew they're up against doesn't just fight, they unleash formidable mages that summon raging tornadoes and crushing whirlpools, and you need the same kind of power to stand against them. When Sari demands to know what happens if she refuses, the guildmaster's face hardens, and he tells her straight up, they'll lose their titles and they'll be hit with charges for dodging military service. Cornered with no way out, they climb aboard a massive ship as it readies to tear out of the port and set sail. On deck, they stew in despair, convinced the guildmaster is playing them like pawns, and for Sari, turning into a fugitive would stain her family name and slam the door on ever coming home again. Down on the docks, the younger spirits, too young for the summons, cling together and wave tearful goodbyes as they're left behind. Julius Ryoichi got word that a whole squad of female knights had been assigned to guard them, right after he gave the order to depart. As the ship slashes through the waves, Olien warns that the pirates' power is snowballing with zero limits, and that makes them a terrifying threat. But she admits they've tangled with the enemy's spirit mages before, real monsters in their own right, and right now the fight is dead even. They're clinging to one lifeline, Ryoichi's power, because that's what they need to finally tip the scales. Ryoichi can't help but doubt himself, and when he admits they're still figuring out their powers, Bolien feels something huge in their spirits, promising that with better communication, their strength will keep growing. Then she reaches out, pulls him in with a warm smile, and welcomes him as her reassuring new ally. Alien shrugs and says most people dread spirit mages, then leans in and asks if you're scared too. Ryoichi's jaw drops when her A-rank status clicks in his head. Now she's standing toe-to-toe with the strongest warriors he's ever known. Alien can tell most top-tier adventurers are a nightmare to deal with, but Ryoichi, he's been warm, respectful, and totally unbiased. He lets out a breath of relief because he finally found a trustworthy ally, and he can't wait to learn everything he can from her. His sincerity hits her right in the heart, and she breaks into a warm, genuine smile. Finally, she grabs the moment and demands he ditch the formalities and just call her Carrie. Their conversation gets ripped apart in an instant as the whole ship jolts violently. In the dead of night, the air itself screams a warning. An attack hits from the starboard side, and fire spirit magic detonates across the deck, swallowing everything in flames. A scorching blast erupts again, rattling the vessel to its core. Through the thick smoke, a pirate ship bursts into view, and its captain leans over the bow, taunting them like he's daring them to come closer. The enemy vessel rockets toward them at an unnatural pace, black sails snapping in the wind as they rush in to board. The pirates are already on top of them, smashing every single thing they were warned about. Apparently, their enemy doesn't just love long-range fights, they strike up close instead. Then the pirate captain barks the order to strike, and his crew floods the deck like a tidal wave. On the pirate ship, a subordinate bursts in and says their own lead spirit mage vanished, teleporting straight back to port. The captain just sighs, snaps that the man is selfish, and grumbles that he hates close-quarters combat. He just shrugs it off, dead sure the mage will tire of this and come back on his own. Back at the now-distant port, the kids are finally introduced to their new guardian, Fay Ray Malison, a junior knight. The knight gives them a sharp warning, hide the spirits inside their spirit gates so they don't get hunted, and then, sure enough, someone lurks in the shadows, watching every move. A sinister cloaked figure lurked in the shadows, eyes locked on the three young spirits, draining their power as he pushed his offer, begging them to join his cause. The figure twists its grip and jabs the grotesque, tentacled creature perched on its staff, letting out a low hiss that crawls from its lips. Yeah, you feel it too, don't you, Kraken? Then a hooded figure looms over them, gripping the two terrified girls and keeping them trapped like prey. On the chaos-churned deck, steel screams through the air as pirates lunge into a desperate, no-turning-back fight. Barbarossa, the pirate captain, fires off brutal taunts while the Unites are out there busy chasing dragons. So we're quietly building our power and landing a surprise attack because you've saved us the hassle of hunting you ourselves. He roars an order to his crew, focus every attack on Catherine O'Brien Bark, the kingdom's terrifying fire spirit magician. Catherine snaps her magic into place, and a violent burst of dark energy detonates across the deck. With shadowy flames devouring everything, Ryoichi screams her name in pure panic. Catherine storms out of the inferno totally untouched, a draconic fire spirit hovering at her side, her flames blazing at that kind of level. With pure disdain she sneers, "So you think you can turn me to ashes? Fine. Let me return the favor." She fires back with a raging torrent of black fire that crashes down on everything. Ryoichi yells for her, overjoyed she's okay, but the other sailors freeze in fear and start whispering that she's a monster. The word hits her like a gut punch and pain twists her face instantly. Ryoichi moves in to comfort her, but the insult yanks open old scars. She whispers again, "That's what my comrades used to say, right before they abandoned me." What? Overcome by what haunts her from the past, she drops her hands to her face, staring at her own doubt like, do I really have what it takes? Elsewhere on the ship, the beastkin warrior Sawari whips a pirate's blade aside, then growls, "That sword of yours. Fine, I'll call in a renowned swordsman from the capitals as an exception, but you're just a leers." The pirate spits back, "Are you truly pirates?" And Sawari shoots back without hesitation, "We've got a code, no hands laid on women or children." The man bursts into laughter. "Aw, did that hit a nerve?" He smirks, "I'd never ruin a beauty like you." You see that? So Ori snaps her eyes shut and shoots back, "I won't rise to your provocations." Still, her anger is blazing, her spirit is furious. The pirate's grin drops to pure shock when he finally realizes she's a spirit magician. A massive white wolf spirit erupts behind her, ripping the air apart with a savage vortex of wind. And just like that, the pirates spiral into full-on chaos, getting slammed around in a raging tornado while they scream in shock that the capital has brewed yet another new spirit magician. Right there, another crew of pirates closes in on Ryoichi, shocked to spot his tiny cat-like spirit, and suddenly that gives him away as the third magician. Right before they can even react, he shatters into a swarm of clones, so the attackers just freeze, utterly confused. He and his copies surged forward, smashing into the pirates with brutal, close-quarters combat. And when Captain Barbarossa sees those boys tearing it up, he leans in with a grin, "So you've got real tricks. Come join my crew. I'll hand you a life of freedom, booze, and women, but don't get it twisted. The nobles in the capital will use you up and throw you away." What? Just then a knight crashes between them, sword lifted high. "Barbarossa, your opponent is me." With a savage scoff, the pirate captain dismisses the boy's prosthetic arm, then snarls, "I'm not fighting fair," as he bears a deadly cannon-like weapon. He fires without a blink, tearing a brutal hole straight through the knight's ship's deck. There's a hole inside the hole water is flooding in, so a knight screams in pure panic while Barbarossa just smirks. The other knights can't move for a while, and then he shouts, "All right, boys, let's get out of here." As the pirate ship roars off, our heroes are left staring in helpless fury, because their own vessel is already going under. Suddenly a frantic voice crackles inside Ryoichi's head, Malo over the comms, screaming that something awful happened. He and Moa have been taken. The spirit's report is bleak. He got absolutely crushed by a sinister man, and that cursed water spirit was the weapon that did it. Ryoichi blurts out where they've been dragged, but that cursed device just stays silent. His spirit companion warns him that their condition might have been changed by a hardening spell. Now they're completely untraceable. But Ryoichi can still feel the two spirit gates his teammates are riding, and then, right on the horizon, he spots the pirate ship trying to flee. A board that changes ships, then a shadowy black-robed figure steps in front of Barbarossa and asks, "Oh, what's this?" before demanding, "So you've already run away?" Barbarossa snarls at that smug tone, "Because it's you, vanishing right when everything hits the fan. The knights are already rattled and you're still not satisfied, just standing there like, why'd you leave your enemies alive?" The figure motions behind them. "Oh, this. They tracked them down at Kelk Port, two sisters with spirits of their own. Guess they thought a little training could make them useful." In his deadly grip, me and Moa are trapped right there, helpless in his hold. Barbarossa is roaring with rage. "These are just kids, and our orders are clear. We stay out of any harm to women and children." The robed figure lets out a tired sigh. "Ugh, this is painfully boring. You really let me down, Barbarossa." The captain snaps his weapon up, then barks, "Leave the kids behind. If you don't, I'll execute you right here, right now." Now a shadowy dark energy spirals around them, and I ask, "Are you really thinking of fighting me? Go ahead." A pirate screams a warning, but the moment it hits the air, a shadowy tendril bursts up from the deck and drives straight into him. "Bastard!" His comrades explode in rage, swearing they'll rip the attacker to pieces. They lunge ahead, blades blazing as their swords come fully out. Up on a high perch on the mast, the attacker stares as an unseen force rips another pirate down. "I've got teleportation magic, so why bother hemming me in?" The figure muses, then sneers. "Maybe I'll smash my dull little toys, starting with the useless spirit magicians." They stare at the captive girls and panic hits. What do I do now? Tossing them aside feels criminal, like throwing away something precious. Suddenly a shadow rockets down from the sky, slamming toward the deck like a meteor. The robed attacker jerks his head up in pure shock, because from the sky you and Spirit Matt had leapt. Who are you? A fresh enemy just crashed onto the scene. Ryoichi slammed onto the deck, and a wild barrier of wood and vines snapped up to shield him as he scooped the two rescued girls into his arms, eyes blazing at the enemy in front of him. Up on the ship's rigging, a hooded stranger barrels into Ryoichi's path and snaps that he's an enemy. The attacker's eyes light up with recognition, and he calls out Ryoichi by name, then freezes him in terror while Ryoichi reels back, shocked, and demands, "How?" The figure sneers and says, "We heard those kids and the elf priestess crying your name," then apologizes again and again, only to rub it in, mocking his lucky breaks and hating how much love he gets. Rage crashing through him, Ryoichi hurls a spinning bolt of pure energy, a disc that carves straight through the air toward his foe. The attack sails past its target and then slams the main mast instead, cracking that massive timber clean in half and sending shockwaves through the crew below. When the danger spikes, Ryoichi snaps into action. Saving the kids comes first. Fighting that enemy any longer is a guaranteed loss, so he snatches them up, tells Lily they're getting out now, and blasts wine magic to carve footholds so they can flee. But in the blink of an eye, the enemy is behind them, voice oozing condescension. "Yeah, dangerous, you hear me. And tell me, do you really think you're getting away?" Before Ryoichi can even blink, a spear of dark energy rockets out from his back and drives straight through him. The brutal attack detonates across the deck, blasting a violent spray of blood everywhere. The figure scoffs at his sluggish moves and sneers about the dead weight he's dragging along. Ryoichi crumples onto the deck, gravely wounded, and the kids surge toward him, sobbing his name, shaken they're safe but horrified by how badly he's hurt. Blood soaked through everything, but he still fought to shout, "Get to safety." Then he swore he'd heal up, begging them not to worry about him. But one of the kids clings to him like he's lifeline, voice trembling through tears as she insists, without a doubt, that his arms are the safest place on earth. Right then, Pirate Captain Barbarossa strides forward and blasts a thunderous speech at his crew, hammering home that their priceless code is what keeps them alive. They don't touch women or kids, he declares, and then he makes it clear, even the people they love are under that same shield. From up above, the hooded figure snarled and clicked their tongue in rage, devastated that their chaos-causing scheme got shut down by some code-breaking bastard. Tired of all this chaos, the assailant snaps, ending it in one brutal strike as a sinister power gathers around him. A terrifying burst of magical power erupts, roaring toward the walls of the vessel like it wants to swallow everything whole, while the figure cackles, declaring the real fun is only just getting started. With a water spirit at their command, they squeeze its magic down to the very edge, then unleash a towering, spinning vortex in the sea right beside the ship. Ryoichi gritted his teeth through the pain and surged forward to cut off the next attack. But before he can catch his breath, his enemy pops back in, smug as ever, declaring that no matter how he fights, their teleportation magic makes all resistance pointless. With cold finality, they demand he stop fighting and just die, then slam him with a storm of dark projectiles that tear through his body, over and over. That brutal nightmare plays out again and again across the ship. Copy after copy of Ryoichi gets impaled on the rigging. The attacker's patience snaps as his persistence gets ignored, and right then, one of the girls desperately scrambles to reach him through a communication device. While the enemy had no clue, Kohana's plan kicked off, because she'd figured out how their teleportation actually worked. A water spirit named the Kraken swallowed its target and carried them. Now the goal was simple: seal that spirit's movements before it could strike again. Rage seething through him, Ryoichi, he's fed up with the non-stop brawl, and the next time he sees anyone, he vows to wipe out his friends and even his own family. Ryoichi, soaked in blood yet unbowed, clenches his weapon and snaps back with icy fury. This ends here, and there won't be a second chance. The enemy falters, shocked by his sheer refusal to go down. They laugh at his desperate push as he barrels ahead, dodging their first wild swings with terrifying ease. Then Ryoichi rockets forward and closes the distance fast. He rockets a powerful straight punch straight into the enemy's jaw, landing it with a sickening, perfect hit. The masked figure gets hurled onto the deck, blood spraying as panic rips through them, trying to shout their spirit back to teleport out, but the Kraken just won't answer. Ryoichi stands over his fallen foe, smirking as he reveals the spirit is finally in their hands, and with pure, unshakable resolve, he delivers his last warning: "If you dare lay a finger on my family or friends. No more mercy, I'm done holding back." With the masked cultist finally down, bleeding out on the deck, the young man freezes, staring at his own hands, splattered in blood, shaking like the violence he had to unleash just took control of him. The fallen man isn't done yet. He fights to lift a shaking finger, his voice cracking with disbelief as the awful truth clicks into place. Damn it, I can't believe I'm getting pushed this far. Who are you? He rasps, eyes bulging behind the mask. Wait, that black hair, those black eyes, I've seen them before. A cold memory slams into the cultist's head, one brutal pilgrimage to the desolate Hill of the Dead, a place that used to be a thriving kingdom founded by a legendary hero, a hero who wielded bizarre magic tools and powers the world had never seen. The cultist stares back and remembers that portrait, the founder, King Dorado, the visitor who came from a faraway world, and the crazy part is, the boy in front of him looks exactly like him. He tells everyone the beloved kid's tale of Dorado, said to spring from real events. Dorado crashes an evil sorcerer, yanks a captive elf princess to safety, and somehow still stays a soft, foolishly kind king who puts others first, adored by every age. Then he marries the princess he saved, and that one act turns him into the reigning king who rides into status, wealth, and fame. Then the cultist's tone turns slick and poisonous, spitting out the bits of the story that never even got told. Right there, in his smug sneer, he claims the storybook is done. But it's only half the truth, because nobody's perfect and nobody gets loved by everyone. And you know what? I can't stand people like that. But the real history was way darker. Right when their happiness peaked, Princess Senri was pregnant with their child, and King Dorado's spirit snapped into something unrecognizable. People whispered it was a curse, left behind by the sorcerer he'd crushed. In a blind, raging madness, Dorado unleashed his crushing power and turned his own kingdom into a smoking ruin, killing his allies, his people, and even his own retainers in one brutal night. Then, when it was all over, he murdered the woman he loved and their unborn child before finally ending his own life. A cultist erupts in a chilling, unhinged laugh like he's lost his mind for real. Trust me, this is the kind of story that hooks you right. I'm a devotee of that fallen, twisted King Dorado, and if your fate is to walk his path, I'll gladly throw my devotion at you. Then he slams down a final, terrifying ultimatum, dark magic circle blazing to life around him. Do it now, or I'll have blood raining on your sisters from that ship above. That threat isn't empty. Up on the ship's deck, pirates and captives scream in agony as foul, blood-made spears rip through the air and nail them to the deck. Pirate Captain Barbarossa roars in pure desperation, screaming at the young girls to run for their lives while the chaos swallows everything. With his friends hanging in mortal danger, Reich's face hardens into a grim mask as a dangerously low voice spills out. So you want the power of darkness that badly? Fine, I'll bury you alive with advanced dark magic. Deep in the dark, skeletal hands made of pure shadow start clawing their way into existence all around him. Lily, his spirit companion, screams a desperate warning. Ryoichi, stop. The spirits have blessed you, and your power has skyrocketed, so if you keep using magic like this, the backlash will hit just as hard, don't you see? These wicked beings could be exactly what you turn into if you push too far. I'm sorry, Lily, he shoots back, eyes locked on his foe, because without stealing darkness's power, he can't cross the line he needs to, and then a roaring maelstrom of shadow bursts from him, smashing the cultists with sheer raw intensity. Dark energy detonates outward, blasting through everything in a wild, chaotic storm. Right when Ryoichi is about to land the final, soul-corrupting strike, a hard grip clamps onto his arm. All right, that's enough. A calm female voice cuts in. It's Carrie. Ryoichi-kun, calm down. If you hit someone like him, your arm is going to rot. Before he can even react, she rockets a hard kick into him, and he crashes across the deck like he got hit by a truck. Ryoichi freezes in shock. Carrie-san, how in the world did you get here? And when another companion, Koko, grins, Carrie explains that they couldn't fly like Ryoichi-kun. Then she continues after talking it over with Koko. Tornado Way hurled us with wind spirit magic, and the tornado whipped us out of nowhere. Carrie strides up, and a terrifying creature flickers into existence behind her. She leans in and snaps, leave this one to me, right to the terrified cultist. Don't worry, she says, her face cold and pitiless. Kids like you who have never known love, you just need a real warm hug, and I'll hold back enough that you don't die. A bone-chilling scream tears through the air as her monster closes in on the man, swallowing him whole. Right then, a brand new ship slices into view on the horizon. General Gustav and the kingdom's main fleet have arrived, blasting in to rescue everyone. Back at the now-secured clerk port, the general watches the pirates get dragged into custody, and you can see the doubt creep in that he might have just lost his edge. Barbarossa, the captured pirate captain, spits out that he never once thought the decoy ship would be packed with spirit users this strong. General Gustav praises Ryoichi for crushing the pirates' resistance and forcing them to surrender. No kingdom soldier even got a scratch, and he thanks him for how his injured men were cared for. The rescued girls swarm Captain Barbarossa with gratitude, thanking him for standing between them and the chaos during the attack. The pirate captain locks eyes with Ryoichi, admits they should have met sooner, sighs at the timing, and then grins like, "Come aboard, want a spot on my crew." Barbarossa gets dragged off in iron chains, a prisoner of the very kingdom he went to war with. Ryoichi tells the general the pirates don't look fully evil, and Gustave nods, saying their attacks are really just the kingdom boiling over. People in the royal capital are striking back at corrupt nobles. The generals slam the table and declare the capital is desperate for reform. Gustave clocked Ryoichi's massive contribution and promised to push for his promotion at the next royal council meeting, because in his eyes, this is a new talent that could completely turn the tide of battle. With a vow to meet again and blaze the road to reform side by side, the general finally departs. As the chaos finally dies down, Malo the elf steps up to Ryoichi with her head hanging low, drowning in shame. She whispers, "I'm sorry I was useless." Then her voice breaks, "I promised to protect everyone, but I failed, and I dragged them into danger." Ryoichi snatches her into a tight hug without a word, and she jerks in shock. He reassures her, saying he's only relieved she's safe, while she's flustered but unshaken, insisting she's fine and that no matter what it throws at her, it won't beat her, reminding him with full conviction that she's his future wife. Even after the win, the cultist's words keep crawling into Ryoichi's head, and the nightmare of King Dorado, the transmigrator who butchered innocents with atrocities too vile to name, won't leave his thoughts. He almost starts getting all worked up about the elf kingdom being her homeland, but he snaps himself back. He decides the moment just isn't right. Koko bursts into the room to declare that the pirate incident is officially over for good. Now that the sea lanes are finally clear, the regular ferries can roar back to the Kakanatu Islands, while Ryoichi wrestles with the dark thoughts King Dorado throws at him, clinging to his own resolve because even if they come from the same origin, he's still his own person. Their journey isn't finished, spirit recharged, they snap into action and set sail for the Kakanatu Islands. On a ship cutting through the open sea, Ryoichi is locked in savage sword training, every strike measured and relentless. He slams his blade into Carrie, the rank adventurer, and steel flashes everywhere on the wooden deck as they trade blows at blinding speed. Eric and Carrie trade praise, and it's clear, his raw sword talent clicks perfectly with everything he learned swinging that axe. She realizes his insane healing power lets her throw punches without holding back, yet when Ryoichi steps into sparring, he always gets crushed for real. Ryoichi clenches his teeth, haunted by every past failure, and declares he'll get stronger no matter what, swearing he'll never drag his comrades into danger again, and he earnestly begs Kari to train them all. Fueled by his stubborn determination, Irina and Malo quickly throw themselves into the fight too, begging for her tutelage and ready to add their strength to the cause, so when Carrie sees that fire in them, she gladly steps up and takes them on as her students. So with full confidence, she vows to forge them into real fighters. Later, just when the chaos finally dies down, the crew huddles together and pours tea in a rare moment of peace. Irina and Malo burst onto the scene out of nowhere, rocking wildly fancy-made outfits, and Carrie drops the bomb. This is straight-up spirit mage training, a special lesson meant to sharpen their feminine charm. The girls rally in protest, shouting they just want battle training, but Carrie cuts in and says this is the key to their spiritual growth. She explains that those quiet times, sharing meals, trading stories, and laughing with your spirit, forge a bond so deep it can push you into true spirit-human unity. The arena demands to know if this unity even lets them transform, but Carrie snaps in, "Yeah, it's possible, just brutal to learn." Meanwhile, Rewaitlity starts wondering if he can fuse with his own spirit and Lily. While the others are all locked in on training, Mahalo gets slammed with brutal seasickness and feels absolutely miserable, stuck in the middle of their loud, lively conversation. She hands Ryoichi the anti-seasickness medicine she's been prepping, and her own spirit looks just as miserable as he does. Over on the deck, Milo tells Koko she's thoughtful and says she'll make a perfect wife someday, and Koko immediately swats it away, insisting that nobody would want a woman who's so locked in on the sword path. Ryoichi overhears it, snaps back and tells her, "Remember how stunning you looked at the ennoblement ceremony," then smirks and insists she's got plenty of suitors lining up for her. Koko gets flustered in the way only confidence can. She boldly pushes him to take her, yanking him out of the formal talk and demanding he just say her name. Carrie and the other girls lean in with starry eyes, totally misreading the whole moment as a full-on love confession. Ryoichi, thinking she meant something else, nods along and agrees to register as an official party before they even set foot in the foreign land, so he can properly protect every last one of them. Koko gazes at him with soft, shining eyes and says that after roaming the world alone for so long, chasing strength by herself, she finally learned this: when you're with people you trust, that's where real power comes from. That shout rips the jealousy right out of Malo, she tightens her grip on Ryoichi and declares, loud and proud, that she's his first wife. Flustered, Ryoichi shoots down any talk of lovers or wives, then blurts that the whole humiliating moment threw him off and stole focus from his own nausea. Koko nods along, but the closer they get to her homeland, the more she admits her heart gets all sentimental. Soon enough, land bursts into view on the horizon, and perched atop Ryoichi's shoulders, Irina beams as she points at the islands drawing closer. Koko points it out, welcome to the Kakanatu archipelago, a chain of 10 islands, and says her home is Ishig Island, but right now they're rushing toward the capital, Sungu Island. Their ship slides into Makuni port, and the whole place screams old-school tradition with architecture that looks straight out of a legend. As they step off the boat, the crew immediately hunts for a place to sleep, because Mahalo's seasickness is wrecking her, and they need her to recover before morning. They pull up to a fancy old and named Sengoku tea, all dressed up and dignified. Miyabi, the innkeeper, greets them with a sharp smile and tells the whole crew to kick off their shoes. Those rules are strict, and the younger ones aren't used to them yet. As Miyabi leads them to their room, she clocked something instantly. Ryoichi moves like he's already used to this place, unlike most mainland visitors who stumble around. The peony room feels calm as a breath, woven tatami underfoot, low tables set in place, and soft zabuton cushions waiting like they're about to make you relax. As the arena gleams under a smooth carpet of grass, Ryoichi studies the scene, and spots how the culture mirrors Japan from his old life. While Miyabi pours tea for them, she leans in and asks all about where they've been on their travels. Ryoichi breaks it down. He and the crew are escorting Koko straight back to her family's home on Ikigo Island. The moment Miyabi hears where they're headed, her whole attitude snaps into place. She tells them Ishig Island is locked down hard, with surveillance everywhere, because a powerful samurai family is tearing itself apart over a succession fight. Unease crawls through the room as Ryoichi can't stop wondering, does this mess have something to do with Koko's relatives? So when Koko clocked everyone's worry, she finally spilled the truth about her family. Her father, Toshiaki, serves the island's ruling house, and he has 2 wives. Maybe his first wife delivered 3 sons, and his second wife, a concubine, gave him 3 daughters, including Koko. Even though her father treated all his kids the same, sparks still flew between the 2 households because their status didn't match. That presumed heir is her oldest brother, Sato, an absolute standout with jaw-dropping talent and magnetic charm. Her third brother, Koro, has been her sword rival since they were kids, while she practically worshipped her second brother, the one who lived and breathed scholarly learning. Their chat gets smashed when Miyabi strolls back with yukatas, practically daring them to hit the inn's hot springs, and sure, it sounds fun, but Carrie won't let it go. He stays on edge, telling them to keep their guard up, because Ishig Island has them all worried for a reason. Later in the men's hot spring, Ryoichi suddenly finds himself sharing a bath with Carrie, only to realize that the woman's muscular physique he'd mistaken was actually her. Just as they're settling in, another man slides right into the scene. He introduces himself as Sujitani Matanari, a diplomat serving from the royal capital. Sujitani snaps into recognition. Ryoichi's name comes up, Ishikawa, and suddenly he connects him to the viral legend of that kid who took down a dragon. He calls their run-in fate, drags the whole crew to dinner at a restaurant, and Ryoichi goes, sure deal, right on the spot. In the women's bath, the girls sink into the soothing waters, letting every drop chase the stress right out of them. Ryoichi yells from the other side of the partition, letting them know the diplomat just dropped an invitation. The girls buzz about what they're going to wear, but Koko hesitates, staring at the price tag and fretting over the insanely high cost of a formal kimono. No way one single outfit can cost a whopping 50 gold coins, and that number hits Malo like a gut punch. Carrie watches the scene unfold, her face set in sharp, thoughtful focus. Right after that, Irina, Malo, and the elf girl step out, looking absolutely stunning in vibrant, colorful yukatas. They can't wait to hear Ryoichi's take, and Koko slides in too, right beside them, rocking an elegant kimono like a spotlight just found her. Seeing how they look, Ryoichi snaps into action. He decides on the spot to buy every outfit for them. The total hits 150 gold coins, but he doesn't flinch. He's confident his rewards have him covered, and if he has to, he'll cash in his inventory items too. At dinner, Sujitani blows the doors off with a lavish feast, treating everyone to an unforgettable meal. Ryoichi shoots him a grateful look, then brings up how brutal his companion's ordeal with the pirates was. Sujitani's face hardens at once, and he shoots Koko a serious look, then drops the real reason he's here. He's come to mediate a messy succession dispute. He confirms the fighting is inside the Gable Diaz and Koko's family. Both of them serve as retainers to the island's deputy governors. Koko is left reeling, there's not a single word from her family, and Sujitani drops the nightmare. 2 months ago, right before the succession ceremony, her eldest brother Sero and her father Toshiaki suddenly collapsed. First, everyone swore poison was the culprit, but after the tests, not a single trace was ever found. Ever since then, their health has been crumbling, and the doctors are blunt, they've got less than a month. While they're gone, the second and third sons snap into a brutal feud, ripping their family apart at the seams. The very next morning, Sujitani promises to ride with her to Ichigo Island on a warship, so when Koko's grief and shock hit full force, she drops to her knees and humbly accepts his help. Ryoichi and the others rush in when she's trembling, and he steadies them all, promising he'll be there to help. Koko clings to him for strength, trembling with anguish as she whispers, "How did it get this bad?" Meanwhile, out on some far-off shore, Koko's brothers Karo and Masato square off in a face-to-face showdown. Masato storms in and accuses Kurao of poisoning their father and brother, and Kurao snaps back with an angry denial. With ice-cold disappointment in his voice, Masato snaps that killing your own family is the worst kind of crime. Then his brother jerks his sword free and says he has no choice but to cut him down. With a blade flashing, one brother jeers at the other, "Heh, so you're gonna cut me down," and the crybaby, who used to need his little sister to shield him, is suddenly acting tough. Koko plants her feet and stares him down, her voice rock steady as she throws his old words back at him. A warrior gets new respect, especially if you haven't seen him for 3 days, got it? "I'm not the person I used to be," she snaps, eyes locked on the wavering ground, then she adds, "If you've got answers, tell me, brother, I'm listening." Bro, his face tightens with iron resolve. "No excuses, none, because I'm about to become the kind of brother who ends his own younger siblings." Koko gets it, she accepts the nightmare stakes, and me. I'm ready to drag this burden for the rest of my life, the sin of killing my older brother. Their words ran dry and they stared each other down across the brutal windswept cliff. "So go on, then, let's settle this." With one last battle cry, they lunge forward, steel sparks fly as their swords crash together, and neither will back down until this fight is settled fair and square. Soon, the party rolls up to Gabildia's doorstep at Ashig Island. The retainers go wild with shock when they spot Lady Koko coming back. Her arrival turns the whole place upside down. Koko turns to her companions and begs them to stick close, confessing that having them near her feels like pure comfort. An elderly attendant bows at her feet, welcoming her home with stiff grace, then ushers her straight to meet the master of the house. They slip into a dim sick room where a frail man lies barely holding on, and when he hears all the noise, he shoots back a sharp question, stunned that so many people just barged in. "Dad, I'm back," Koko bursts out, then stares right at her and her crew, while her gaze locks onto the young man with the black hair. "Koko, you brought in that intriguing man," her father rasps, and a cold, strange light snaps into his eyes. "I can feel the kind of strength you can't measure." Then his sentence cuts off as a violent coughing fit hits him hard, and he spits out an insane amount of blood. Koko lets out a sharp cry of panic and snaps at her elven friend Milo to unleash healing magic right now. But as Malo starts her assessment, her stomach drops. Someone has already unleashed multiple high-level healing spells on him, and they did nothing. Her gaze lands on a stoic masked priest, standing motionless in the corner like he's guarding a secret. The powerful rituals are already done, but right now, the man's life still dangles on a single thread. The family head gets it from her mouth. The high-ranking priest has already done everything he can. Right now, Sero and the family head herself, plus the eldest brother, are hanging on thanks to these measures alone, so they can't lift a finger, not even for a second. Absolute rest, no exceptions. With no choice, they get booted out of the room, and the group immediately slams into the harsh truth of what's really going on. Koko storms up to an attendant and demands answers about her mother, Lady Manaka, because she's not in her father's room. The attendant swallows hard and finally admits it. Lady Shuna ordered your mother into house arrest, stuck in a separate residence. Koko bolted to her mom's side, her whole body trembling as she stared in horror at the cruel way she was being treated. Lady Manaka lays bare the ruthless politics tightening around their family, while Lady Chuno throws her weight behind Curio, splitting the fans, loyalties wide open, and shattering the old succession rule. Because she spoke out against the infighting, Lady Manada ended up getting framed, accused of plotting to poison her own husband by the very forces tearing everything apart. Rage flares in Koko. She swears she'll prove her mom's innocent, but her mother knows this accusation is just a setup, a fake excuse for Lady Chuno to wipe out an annoying nuisance. Shaken to her core, Koko rushes to ask about her kind brother, Kuro, because the moment it all started, he vanished and no one's seen him since. Like he'd been yanked from another world, a mangled, blood-soaked Karo staggers into view. Koko is absolutely horrified by what happened to him, staring at his state and screaming, "Why would you come back at a time this dangerous?" Kuro drops a jaw-shattering bombshell. Turns out the mastermind behind the family's ruin is their second brother, Masato. He says Masato caused his injuries, and once the truth comes out, it'll wipe their mother's name clean. Then he whips around to Ryoichi, shouting that he has to grab Koko and her mother and get off the island, right now. Koko crumpled to the ground in pure despair, refusing to believe her own honest brother could ever commit such horrific atrocities. With grief choking the air, Ray snaps to a brutal, hostile presence, and the sickening reek of blood slams into him. Two young girls burst from the shadows, blades bared, and pounce on him, screaming that he's the reason Lady Koko is crying. They burst in out of nowhere and strike without even a warning. Ryoichi effortlessly slips out of every one of their lightning-fast, perfectly synced blows. Even though their sword skills look deadly, his training lets him spot every move before it lands, so he refuses to hurt them and finds another way to end the fight. He whips up a tiny tornado, knocking every assailant off their feet and scrambling them. No injuries, just total disarm and helplessness. Right on cue, their mother storms in smiling through panic, apologizing for her daughter's reckless behavior. The twin girls press into a formal bow and pour out their deepest regret, because they just attacked a guest of Lady Koko. Ryoichi watches them in awe, staring at their eerie, identical faces and realizing just how far his own power has evolved. Koko draws strength from his power, steals her resolve, and sets out to find her brother, Kuro. Guards block her path and tell her, straight from Lady Chuno's own order, that she's forbidden to leave the annex. Koko freezes in horror when she realizes she's trapped in her own home. At home, everything goes sideways fast, and the group finally realizes the nightmare. There's no way out. Malo confirms it plain and simple. This patriarch's curse isn't a curse at all. It's a broken state of unconsciousness that even advanced healing magic can't touch. Cornered with no normal moves left, Ryoichi pulls out his top-tier magical tool and checks it for answers. Michin tells them a full pathological diagnosis is totally doable, but only after they install a medical kit expansion module. It pops up a map and zeroes in on ancient ruins on nearby Hachig Island, the closest spot to get the exact component they need. Ryoichi blazes out their new mission. They're heading straight to Hachig Island to track down a cure for Koko's family. He admits it's a long shot, but he's betting everything on the wild, untapped power hidden in Michin's ancient tech. His grit cuts straight through Koko's despair, lighting a fresh spark of purpose in her chest. She looks him in the eye and swears that he and his companions are her only hope now. Hope's party finally storms into the ruins, an ancient, crumbling fortress bristling with stone beasts guarding the entrance. Michin scans the place in detail and the clues click. This is an ancient mining facility. It says the real facility they're hunting isn't here at all. It's tucked away deep in the island's mountains. The device flashes the hidden spot of a research facility, where compatible expansion modules are locked away, and where Michin's own artificial body might be waiting too. Michin explains you can't install the medical kit unless you boost its memory, an upgrade that demands a real physical body to carry it. The truth hits like a thunderclap. This mission is now life or death. They have to track down the hidden facility and bring back that body, or Koko's family is finished, crumbling at the edge of collapse. That colossal armored beast rams the final barrier and tears straight into the abandoned building, blasting through like it owns the place. Inside, the passenger area is jammed shoulder to shoulder. Most seats are ripped out just to make room for all those bodies, and for the protagonist, it hits like a gut punch, dragging him back to the days when it was only the two of them, digging for magic ore. Now their party had ballooned, friends and familiars jammed into a tiny, magical machine, far beyond anything the royal capital had ever seen. Hearing that the triangular Magitech company still even exists throws him for a loop, and when he realizes the ancient trade association hasn't truly vanished, just changed shape, pure shock hits him. Their vehicle rockets into a sprawling underground corridor with nothing but blackness ahead, the brutal crash of the entry roaring through the dark. They've stumbled on a colossal research facility buried deep in the mountains, but something's wildly wrong. The whole place sits in eerie, dead silence, with not a spark of electricity or a drop of magic power, even though its massive size screams that it should be humming with its own energy system. Their AI mission scans the whole facility, pinpoints an emergency magic generator hiding on the third basement floor, and locks that spot as its very first target. They press on foot, lanterns blazing and throwing wild shadows across the dark, suffocating stairwells. Every step soaked in tension, like something unhinged, is ready to crawl out of the black any second. But then one of the companions snapped and asked, why would anyone abandon a place like this to rot, when its parent company is still alive and kicking in the capital? He lays it out. Today's triangular magitech is just a faded echo of what it used to be, a stripped-down trading crew that only sells artifacts pulled from ruins, with zero know-how to repair a single thing. As they finally push open the door to the third basement floor, the mystery of this ancient tech only gets darker and more intense. Right in front of them looms the emergency magic generator, an intricate, silent machine that feels like it's holding its breath. Ryoichi strides in, fully sure of himself, claiming machinery repair is his specialty, clutching the company's technical manual as he starts working, until Mikshin snaps that flipping the generator on with damaged wiring could get him killed. He takes it apart piece by piece, swaps the broken part with one from his stash, and locks in with total focus. Everyone else could only stare in awe, blown away by how effortlessly he handled those insanely complex magical tools. With one last tweak, the generator erupts into life, roaring like it means business. A synthetic voice blasts through the chamber, initialization complete, new admin registration locked in, and then the system begins its full reboot. Light blasts through the corridors as magic power surges back to life. Ryoichi is now registered as an administrator, so every security system shuts down in a heartbeat. Their players sprint straight to the fourth-floor product storage vault, praying the medical supplies they need are still untouched. They shove open the gates of the huge unproduct vault, where endless shelves climb into pitch-black darkness, stacked with containers upon containers. The chamber is spotless and untouched, but the sheer mountain of products makes tracking one specific item a nightmare. Still, it screams shortcut. If her terminal can sync with the artificial humanoid stored in here, she can shove all the needed data straight into it. She guides them to a brutally fortified door, the one hiding the android inside. Inside, a stasis pod lies dormant, and sealed within it is a lifeless female android, frozen in time. Ryoichi's jaw drops as Michin's terminal kicks off the synchronization, step by electrifying step. Yeah, his buddies go wide-eyed with shock and curiosity. One even blurts out if he's really about to add that gorgeous android to his ever-growing list of bride candidates. There's this deep, unreal quiet around the android, like she's been holding her breath for this exact moment through all those endless years. The sync finally locks in, then the android's eyes snap open, the pod hisses as it cracks wide, and she steps out like a rocket straight into Ryoichi's arms. "I'm Hiyori Oniomi," she says, rushing out an apology for any instability, and explains that when she's in physical contact, she can lock her system steady for good. By making this connection, she now fully understands every detail of her new master's biometrics. Right out of nowhere, a naked android shows up, and one of the elves immediately panics, demanding she grab clothes right now asterisk. Hiyori stays cool as ice and asks, "What outfit do you want?" Then she grins and says she's got shape memory adaptive streetwear and can copy any design he brings her from his references. She practically snaps through a bunch of stored outfits in her head. One second it's a bunny suit, the next she's in shrine maiden gear, and then it flips to her school uniform. The screen hits them like a punch. Everyone goes speechless except the elf, who snaps back hard and refuses the more provocative choices. The story snaps to the shores of Ichigo Island, swallowed by night as darkness cloaks everything. Mamie, a young beaskin, and her companion burst through the thick woods, darting like they're chasing the wind. They brag about slipping out so easily, knocking their mother out with sleeping powder, but the moment it's done, panic hits. They can't get caught now. They tracked a grim trail through the grass where blood drops glittered, Koro's blood tangled with Masato's. Kuro, they're terrified it's the worst. He was spotted soaked in blood, and since Masato's the one they think did it, they're convinced he's been badly hurt too. Mimi jumps in to defend Masato, calling out every one of his flaws, but drawing one hard line: he's not a villain. Inside the Jeopardious family estate, their mother's jaw drops in shock, because Kuro is already bandaged and treated, even after coming back in that brutal, grievous state. Kuro drops a grim report: there's no point chasing Masato, because he's already dead. He was done for because of his own cursed blade, Sasafune. It savaged his arm and took his life. The family elders are left completely speechless. He recognizes it instantly, the legendary Fourth Seiken, a sinister blade that always curses the person who dares to wield it. Masato's mother snaps that the blade's curse twisted him into those heinous acts, and then she declares his whole faction, along with everyone who stood by him, will be punished. Kuro cuts in fast, shouting for caution, warning that punishing a huge faction on mere suspicion would just rip the family into another brutal internal war. His mother gives in at last, admitting everyone's obsessed with Lady Manaka, the powerhouse of Masato's faction, and then asks him for his counsel. Kuro shoots for a fast, no-nonsense move, banishing Lady Manaka and her daughters from the family on the islands, yet dressing it up with generous terms so it looks like they're the ones choosing to leave. His face stays unreadable and now everyone's guessing. Does he have his family in his sights, or is he quietly carrying out a plan of his own? Once every expansion kit clicks into place, a medical kit suddenly spawns right in front of them, ready to be grabbed. Ryoichi is now officially registered as the facility's administrator, the new owner, and he immediately grills them about how their objective went down so easily, only to discover the whole system had been wiped clean and reset to zero. Two spirits practically buzz with excitement over the idea of a legendary haul, an endless feast in their minds, while Michan brings them crashing back to reality with centuries-old rations and dusty canned goods. But this place isn't just stacked with supplies, it's packed with an armory and ammo depot, and a hangar stuffed with military-grade, magic-powered exosuits. Stunned by what they see, a younger spirit spins toward Ryoichi and with a sweet, innocent look blurts out, "So, what kind of weapons do we use?" That discovery hits him like a crushing weight, because these are tools of war, a power so monstrous it could shake the whole world, and it's a burden he can't possibly carry by himself. He and Michan lock in the same belief: this kind of crushing power doesn't just risk damage, it corrupts, acts like a deadly deterrent, and shatters everything they stand for, so it can't ever land in the wrong hands. Ryoichi snaps into action and decides they're sealing this place, right now. He turns to Michan and asks if she can bring the original security systems back online, and she confirms it's absolutely possible. She lays out a brutal, no-mercy defense plan: Shisa-shaped golem giants on standby, reinforced security exosuits, and heavy military weapons ready to rip through attackers, and one last desperate failsafe: a self-destruct trigger that incinerates any intruders and the whole facility with them. Ryoichi's breath catches at the sheer brutality of the proposal, and he realizes this has blown way past anything he ever meant to start. Meanwhile, in the dead of night, Lady Shuno slipped into the estate like a shadow with a secret, catching everyone off guard. An elder confronted her right away, demanding to know why Mimi and Meme still hadn't broken their taboo, especially after a visit like this. Lady Manaka tells Koko to go check on the girls, but Shuno cuts in fast: "No, it's not needed." With icy finality, Shuno drops the blow: Masato is dead. The words hang there like a curse, and Koko freezes, stunned into total silence. Shuno spills it all thanks to Kurao. Masato finally gets exposed as the guy who tried to poison Lord Toshiaki. And since Manaka's had been protecting him, Manaka's gets slapped with the accomplice label too, so the Jeopardious clan officially disowns them both. The moment the word disowned lands, Manaka's composure fractures, and she crumples to the ground, racked with unbearable anguish. Shuno watches Manaka's reaction, and you can tell she's getting a special break. Manaka's spared from any more punishment. Manaka rises through the tears, shouting at her, "Aren't you heartbroken about Masato's death? How can you still call yourself a mother?" Shuno snaps back that grief won't change a thing. Her job is to protect Lord Toshiaki's household. Manaka throws her plea at Shuno, reminding her that Toshiaki is still alive, and begging her not to jump into such a brutal move just yet. With tears in her eyes, she begs for just one chance to see him, and Shuno grants it, not because he trusts her, but as pure mercy. Still, she makes it crystal clear this doesn't wipe away the suspicion surrounding them. Koko gets hit so hard by everything that's happening that her grip on reality starts slipping. She bursts in to find Mimi and Meme, but their beds are empty. Just wooden logs sit where they should have been, and they're gone. Out on the wild coast of Ashig Island, far from the estate, the two girls push into a dark cave, chasing secrets into the shadows. Mimi spills how terrified she is of ghosts, and her sister shrugs it off like it's nothing. This meme totally messes with her, pretending a monster's lurking right behind them, and Mimi immediately lets out a terrified scream. Trying to get even, Mimi cranks out a terrifying face, but Meme doesn't even flinch because he's got one truth ready: real monsters hit way harder than ghosts. Her words turned into a prophecy the second a blood-smeared monster clawed its way out of the dark and went straight for Meme, ripping into his flesh with savage claws. Just as it's about to undock, a ship blasts in and arrives. Ryoichi and his crew came back swinging, ready to track down Koko and finally get the truth behind what's happening. Their way slams shut as black-clad ninjas flood in, shouting at the mainlanders to get off the island, right now. Ryoichi spots the danger and holds his ground, but these ninjas aren't here to talk. One of them whips out an explosive device. A flashbang erupts, blasting the whole party with brutal white light and choking smoke. Ryoichi cuts through the haze just as an assassin rockets in, sword up to end him, snarling, "Your life is mine." Ryoichi panics and shouts for his companions to run now. But just as the blade is about to swing in, Michan bursts in with a brutal kick and blasts the ninja clean off his feet. The attacker goes completely still, staring in disbelief as she wonders how she wasn't blinded by that blinding light. Another of Ryoki's guardians, Mi, strides forward with her staff ready, declaring she'll crush anyone who dares lay a hand on her master. Here she unleashes a violent blast of energy, and the ninjas get yanked into crackling chains. Elsewhere, one more assassin gets wiped out and goes down hard. And his opponent, this calm woman with a dragon perched on her shoulder, just remarks that the blinding light threw her off for a second, then shrugs because her help turns out to be completely unnecessary. She crouches over the defeated foe, checks them again and again, and when she feels nothing, no heartbeat, no breath, she snaps to the truth. They're just puppets, dragged into this raging family war by some unseen hand pulling the strings. Back in the main house, Lord Toshiaki lies motionless and barely breathing, his life hanging by a thread, while the doctor warns that tonight will decide everything, because Manaka just collapsed over him, her heart shattered. Shuno bursts in, drops a chest spilling over with gold, and pays them for their banishment like it's nothing. On the island, she paints it as mercy, your golden ticket off this place, so you can start fresh and build a brand new life somewhere else. But Manaka refuses, she clocks it instantly for what it really is, severance pay. With fierce resolve in her chest, she vows her loyalty to the Gabardia family and swears she'll stand by Toshiaki's household. No one is banishing her. Even after everything she's been put through, she refuses to back down. She swears she'll clear her son Masato's name, and that fierce devotion leaves Kurao completely shaken. He challenges her resolve, warning her that for the style training she's doing right now, banishment isn't just punishment, it's a fate worse than death. Their tense standoff gets cut short when a servant crashes in, shouting dire news. Toshiaki's condition has suddenly spiraled for the worse. The lord erupts into a violent cough, and blood splatters everywhere, instantly throwing the whole room into pure panic. A masked high priest lifts his voice and starts chanting, twisting a deadly spell over the dying man. The air snaps and crackles, packed with raw magic. Suddenly, priest gets slammed by an unseen force. An attack hits him from right outside the room. Moe stood in the doorway with her staff trained, and as Shuno snapped that her moves were barbaric, Moe stayed stone calm and insisted it wasn't an attack spell. Ryoichi and the others burst inside, and he tells them how Moa hit the priest's spell with a purification charm, holy water, to shut it down. With divine appraisal in hand, he clocked the truth. This high priest was swinging his staff as a decoy, secretly channeling a deadly attack spell disguised as a healing ritual. The priest's mask explodes into fragments, and his body crumbles into black dust, just like the soulless ninjas they tore apart at the dock. The high priest isn't just dead, he's an undead revenant, and with the unstoppable fighter Michin backing them up, Ryoichi snaps, "We're digging up the whole truth behind this conspiracy." The high priest's body convulses violently, wrapped in a sinister black ore as his form twists and warps into something truly monstrous. "Now you've done it," he snarls, voice warped into a corrupted rasp as he lunges at you, "you accursed elf." The elf screams in pure terror, begging for help, but right before the monster can close in, Weirin steps in and slams her blade down, steel shrieking as it clashes against its claws. For a revenant, she watches with grim intensity. Yeah, you don't just have power, you've got brute strength. When Weirin realizes this enemy isn't even in the same league as the last one, her smile dies and the seriousness kicks in. She shuts her eyes and fires off a silent prayer. "O revered god of tailoring, Momos, I humbly beg you. Grant me the power I'm hunting for." A blinding light bursts from her the moment she calls forth a sacred artifact. In the blink of an eye, her outfit snaps into place, and a divine rapier needle sword materializes in her hand. The elf stares in awe as Weirin declares this power is a trump card, one only the gods truly bless, and only then can anyone wield it. Her power flickers and fades fast. "I'll barely hold it, I can't manifest it for long. We're in too close," she's staring down the target. "Then I'll end this with one single strike." She drives her technique forward with a brutal thrust, Crimson Virtue Law, first form, then spears the revenant straight through the chest, blasting black blood everywhere, while Masato can only freeze in shock at the savage power of that sacred artifact. The elf screams that Weirin is a murderer, but Weirin stays icy calm and explains what her blade really does. Anyone it pierces drops dead on the spot, and she had no choice but to unleash its full power. Suddenly the doors screech open, and a stern woman strides in, guards at her sides, finger jabbing as accusations fly. "What have you done to the high priest? Arrest that mainlander." The group stumbles into a tight ring, drawn katanas closing in, and their escape gets slammed shut. Masato strides forward to cool things down, then it hits. That high priest isn't human at all, she's a revenant here to rescue the master. But Lady Chuhu shuts him down cold because the high priest is the real enemy. "Look at that cursed form, how can you still trust them, or even call them a revenant? This has to be a lie." She whips around to one of her men. "Brother Quarao, spill everything, what's the high priest really like?" Then Kurao tells them he met that man during warriors training on the Hill of the Revenant, and not knowing what he truly was, he invited him right into their home, but their talk gets yanked away when Koko's urgent bursts in, begging them to check the master because his condition is terrifyingly critical. Just as they push forward, Lady Chuhu slams herself in their way, refusing to hand Lord Toshiaki's life to some random stranger. Then bam, a screen door gets kicked clean out of its frame. A scarred, one-armed warrior crashes into the doorway, and even then he's stone still, yet his words hit like thunder. "You old hag," he snarls, glaring at Lady Chuhu. "You're the one who dragged that suspicious outsider in here to begin with." Family members stare at him in total shock because it's Masato. He shrugs off their disbelief, barks at them to wipe everything else from their minds, and pushes them to focus on healing his father. The tiny golem, dressed as a nurse, springs into action and starts the medical check. Her diagnosis came fast, like a magical jolt that hit, stunned, and left her reeling. She checks the patient and confirms it. One nasty magical attack coming from outside has drained them for good. This seals it. Masato's worst fear comes true. The high priest did it, and the golem explains why, saying it's an ancient magic curse that refuses to die, lingering even after the caster is gone. She blurts out that she can erase it, only if she pours out an insane amount of magic. Then she rips a simple dispelling formula apart and rewrites it into an ancient spell, and decides Lady Malo is the perfect one to cast it. With a surge of pure power, he hurls the spell, then it rips the magic apart, dispel. Lord Toshiaki jerks awake, eyes fluttering open as that crushing weight finally slips off him. His children burst into tears of relief, shouting his name like they just got him back. The surrounding guards burst into cheers, shouting that his awakening is a miracle. The golem nods. This treatment worked, but then it hits them with the hard truth. Every miracle costs something, and before anyone can breathe, it announces that Sero, the eldest brother, is next. Next, a fresh surge of dispelling magic blasts through from the next room, ringing through the air. Sero jolts awake, and that gut-churning fear that his body was being eaten alive finally vanishes. He lunges into Makako's arms, squeezing her tight and telling her everything, "'s going to be okay." Right when he spots Koko and her crew, he fires off a question: "Who are they?" Tears streaming down her face, Koko says these are her irreplaceable friends, people who risked everything to save her family. Masato spun to face Lady Chuhu, stubborn fury burning in his eyes. "Mom, what are you just standing there for? Get down on your knees and apologize to Koko and her friends." She freezes for a second, then it hits her. He's alive. And he tells her everything, the nightmare of losing his arm, smashing off a cliff and plunging into the sea, yet somehow, he makes it out alive. "Thinking you'd come back for revenge," she just braced herself, "because you were back to finish her. So that's it, you came to kill me, right? Then do it, cut me down fast. If it's you, I won't regret a thing." Her sudden meekness slams into him like a curveball. "What the hell are you saying?" He snaps, annoyed. "I don't kill women." Tears spring to her eyes as she leans in and whispers, "I'm so happy you're alive." But Masato isn't done. He snaps his gaze away from her and says the whole thing's not over yet. "If you're gonna bow your head to me, then at least thank them for what they did." Then his eyes lock onto Kurao, the guy who dragged that revenant right into their home. The warrior and his masked subordinates stay locked in, ready to strike, and that pressure in the room hasn't even started to ease. Eyes shut tight, a lone figure kneels under a bruised, clouded sky, whispering prayers for answers, or mercy, for whatever fate is about to throw their way. Inside the estate, Jinjuru squared up to Masato, voice trembling with determination. He swore he'd repay the debt he's owed since everything that happened before. But before anyone can pull a blade again, a young voice cuts through the chaos, begging them to stop fighting. Jinjuru brushes off the plea like it's nothing, barking that this fight isn't even close to done, then points to the stump where his left arm used to be, and declares it's the smoking gun that the real mastermind is still hiding. He drops the bombshell. The blade that tore him apart was the infamous phantom blade, Sasafuni, a cursed sword razor-sharp enough to cut through fate, and the crowd goes dead silent, stunned beyond belief. With his last good hand, Jinjuru thrusts his blade at Kurao and drops a brutal accusation. Kurao never only tried to kill him, he went for patricide too, then tried to pin those monstrous crimes on Jinjuru. Masato and his crew just stare, frozen in stunned silence, because the plan he lit up with his own hands has gone completely off the rails, and he can't even wrap his head around how the ancient magic he used could have failed. Kurao's calm snaps like glass, his face twists with pure fury as he glares at the outsiders, convinced they wrecked everything and sent his whole plan off the rails. He lunges, then Jinjuru crashes into him and their blades slam together with a brutal shriek of steel. "Where the hell are you aiming?" Jinjuru taunts. "Your real opponent is me." Their collision slams through the courtyard, rattling everything in its wake. As Kurao clashes in the fight, he realizes why he stumbled. He could have hit a vital point earlier, but fear made him hesitate, and now he's decided to cut that weakness out for good. Suddenly he snaps into this strange new stance, and Jinjiro's eyes blow wide with pure alarm. Kuro steadies his breath, eyes locked on the moment. Then he's about to unleash a secret technique that will hit like a nightmare. He shouts its name, Kyoryu's forbidden move, the Violet Lightning Lotus Slash. The attack becomes a streak of impossible speed and raw destruction, smashing into Jinjiro so hard he rockets backward, and blood bursts from his chest. Staggering under the weight of it all, Jinjiro finally has to admit it. His brother isn't the same person anymore, and losing that arm wasn't some random accident. The impact's energy tears across the ground, and the shockwave detonates into a violent eruption in the nearby river. Standing over his fallen brother, Kuro wipes the slate clean, declaring the fight over, because Jinjiro's shattered sword is the proof that it's all over. The story snaps back into a memory, when a younger Koko square up against Kuro on a training ground. "Please wake up, brother Kuro," she begged. "Why are you doing this? You used to be so kind and gentle when we were kids." Kuro shot back, bitter and sharp, saying she'd never get it. Someone like her, born with sword talent, couldn't possibly understand what it feels like to be stuck alone in a meritocratic family. He could feel the resentment in the air. Everyone hated how she was treated like a favorite, while he got labeled as the weak one. In another memory, Koko stumbles on Kuro's research, shredded like it never stood a chance. When he warns her to back off, she doesn't flinch. She vows to spar with him, pushing to toughen him up for the upcoming Gozen-shi. Kuro digs up the ache from his childhood, convinced his father never cared, treating him like trash while his more skilled brothers got all the respect. From that day on, he and Koko slipped into secret training sessions, and now he looks back at that time as the happiest memory he's got. The day the Gozen-shi finally hit, Kuro defied the odds and dropped a high-ranked opponent who towered over him. It was the day he finally won his first battle, and the same day he crossed a line he could never uncross. Life shattered him. His mother tried to soothe him, insisting it was a fatal accident and he'd never be blamed, but guilt chewed him up, so he went straight to his opponent's family. He was horrified to discover they'd defallen into tragic poverty, and it all made sense, because they'd lost their only son in that rigid match he'd learned about. Then a brutal rumor tore through the streets. People claimed Lord Chuno bribed officials so his useless son could win, and once that accusation hit, it shattered him for good, truth or not. Seething at his own weakness and calling himself untalented, he threw his studies into forbidden power. His research shoved him straight to the Hill of the Departed, and that's where a crushingly powerful dark entity ambushed him, destroying him so completely that he couldn't even fight back. Yet it didn't kill him, it offered him a deal. It would unleash immense power in his hands, if he could stomach the huge, terrifying price it demanded. Right here in the present, Koko finally grasps the terrifying truth. "So that's why you tried to grab the estate, Shigas. You meant to hand over the Jeberdia family." Kuro snaps her fears into reality, a chilling darkness rolling off him as he declares it's already too late to stop him. He lanes in and blurts the truth. Those dark beings, undead minions, are already circling the estate, ready to strike. So he declares his final move. He'll cut every last tie with her and step into the role of a real demon of war, no matter if she's still under someone else's control while she's alive, or if she gets transformed into one of them. Kuro lunges to smash Koko, and Masato rockets between them, eating the blades full force head-on. Coughing up blood, Masato yanks Kuro's arm and demands answers. "You told me to take Koko and run, so you wanted me to save her, right?" Kuro just smirks coldly, saying there's no turning back now. He's got to cut loose his past to seize the bigger power. "No," Masato screams, "because the second you chop down the Koko, there's no real turning back." Blood poured from his grievous wound, but he still hauled himself upright and stepped between these siblings. "I won't let you kill Koko. I'll be your opponent." Beneath a blazing full moon, a brutal fight explodes on a battered estate, blood flying as the two warriors clash, tearing through the night. Crumbled walls and shattered stones slammed together in a brutal clash, ruins everywhere. Everyone watches, worried sick. Masato, one of their own, is hurt, but he still grits his teeth and keeps fighting. And the shock hits hard. Kuro, a mainlander, is actually trading blows and holding his ground against their elite swordsmen, whose skills are nothing short of deadly. The night air explodes with the clang of steel as the two warriors trade blow after blow, faster than the eye can follow. Kuro snaps his guard up and blocks the brutal swing, but the impact still tears open a deep gash across his arm. A voice screams at Ryoichi, warning him that the Kyoryu's swordsman's one-hit kill move is way too lethal, and she reminds him, sure, his healing is incredible, but he's still not immortal, because those instant-kill tricks leave him absolutely screwed when they're fighting up close. Even after the warning, Ryoichi refuses to back down, he's convinced his god-tier regeneration will flip the fight in his favor. He rips open his own god-tier secret art, the clone technique that's on a whole other level. Like copies of himself pop into existence and rocket into the sky, axe held high, leaving his opponent totally blindsided. The clones dropped in like clockwork and slammed together, their hits sparking a massive explosion that blasts up a wall of dust. Then a voice cuts through the smoke. Did we get him? But when the dust finally settles, the swordsman stands there on a nearby rooftop, totally unharmed, somehow dodging every single strike. The watching girl gapes in shock when she realizes his phantom blade, Sasafuni, just canceled the wind magic out completely. Then the swordsman admits the hit's power and coolly snaps back, saying he'll strike with the same force. Stunned by that cloning technique, he barrels ahead and fires off his own clone-powered version of the skill. In the blink of an eye, a swarm of shadow clones erupts around Ryoichi. Ryoichi freezes in shock, because he just realized his enemy is hitting him with the exact same technique. He snaps to the truth fast. Those aren't just afterimages, the speed they hit with is unreal. Before he can even blink, a clone slices straight through his torso, and blood explodes into the air. His companions shriek his name in pure horror. But then a calm voice cuts in and snaps that barging into a man's serious duel is plain rude. This fight isn't even close to finished. Ryoichi gets slammed again, teeth clenched hard as the truth hits him. The clones aren't just copies, they've got real physical bodies. Alright then, he decides it. If that's how it's going to be, he'll just mow every single one of them down. An observer stares in shock at the assault's insane speed, realizing that even a long-range fight is suddenly a trap, because Rueiki's clones are getting wiped out one by one. Ryoichi's blade switch skills are terrifyingly precise. He spots the real target, and in a panic, he shouts at his allies to scatter and run. The swordsman blasts out wind magic, smashes Ryoichi into a trap, and slices off every last escape route. The attack slams in and rips Reiwaki's leg off at the knee. He crumples to the ground, stunned, unable to move from the shock. He can't focus for a second, because his divine power is the only thing that'll let him regenerate fast, and time is running out. The swordsman strides up to the fallen foe and watches the real body seal itself up faster. Then he growls that he's seen this clone trick before, the very one the Dragon Slayer used, and he smirks that the Dragon Slayer's head is going to be thrilled. Who are you talking about? Ryoichi snaps. The swordsman answers, to me. And then he drops the truth. These aren't just any fighters, they're beings who stand above even the gods. Those saints don't just dream of revenge, they hunt it, and they're coming straight for the gods themselves. He leans in and spills the truth. Remaking the world is already underway, and grabbing control of House G. Bertius is only step one. Rage rips through Ryoichi as he bellows, "Don't be ridiculous. Are you really telling me you threw away your family and made Koko suffer for a demon lord?" As he talks, his severed leg snaps back to life, fully regenerated, and it leaves the swordsman utterly stunned. Ryoichi roars that this regenerative power was handed to him by the gods, so he could guard everything precious from beings like those. He lines in and declares it's a gift from the gods. Thinking the tide has finally turned, Ryoichi charges in, but his opponent doesn't even flinch. In the next heartbeat, Ryoichi freezes, because a blade has just appeared straight in his chest, and as he stares down in total disbelief, his consciousness starts slipping away. The phantom blade, Sasafune, is jammed so deep in his heart that it won't let him breathe. Across from him, the swordsman clutches his own blade and lands one savage thrust that leaves devastation in its wake. Still, the swordsman stays totally calm as he explains it. Yeah, even I could pull telekinesis at that level, because no matter how wild your regeneration is, one clean thrust through the heart and you're done, instant end to any vital point. Ryoichi crumples face first into the dirt, completely lifeless. His friends can only stand there, sobbing and shouting his name, their voices cracking with pure heartbreak. Elsewhere, an elven girl sobs uncontrollably, staring into the emptiness, praying she'll find where her friends vanished to. Her stoic companion just stands there, watching everything unfold without a single twitch. McKinnon finally admits she messed up and her regret hits hard. She should have stepped in way earlier. The victorious swordsman looms over the fallen foe, sneering that his defeat will be brushed aside. Then he lifts his blade, ready to chop off Ryoichi's head, so he can rise again as an undead and pledge his loyalty to the one who called him. Just as it's about to happen, everything gets slammed to a halt by an interruption. Two little kids suddenly pop up between him and his prize. They're not alone anymore. An entire host of allies has surged in behind them. The swordsman sneers. "What are you even trying to pull? That one's already dead, so tell me, do you really think I won't slice down children too?" The two kids gripping those tiny, ferocious creatures plant their feet and refuse to back down. "No, I won't let you hurt Ryoichi ever again." One of them snaps, her voice brimming with fresh resolve, and then, yeah, she's furious. Shaken to the bone by what he's seeing, the young warrior explodes into action, sprinting in to tear the duelists apart before the damage becomes permanent. But when she finally closes the gap, a brutal, impossible blast of wind slams into her, freezing her mid-step like she hit an invisible wall. The gale's source is finally revealed, two tiny kids, and the moment they stir things up, a violent storm explodes between the fighters, smashing them apart. The warrior just stands there, frozen in total disbelief at a power so overwhelming it feels unreal. From a safe distance, the onlooker gasps in fear. Those kids' bodies are warping right before his eyes as a spirit's raw power swallows them whole. The two are finally locked into perfect harmony, and that legendary technique is called spirit-human unity. This is a miracle people swear is impossible, because the user's heart has to fuse with the spirit itself, like they were never meant to be separate. Together, the kids slam their will down on the raging winds, forcing them to stop, and driving all that raw power into a furious, spinning vortex. Realizing she'd massively misjudged them, the warrior clenches her jaw and carves straight through the whipping wind. She nails it. Sure, their technique is terrifying, but these kids have zero combat experience, so they're completely defenseless. And their determination is unbreakable. They swear they'll protect Ryoichi at any cost. Right as she lunges in for the final strike, another voice bursts out, defending her own brother with everything they've got. The warrior barks at the kids to step back, glaring like, "Do you really care about your lives?" as she lifts her blade. Right before her blade can connect, Koko rockets in and slips between them, her sword slamming into Kuro's with a violent clash. She steps up and declares she'll kill him herself, because his failures can't keep haunting her. Right then, a trembling voice broke the air, begging them to stop. Please stop. Ryoichi, soaked in blood and sprawled on the ground, has just seen a brother and sister viciously battling to the death. When he finally comes to, a spirit tells him the truth: he didn't die. That fatal hit missed him because his body has already forged a spirit gate, and the blade tore right through his spirit realm like it meant nothing. Ryoichi Chastis is hit with pure relief the moment he sees the kids are safe, and then he topples, fainting from the sheer shock. He whips his gaze toward Karo, demanding to know if Koko, his own sister, isn't just as irreplaceable as the rest of his family. Kuro coldly shuts it down, swearing he's cut every tie to become a warrior of carnage. Then Ryoichi snaps his foot up with an axe in hand and calls his words pure nonsense. The two men slam into each other again, their weapons detonating with a thunderous clash. The spirit shoots a warning into Ryoichi's gut. Kuro is faster and better, so he has to smash the distance between them and pour everything he's got into the fight. Kuro is stunned to realize Ryoichi's muscles and magic have both leveled up to terrifying new heights. Once he realizes how bad this is getting, he decides to end the fight right now, before his opponent turns into an even bigger nightmare. He unleashes a forbidden secret technique, then erupts into a brutal storm of slashes that rips straight through the battlefield. The attack tears through everything, leaving only chaos behind, and Koko screams Ryoichi's name, crushed with despair. Kuro stood amid the wreckage, grinning like it was game over, sure that not a single soul survived his ultimate strike. But when the dust finally settles, a brand new power blasts through, an even stronger wind spirit than we've ever seen. Ryoichi stands reborn, his body blazing with a crushing new aura after he finally locks in the same spirit-human unity as the kids. He stares at the blazing light coursing through him, because in that desperate moment of protection, his spirit fused with his own, and now the power surges like it has a heartbeat. Koro scoffs it off as a bluff, then explodes forward into a lunge. His attack gets shut down in an instant. His blade clatters off Ryoichi's spirit-infused arm like it hit stone. Kuro's jaw drops, his opponent's speed is straight up impossible. With his enemy's power stripped away, Ryoichi snatches the cursed sword, Sasafune. At last he calls it battle over, and lands the final, crushing strike that decides everything. Under a silent moon, Ryoichi stands tall in the middle of the wreckage, and he's the one who won. Shattered and beaten, Kuro demands answers. Why was he spared? But Ryoichi tells it straight. When everything was on the line, he saw Kuro hesitate before striking down his own sister, and that one moment proved his humanity wasn't totally gone. Ryoichi gets blasted as a fool, then Kuro slams the cursed blade back, admitting the legend is dead-on true. He lifts his own sword to his throat, dead set on ending his life right there. But Koko rockets forward and smacks the blade out of his grip. With tears streaming down her face, she blasts his selfishness and demands he keep going, make amends and pay for what he's done. She tells him Ryoichi didn't kill him at all. He cut down the demon inside and brought her real brother back. Kuro looks at Ryoichi one last time and calls him an outsider, then finally admits he can't bring himself to hurt his sister anymore. Koko watches in silence as he drops to his knees, and finally crashes in, admitting he's totally, completely beaten. Inside the Gabardus estate, the family settles in, eyes sharp, hearts cold, as judgment begins. Courant's fate is sealed. His crimed attempted murder and the conspiracy behind it are too monstrous for mercy, and now they're hauling him straight to the magistrate's office to be hit with the punishment he's earned. Ryoichi barrels in and the whole crowd gasps. He fights the death sentence, saying that if anyone's going to kill Kuron for revenge, it'll be him. Then he throws down the truth. He's guilty. He took Kuron's swordsmanship and turned it into a crushing obsession that nearly swallowed everything. The family patriarch just stood there, listening, eyes narrowing as Kuron's monstrous power hit him hard, because if that strength had been aimed at a righteous fight, she would have earned the heir's seat without anyone arguing. The talk snaps to the bigger nightmare. Those enemies from the land of the dead have slipped into the nearby lands, aiming to spark non-stop war, gut the Jeopardious clan, and then take over the whole estate. Now that the threat's been shut down, the guards slam down extra security around the whole compound. The legendary A-rank adventurer Lord Orion Bark gets called in to help, and that news hits like a wave of relief. But then doom hits between all the fallen undead. The High Monk's body is nowhere to be found, and their leader has vanished. The big question of where the rest of the undead could be hiding weighs in the air, because everyone's eyes are glued to the duel between Reiwiwiki and Kuro. The undead ninjas they'd fought crumbled into black mist when they fell, but this High Monk was on a whole other level, some living absence that somehow slipped past life and death at the same time. Elsewhere, the undead High Monk stares out over the estate, and unease crashes over him like a sudden wave. His troops are poised for war, but he snaps back and calls off the full-on assault, realizing that any extra chaos would only wreck the long-term future of the land of the dead. He spits out his bitter disappointment at Kuro. How could you fail even to end your own life? The monk then drops the truth. Their organization has been working in the shadows for ages, pulling strings through key figures across many nations. This whole scheme has collapsed, and with fury in his voice, he calls the land worthless now, then orders a total retreat. Back at the estate, Ryoichi and his crew are sprawled in a deep coma, their bodies finally crashing after the brutal toll of trance magic. While they catch their breath, their allies stand guard, and the summoner slumps into collapse, drained dry of mana. One of the caretakers loses their temper and stops the other from kissing the unconscious Ryoichi. Breaking news hits hard. The High Monk everyone thought he was gone forever has risen from the dead. He's an immortal freak of nature among the undead, and those ninja, they were nothing but his puppets. The family head is horrified to find the trail vanished at the port, because the enemy has already bolted off the island. In his cell, Curtin goes totally still, and nobody can tell where his loyalty truly lies. Right here, his father slams down a solemn vow, because all a parent ever wants is for their child to live, and he'll swallow any disgrace to the family name if it gives Kuro a chance to make things right. Soon he rallies his family and tells them the truth. This nightmare happened because their bonds were too fragile. Now they've got to weld themselves into one, because the undead are coming back and they'll be unstoppable. Right when Ryoichi finally snaps awake, he spots Mahalo crumpled on the floor, motionless. She chomped down on one of those infamous military rations, only for it to suck the rest of her mana dry instead of refilling a single drop. To help her heal, Ryoichi whips up a classic sweet from his world, Ashiruko. That warm, simple bite somehow boosts everyone's spirits the second they taste it. Even Koko's brothers, who started out doubting, get fully convinced the moment that delicious flavor hits their taste buds. Even the family patriarch and matriarch can't hide their amazement at how he cooks. Seizing the moment, the matriarch bluntly corners Ryoichi and demands to know when the wedding's happening. Koko is mortified to her bones, while her mother is absolutely thrilled, because the daughter who used to live for the sword has finally fallen for a real man. Her father cracks up with booming laughter, swearing that his future son-in-law could spark a brand new martial arts school. To seal his full acceptance, he hands Ryoichi Haga, the treasured blade passed down through the Giberdia family. Even if Ryoichi feels totally unworthy of such a precious gift, Koko won't take no for an answer. She urges him to accept it, because she can sense he'll draw in powerful enemies and he'll need that strength. Right when the moment is perfect, Lord Sugatani sweeps in as the goodwill ambassador and crashes the scene. When he brings the dire news, it's not just local undead anymore. Other nations' key leaders are getting puppeted too, and their sharp minds scream one thing: the land of the dead is gearing up for a full-blown invasion. He makes Kurom a brutal deal, spill the truth about the invasion, and he'll slash his sentence. Kurao is dragged out to bargain, but he spits in the face of freedom, then drops the horrifying truth: half his body is already undead, and if they execute him, the undead king will seize full control of him, turning him into a weapon forced to carry out atrocities. From inside his prison, he tells them the sound of his family's voices pulled him back, snatching his heart out of the king's grip. It's a shaky win, sure, but it's victory, and right now that's all that matters. Koko reaches for him, telling him it's not over yet, he's back with them now. With fresh determination burning in his chest, Quaran turns to Ryoichi and begs him to look after his sister. Then he snaps his attention to the ambassador, signs the deal, and steels himself to betray his old master, asking one cold, lethal question: which country is the undead king about to invade? The answer finally drops right as a deadly threat hangs over the homeland of their own, the Sylvan Kingdom, the Elven Land. Their adventure kicks off as their vessel slices through the waves, then rips into the Ichigo Island port. They spread the map wide and studied the road ahead, because their target was locked in, the Sylvan Kingdom. Kakanatu sits way out in the wild northeast, far past the Karasleya Kingdom, with a distance so big it feels like you'd need a whole lifetime to reach it. While one companion urges Ryoichi, sober and urgent, that his own country is in danger, Malo is totally gone in the best way. He's swept into a dreamy reality, grinning like crazy because he's finally about to meet her family and lock in their marriage. And just like that, one voice reassures them, no need to panic. The Sylvan Kingdom sits under the sacred forest's iron protection, and for generations, the long-lived, battle-hardened elven warriors have fought shoulder to shoulder with the Karasleya Kingdom, driving back the undead nation's forces again and again. An elder tells Ryoichi to lock in on his own recovery first, and when he hears the kingdom's militaries actually cooperating, he finally lets out a real breath of relief. Later, under a blanket of stars, Mahalo stands alone on the ship's deck, one bare tear sliding down her cheek while she stares out into the roaring sea. McKin closes in, her sensors picking up every flicker of emotion, but Milo snaps it off fast, saying she's totally fine and begging that her weak moments stay hidden from everyone. Then she pulls Mikin close and spills a story she's held in her heart since she was a kid, a legend about Dorado, the hero who crushed the Demon King and saved the Elven Kingdom. As she got older, Milo revealed that her own digging through old historical texts uncovered something mind-blowing. This wasn't a myth at all. There really was a hard-nosed realist behind it, and he ruled the world with unreal abilities and powerful artifacts. 6. She finally blurts out her secret belief that Ryoichi could be the legendary hero reincarnated. While one of her companions cheers it as a lucky sign that Ryoichi will save the Elven Kingdom again, Malo's face twists with real dread, because the real danger is what happened, it's what comes next. Beneath the full moon's glow, she stops mid-sentence, brushing off a key piece of the legend as a tasteless lie, something later historians cooked up to fool everyone. Their ship finally slams into Cookrell Port and docks. Then officials step in and tell them, that's where we split, because this crew is about to go straight for the capital of the Sylvan Kingdom. They're handed a map and their route drives north along the base of Mount Yorei. Then bam, their first stop is the city of Randall. Ryoichi's carriage ride dragged on for ages, but he still turned to Malo and thanked her for guiding him all the way. Soon the magnificent city of Randall bursts into view, a sprawling metropolis where a grand castle is carved right into the mountainside. As they stride through the bustling streets, they can't help staring at the grand marquise of Randall's castle. Then bam, an enormous, ornate temple crashes their attention with sheer, impossible size. Malo leans in and tells you the truth. This is the temple of Savath, the top god above all the rest. That temple is straight up breathtaking, like you can't even breathe when you see it. Within those magnificent, dignified halls, every companion feels their spine straighten with pure reverence. Malo tells everyone that every drop of magic answers to Lord Savath, and that Lady Undial, the goddess she serves, is tied to him. Then she falls in with the crowd, hands clasped, praying like her whole world depends on his blessing. A high priest thrusts his staff into the air, and a blinding divine light surges over them. A cozy warmth floods Ryoichi and his crew, and Carrie just freezes, because a blessing from the supreme god is so rare it might only show up once a century. Even the non-humans in their crew got a god gift blessing, because Michin's analysis shows an unidentified force field is now living inside her. Malo snaps to the truth that this can only be the supreme god's own guidance, and the priest backs it up with a confirming nod. Then priest Mike Alias bursts into a stunning announcement. Supreme God Savath has manifested, and he's waiting for you. And there he goes, he drags the confused group straight toward a blinding light, where a divine being's silhouette waits like a miracle. In front of them, not just one, an entire army of gods stands ready. Divine pressure slams down so hard it feels like the world can't breathe. Malo crumples in shock, staring in disbelief as she spots her own deity, Undial, standing right there with the pantheon, all under the supreme god's watch. While everyone else bowed deep, a winged goddess stepped forward and fixed Ryoichi with her gaze, calling him a transmigrant and a friend, then telling him to relax and breathe easy. His companions whipped their heads around, frozen in pure shock at the bombshell revelation. The goddess tells everyone that Ryoichi kept his secret hidden for a reason, but his comrades are proven trustworthy, so they have to be told the truth about what's coming next. And Ryoichi swallows his nerves, grateful beyond words that he finally gets to tell his trusted friends himself. Then Odyssin, the supreme god, finally lets it out. He's not here for small talk. He reveals the real reason they're gathered, to discuss another transmigrant summoned 500 years ago, Dorado, a man from Ryoichi's own era and country. He was the hero who saved the elf kingdom, but the demon king's curse kept gnawing at his mind, until madness took him, and he slaughtered his own wife and comrades before ending his life, broken by despair. And that's when everything went wrong. Dorado clawed his way back as an undead, grabbed his terrifying power, and turned the very kingdom he once saved into a cursed realm of the undead, crowning himself king. Now Ryoichi finally sees the real shape of the nightmare closing in on them. For years, a razor-thin balance of power has been held together by relentless battles, yet through it all, the Sylvan Kingdom stays the undead king's one target, fueled by pure hatred. Dorado's power has exploded. Now he can quietly snatch key people from other nations and turn them into his undead servants, swelling his army like a rising tide. The god says this is a brutal break in the life and death cycle, but since Dorado got summoned by the Avicious god, their own divine rules won't let them step in and interfere directly. So yeah, they're begging for Ryoichi, because as a transmigrant, he's the only one who can take down King Dorado and finally stop his rampage. Ryoichi isn't sure he can pull off something this insane. Then the goddess nods at his fear, because his opponent is no ordinary fighter. He's an immortal warrior with 5 centuries of battle scars. She shoves it in his face that his power isn't just luck. His divine-level adaptation makes him untouchable to the curses that wrecked Dorado, and his divine-level regeneration keeps him from ever staying dead. Still, she praises him for the insane strength he's built up in no time, yet he stays just as gentle as ever. But the clock's screaming. Every nation Dorado crushes only makes his power surge, and they can't keep stalling anymore. Ryoichi understands, and his resolve locks in same goal, no wavering. He'll protect the homeland for his companions, accepts the mission without hesitation, promises he'll back them with everything he's allowed to within their rules, then bids them farewell. Once the crowd slips away, the brutal weight of the fight crushes Ryoichi, so hard he can barely breathe. Malo feels totally crushed because it clicks. She didn't stand before the great gods as a priestess at all, she was just an escort. Suddenly her very own goddess, Lady Undial, crashes into reality right in front of her, and as her reward for sticking by someone so important, the goddess hands her a special gift ring and pushes her to keep grinding at what she's doing. Milo's heart races as the day crushes her. She grips the ring tight and bolts, her thoughts spinning out of control. Next, the woodcraft god Yasuk bursts onto the scene in front of Ryoichi. Ryoichi blurts out his thanks, stunned that it was Yask's blessing that kept him alive through his last brutal battles. God just warns that a one-handed axe has its limits, and tells Ryoichi to switch to a sword axe for the battles still ahead. Home then Sylphina, the wind spirit, swoops in, saying Ryoichi's blessing has turned his wind magic so powerful it finally snags her attention, something hardly any human ever gets. Then she whips her gaze to his cat, calling Lily a shot at the next great spirit, and vows to spoil her rotten, right as the poor feline panics. From a distance, 2 more deities len in, puzzled by the insane buzz everyone's given this transmigrant. Back at their inn, Ryoichi collapsed into the blankets, completely drained by those divine run-ins. While they're digging into the meal, he suddenly realizes Malo still hasn't come back. And his companions took in the news about his origins, and you could tell it clicked, because his powers were the exact reason it had to be true. They're flipping through those picture books of Dorado Malo, the hero he adored, while everyone insists that transmigrants are basically divinely chosen heroes. Ryoichi and Mikan panic and decide, right now, they're going to hunt for her. They track her down at a hidden lake, and she clutches the ring from Undial like it's her lifeline, recognizing it from ancient texts as the ring of pure water, a divine artifact that can unleash terrifying power in whoever wields it. Midway through processing the insane journey she just survived, Ryoichi suddenly yells her name. He followed her trail by tracking the wrist device, then his stomach dropped when he saw her clothes perfectly folded by the water, like something terrible had already happened. Shaken to her core, she blurted out that she wasn't hiding anything. She was just trying to steady her nerves after everything that blew her mind that day. Ryoichi sat right beside her, pouring out how terrified he'd been, because he knew she'd been hurting for a while. Milo finally spills the truth behind her torment. She dug it up herself. Dorado, the so-called hero who's turned into a threat to her homeland, is a transmigrant. But she was so obsessed with the hero who saved her people that she shoved the dark truth out of her mind. Then she threw herself into Ryoichi's arms and declared her love for him. With tears flooding her eyes, she blurts a desperate plea. Save the Elven Kingdom, just promise you'll never turn into Dorado. Promise you'll stay exactly the way you are. Ryoichi stared at her, heart locked in place, and swore his vow. He'll stand guard over her homeland, and he'll never, ever back down. Meanwhile, deep inside a shadow-choked fortress, the undead king snaps a grim report into his hands. His subordinate storms in to tell him the truth. Kurao has been wiped out by Kakanatsu's swordsmen. King Dorado doesn't even flinch. He says he admired the swordsman's spirit, so he didn't finish turning him into a full undead. Even after being warned that Kurao stonewalls indoctrination and could be leaking secrets, he just shrugs it off like it's nothing. He tells them plain and simple, anyone who ends up in front of him won't just fall, eventually they'll choose to worship him too, and one lone deserter, that means nothing to him. The moments here were declaring war anyway. The king rumbles from his throne, and with that he throws secrecy out the window. He proclaims his kingdom a paradise where persecuted souls and undead seeking revenge can finally strike back. His first target, the Elven Kingdom, awaited. Once Charizleia and the Marlin Empire crumble, he'll sweep in and seize the ancient Magitech weapons buried in the ruins. Once the world falls, he and his undead army will finally lock onto their ultimate foe, the gods themselves. Their trek finally slams them right at the base of a sacred peak, the relay spot for the centriest tree nation itself, Mount Hora. This land is guarded by Sword Saint Mikanata, a warrior blessed by the sword god Kazuchi, so when he wields that blade, it isn't just authority, it's the sword god's own honor walking the earth. After brutal training, a chosen warrior gets the god's blessing, then slowly the light dies out, and the sword saint becomes the one who bestows that blessing on others, the greatest honor a swordsman can earn. Ryoichi thinks about all of it while gripping Haga, the relic passed down from the very first sword saint. Even with his companion pushing him to believe in his insane growth, he still feels like a total rookie, like he doesn't deserve that weapon at all. After all this, he credits his blazing progress to a granted ability, but ever since the tragedy with Kurao, he's convinced his strength is just a dangerous weight dragging his friends down. That crushing fear hits Koko hard, and she makes a brutal choice. She asks her friends in a shaky, solemn voice to let her train alone for a while. As the wagon rumbles off, it yanks her away from her crew, and one of the younger kids bursts into tears over the sudden goodbye. The others crowd in, trying to steady her heart, telling her Koko vowed she'd come back stronger than ever, forged under the legendary Sword Saint's training. Koko stood there and watched them disappear down the dusty road, silent and unshakable as steel, her resolve hardening with every step. And right there, she swallows her pride, apologizing to herself for being selfish, because she knows she can't afford another loss like the one that crushed her brother. Defeating the king of the dead isn't something you can gamble with, you've got no room to fail. With grim determination, she starts climbing the sacred mountain, chasing one mission: steal the sword god's blessing and avenge her brother's disgrace. While the rest of the crew keeps pushing forward, they don't slow down for a second. They finally roll into Ria's, the centriest tree nation's capital, an insanely busy city built around a gigantic, towering tree. 3. Ryoichi feels the calm wash over him, a chilling contrast to the war that hangs over everything. Mahalo's shoulders finally drop, peace is still intact, so she blurts out, "I'm starving," and can't wait to taste the food from home. Before they even realize it, they're standing face to face with a jaw-dropping feast. As they dig into the meal, Malo can't help but drift back to the spot, her go-to stress-eating hideout every time her mentor, the high priest, ripped into her. She then blurts out every little mess she made before her pilgrimage, fretting that when she comes back, she's about to get absolutely torn apart with a brutal reprimand. Right then, a calm voice cuts through the noise and calls her name. High Priest Torka, her mentor, has tracked her down in the restaurant. Milo is mortified when she's caught, but Torka grins and reveals it's actually her own favorite hiding spot. The High Priest lets out a huge breath of relief, staring at Malo and realizing she's not just fine, she's actually filled out and even gained weight. And Torka whips her focus right to Malo's companions. Ryoichi throws his name out first, and then Torka steps up and introduces herself, turning the high priest of the whole town into the main character. She locks eyes with Ryoichi, and in that instant, recognition sparks like a flash. She blurts out that he's got a kind, gentle aura, like he's channeling someone she used to know. Her words get snipped off the moment her companion steps in, boldly declaring that Ryoichi is her lover. Torka snaps back in shock, stunned that Mahalo would even bat an eye at men, until Ryoichi cuts the whole rumor off in seconds. As the game winds down, the high priest grins, soaking in the fact that her students finally found real friends. Torka then drops a bombshell. He brings up Malo's old training partner, Myra, and reveals the full story behind Malo's pilgrimage. She brings up what's been happening in Randall. Gods have been showing up and spilling divine revelations all over town, and it's clear the group has no clue because Milo starts getting visibly nervous. As Torka clocks Malo's sweat dripping, one of the other companions leans in and yells that the ring of purity is glowing on Malo's finger. Torka freezes in shock when she hears Malo's name tied to a priestess prophecy for greatness, and when panic hits, she blurts out her own age, 500 years, without meaning to. As a high elf, she lives forever in a way that leaves Ryoichi totally stunned. Torka snaps back that she's not immortal at all, because her own sister died a tragic death centuries ago. Torka shifts gears and fires off a straight, no-hiding question at Ryuichi, asking if his homeland is called Nihon. Ryoichi is completely stunned that she somehow knows Japan's name. Torka leans in and tells you this. She was Arado's attendant, the legendary hero who wiped out the Demon King 500 years ago, and get this, he didn't even come from here. He came from a far-off world called Nihon. The whole party freezes in total shock at this jaw-dropping revelation. The fact that the high priest personally knew Dorado and watched his tragic fall with his own eyes crushes them. Ryoichi can't stop thinking about it. Why does Torka treat him with kid gloves kindness, even though he looks exactly like the fallen hero who's now the king of the undead? With that crushing weight in his chest, Milo decides there's no backing down. He's pushing forward to make sure her home village is still safe. Morris Village sits way out by the undead nation's border, holding the line as a crucial defense stronghold. When they finally arrive, they're greeted by a cozy little village, wooden houses tucked right into the heart of the forest. Milo gets welcomed with open arms by the other elves, young on the outside, but with that battle-hardened, ancient aura that screams they've been fighting for ages. Family and friends swarm in to welcome her, and you can practically see her popularity glowing in every smile. The whole village erupts with joy when she returns safe and sound, and her new companions come with her. Ryoichi stares in disbelief as the villagers, most of them centuries old, move around strong and unshaken, nowhere near frail. Milo snaps a warning at him. These aren't pushovers, they're active warriors, and you'd better not underestimate them. She then walks right up to her father, Paro, the village chief, and greets him like it's her older brother, not her parent. After Malo introduces Ryoichi like he's someone she holds closest to her heart. Paro steps in and formally welcomes the whole group like it's a grand entrance. Then he pulled Ryoaki aside and asked her to join him, just the two of them. The women can't shake the dread as the two men turn and stride out. Paro drags Ryoaki to Asana, insisting it's the perfect spot to shed every title and finally talk with zero masks. He wastes no time, he goes straight for the heart of the matter, trying to figure out what kind of man he thinks will win his daughter's heart as her husband. Even as Ryoichi swears it isn't true, Paro feels the divine blessing on him, plus the contract he sealed with a spirit. Yet as both village chief and warrior, Paro's instincts scream that a massive onslaught from the undead nation is about to hit any minute now. With a bow and shaking resolve, he humbly begs Ryoichi to stand with him in the coming battle. In another corner of the village, the women decide to jump into the sauna too. They're met by Malo's mother, Marina, yet her youthful face shocks them all. Marina tells them elven growth is wild and impossible to predict, then right on cue, it drags them straight to the women's sauna. That brutal heat blasts straight into their bodies, and it hits like a total shock. Then a sudden blast of freezing cold slammed into him, ripping the warmth away. It hits them like Koko's brutal training schedule, only now their absent friend is nowhere to be found, and that worry spikes fast. They scramble to reassure each other that Koko's built tough, and that she's going to be okay. Up on the sacred mountain, far from everything normal, Koko's training is pure danger. She's trapped in a brutal showdown with a monstrous beast. Wounded and bleeding, she surges forward with pure fury, driving her opponent down in one last, brutal clash. She cleared the trial and now stands right in front of a towering torii gate. Masked attendants bursts into the hall and announces her arrival to the Sword Saint. Inside the shrine, Mikanata sits like he owns the place, one of the current Sword Saints. Feeling Koko's fierce, heartfelt aura wash over them, Mikanata finally gets the mission and dares the battered warrior to prove her power, then climbs straight to the top of the sword. Deep inside the elven lands, a grim premonition hangs heavy in the air. snapping the peaceful calm of their treetop homes like a warning bell. A strategy meeting rages on as the leaders huddle around a map, and the news hits like a hammer. An undead army is gearing up for a massive invasion. Hearing it, elven Princess Malo bolts for her homeland, dragging along a tight band of trusted traveling companions. On the road, a divine revelation hit them, and now the fate of the world rests on one brutal battle. Malo grips the ring Lady Undial gave her, swearing she'll unleash its power on everyone, even though she knows this fight will be desperate to the bone. An elder elf chokes up and drops a trembling compliment. Malo has grown into a true warrior, the kind who will step onto the battlefield and die with zero regrets. But Malo fires back fast. If he drops, he'll crawl back up as an undead nightmare, and that's a risk they can't gamble with. To stop that tragedy, her priceless friends step in, ready to throw their strength behind the cause. Right there you've got Sir Catherine Oriambark, an A-rank legend, and Sir Ryoichi Ishikawa, the guy who famously took down the dragon of Melsar Island. Ryoichi tells everyone that Mia, Moa, and Michika will be right there to back up Malo's magic. He lays it out for everyone. Miken's not a real name, just the nickname I picked for Michika, because her whole situation is messy and complicated. Michika looks genuinely satisfied with the setup, her power surging as she vows to protect the villagers, like it's her mission, and she's more than tough enough to charge straight into the front lines. Suddenly the commander's face tightens. He can feel them in the air. They're here. The signal snaps through the air, then the undead army surges in. He barks orders to lock in their positions and get ready to intercept. From the fortress walls, a command bellows and screams across the battlements. Archers, spirit mage squad, fire. The air erupts with a volley of enchanted arrows, and deadly magic storms down on the oncoming horde. But the undead army barrels forward without a flicker of fear, their ranks taking the first barrage like it's nothing as they march straight through the storm of bullets. They slam into the fortress walls and launch the assault, climbing ladders with wild, natural speed. Then the command hits, hold the fortress at all costs. Catherine and Ryoichi clash on the battlements, their blades slicing into the undead as they smash through the defenses. In the brutal press of close-quarters combat, the battle-hardened elven army steamrolls everyone with terrifying dominance. Yet every time they drop one body, another undead one slides in to replace it, like the fight will never end, and Ryoichi is starting to choke under the pressure, telling Catherine straight up that he still hasn't gotten used to real combat, especially when the monsters look so painfully human. Even when they're just monsters, slicing down human shapes hits him like a curse, his chest aches, and he regrets not bringing weapons built to deter instead. Malo strides forward and pitches a risky switch. She and her little brother, Terran, will take the front line for a while. Then she flashes Ryoichi a calm smile and swears she heals fast and will be okay. Terran tells Ryoichi to stop worrying. Sure, he looks young, but he's a fully grown warrior, while the elven commander pushes them to retreat and get healed, and that tight, sinking unease hits Terran hard because something about this feels really, really wrong. He can't help but think it. If their enemy is saving their power, this first wave is way too puny to be the real threat. Right on cue, a fresh signal blares and the second wave crashes in. A towering undead giant steps forward, while nightmare beast things surge alongside it, sprinting on all fours. Then darkness crashes onto the battlefield. One corrupted dragon drops from the heavens, its flesh rotting and its spirit twisted beyond saving. Melsar Island's undead dragon has been brought back from the dead, and it's roaring once more. Panic detonates through the defenders when that colossal beast dives straight over the fortress. It turns a blind eye to the chaos below, its path locked straight for the elven capital, Rias. Now that city hiding in the massive ancient tree's branches has turned into the main target. Then the dragon rockets forward, snapping the distance shut with terrifying speed. It snaps its jaws wide and blasts a raging torrent of necrotic fire straight into the air. That devastating breath attack crashes into a shimmering hexagonal barrier, and the whole city gets swallowed by its glow. Inside the capital, the elven queen drops to thanks, because Malo's alarm hit exactly when it mattered, giving everyone time to shove the citizens to safety and round up every priest in the land to raise this defense. Up on the dragon's back, a shadowy figure in black armor looms, and the queen snaps to recognition. Knight Dylan. A magic barrier, is it? He scoffs. Then she steps up and says his name to his face, reminding him that her kingdom was already wiped out by the demon king long ago. She challenges what he's doing, remembering the days when he was a proud knight who fought for the oppressed, but he snaps back that the undead are monsters, and if they want him as their leader, then so be it. Dylan lavishes praise on the unstoppable magic barrier, then swears he'll crack it from the inside. The queen's blood ran cold as the temple knights guarding the priests abruptly turned on her, eyes blazing with menace, because the undead had already slipped into their holiest ranks. She snaps to the truth: if those priests shatter their formation, the whole barrier will come crashing down. Dylan then lays it out cold. The elven priests, their natural enemies, were the first ones cut down. But don't panic, he snarls. While that dragon gathers power for another breath attack, he promises you'll soon be standing with us, rotting in the dark as undead. Right before the dragon can land its blow, a silver flash tears straight through, and its head comes flying off. A fresh army just marched onto the battlefield, and a human general now stands face to face with a stunned undead knight. I'm Gustav, the general of far-off Karaslia, so I'm declaring this right now. Our royal army is about to unleash extermination on both the undead and the dragons, and I'm ordering my troops to help the elves while crushing the traitorous temple knights. Dylan stays disturbingly calm, sneering at the kingdom's army like it's nothing, because we've got a trump card ready to crush your forces. He stares at Gustav with bone-chilling confidence, like he's daring you to move, because the moment you hear what he knows, you'll have to back off. Back at the fortress, Ryoichi just gets hit with a desperate magical message, like the kind that can't wait. It's Kirika, Ryoichi blurts in pure disbelief, and she's crying as she begs him, right then, for his help. Help, she cries, reliving the nightmare. At a tea party for the royal kids in the capital, the guards suddenly turn on them and attack. Now she's locked in a prison-like nightmare, trapped with the third Prince Kairodos and his younger sister, the fifth Princess Small, caught in a flawless trap by an overwhelming force, and their fate teeters on the edge. A towering board of fearsome dragons rears up, and a shadowy fiend barges into the kingdom's knights with an ultimatum. Hild's Princesses Small, Prince Kitatoros, and Duchess Kirika are all in his grasp, and he'll only spare them if the kingdom backs away. Then he laughs, claiming he holds the power to decide who lives and who dies across the whole royal family. The knight can only freeze in stunned disbelief, because this isn't a negotiation at all, it's a straight-up declaration of total war. Enraged, the knight itself roars that those barbaric acts will never be forgiven. While they remember the centuries of brutal, one-sided extermination campaigns their kingdom has unleashed on the undead. The Dark Commander's voice crashes through visions of slaughter, drilling home one brutal truth: they've never treated the undead like a people, or their nation like it deserves to exist, leaving them torn apart about what comes next. He's basically saying the princesses' lives are nothing but throwaway goods, same as his people have always treated them, because the undead will always claw their way back after the set time runs out. The knight can do nothing but let out a helpless scream, his fury exploding as he realizes his enemy's cold, calculating cruelty. In a dark cell somewhere else, Prince Kitatoros leans in and reassures his sister, Princess Small, telling her they've still got hope, and pinning it all on Sir Ryoichi Ishikawa, the honorary knight who already proved he can beat even a dragon. The prince blows off his own words, calling the title worthless and snapping. Why would anyone in the noble house risk their life for this? But Princess Small refuses to give up. She clings to hope, remembering that gentle voice that once gave her courage in her darkest hour. In her hands, she grips a tiny music box, her late mother's last gift. Out of the dark, a horned menace suddenly steps into view and declares himself the mastermind behind their abduction, eyes locked on the music box, calling it a precious magic tool, and barking at her to hand it over. Princess Kirika plants herself like a wall and clutches her priceless memento tight, refusing point-blank to hand over the gift from her dearest friend. Miles away, Ryoichi's wrist device started beeping, confirming Kirika's exact location. He and his companion face the crumbling ruins of old Castle Dorado, now a cursed undead fortress, because that's where she's locked away. They've already sent messengers to the capital, but Ryoichi knows they'll crawl there too late, so he steadies a panicked moa and swears, right here, that he's the one who will rip Kirika out. He declares he's going solo, brushing off his friends' protests as they beg him to tell them he's not really about to storm the castle alone. He ignores their desperate cries to slow down and charges straight ahead, zeroing in on the road. Then he barrels forward and slams into the first of the undead guards. With supernatural grace, he springs over the hulking creature like a flash. With one smooth slash, his blade whips through the air, and the guard's head rolls off in a vicious spray of black ichor. Power erupts, and his companions just stare, stunned by how effortless it looks. Malo starts to wonder if Ryoichi has been hiding his real strength this whole time. Then Carrie cracks it open. This isn't restraint at all. Ryoichi can't hold back. He treats every opponent like they're equals and throws everything he's got at them. Looks like he's still nowhere close to fully controlling his latent powers, because every time he fights, his strength quietly shifts on the fly to match his opponent's power. Now desperation hits, and he stops seeing an enemy army as people. He sees one giant, unbreakable wall of threat, and he plows through it like a blade through steel, no hesitation at all. A fresh wave of lightning-fast beast-type undead crashes down on his friends. Ryoichi barks an order, and Michina, his AI partner, answers, "Got it," flipping her electromagnetic rod into a long-range sniper rifle and promising she'll wipe out the threat. With his friends safe, Ryoichi turns to Machina and shouts thanks. Then glowing green leaf wings erupt from his back, blasting him straight into the sky. The elves gawk in shock. He's spinning wind spirit magic to forge stepping stones in midair, and with each one he rockets into the next leap without stopping. With the main god's blessings fueling him, his magic and strength skyrocket exponentially. He's practically soaring, tearing across the sky with impossible speed, straight toward the distant castle. Left all behind, Malo drops to his knees and apologizes to his father for not stopping Ryoichi, but his father just shrugs and says Ryoichi is just a stubborn, and no matter what, he would have gone anyway. Fueled by courage, Malo marches up to his father and demands a war, determined to carry it into battle and follow his path. But he snaps that they're not heading for the fortress at all, they're going for the capital, and his worry is eating him alive for High Priest Torka and everyone at the Myra temple, because that same dragon is wrecking Rias too. The sheer terror the dragon carved into Melisar Island still haunts him, and it lights a fire in his chest. He refuses to let anyone else get crushed by that same fate. Watching his son grow, his father swells with pride, but the moment he hears this dangerous request, he shuts it down. Carrie strides forward and offers to be Malo's bodyguard, because she's got unfinished business with those high-ranking undead flying that dragon, and she's not letting her prey slip away. She tells them they won't need warhorses at all, because she's got a secret way to travel. Then she introduces her spirit companion, Willius. Turns out the spirit is Kraken-chan, the same water spirit her pirate enemy used to control, and Carrie lays it out. After she erased its old master, she snapped up Kraken-chan with a brand new contract. The spirit can warp through space, yanking the whole group in an instant to the one place it's already visited, the capital city of Rayos. Meanwhile, Ryoichi drops in over the undead castle and lands without a sound on its ramparts. He knows that after making it this far solo, one wrong step will spell doom, so he slips across the rooftops like a shadow. His AI companion snaps the update. Kirika's tracking device is dead, gone. No more delays, rescue mode is now the top priority. Ryoichi yanks his hood low and slips straight into the fortress. Inside, the horned sorcerer strides up to a locked cell while Kirika begs him to stop. He slams into the chained princess, growling for the secrets hidden in her magic tool. When she refuses, he snaps a wicked blade into her fate, swears he'll break her first, then kills her, and brings her back as his undead servant. Kirika screams in terror as the dark plan takes hold. A hooded figure snaps into view out of nowhere, and Ryoichi slams his blade deep into the sorcerer's back. Ryoichi cradles the creature as it crumbles into dust, and Kirika stares up at her savior, stunned and overflowing with gratitude. "I'm so relieved you're okay," he whispers, then he grins and says, "I came to rescue you." With relief crashing over her, Kirika lunges into a tight embrace the moment he snaps her chains free, then blurts out, breathless, that the other royals are still trapped nearby. Ryoichi leans toward the hallway, clocking the brutal guard presence, and decides his smartest move is to hunt for an exit, slip out, then circle back in from a different spot. Right before they can even move, a black aura slams into the room, dark, suffocating, unreal. Then the horned sorcerer vanishes in with a crack of necrotic power, standing right behind them. "You really did a number on me earlier," he rasps, eyes burning as he steps in, "and I'm here for payback." He cackles at their shock and tells them, "I'm undead too, so my resurrection is instant." Then undead soldiers burst out of the shadows and close in all around them. Without a word, Ryoichi scoops Kirika into his arms and demands, "Hold on tight, like the world is about to move." The sorcerer scoffs and Ryoichi snaps back. He's going to unleash a blazing wind spirit spell and smash straight through their lines. A furious gale rips out of his body, blasting the undead soldiers flying, and the sorcerer roars to his minions to seize the intruders. "All right," Ryoichi shouts while clutching Kirika tight, and we sprint out of here like our lives depend on it. A violent blast of magic rips the castle doors wide open, blasting straight into the throne room buried deep inside. A towering armored beast surges up with a roar that rattles the air, ripping straight through the silence. "What is this screaming?" it growls, "and why do we've got a wind spirit magic caster inside this castle?" The horned sorcerer rushes in front of his master, drops to a bow, and frantically apologizes for the chaos the intruders just unleashed. The master's eyes snap onto Ryoichi and the girl clutched against his chest. He clocks something weirdly familiar about the boy, then shrugs it off like it means nothing. Kidnapping royalty, he decides, is a petty move, but man, it works. He squares up to the intruders with his R-raid glaring behind him, and the Dark Lord snaps, "Step over that line, and I'll bury you back in the dust." The imposing, shadow-draped Darkveer barrels straight toward Ishikawa, his voice thundering with ancient power. "So you're a fellow transmigrant, huh? Tell me, what's your name?" The second Ishikawa blurts his name, the figure snaps back in pure rage. He snarls, leans in like a threat, and rips through the air. How dare you speak that revered name? Are you King Dorado? The armored king snaps that he tossed that name long ago, like a dusty relic from his old life. Then he spots Ishikawa and recognizes him from the heroic stories he'd heard before his own transference, tales of a world-saving hero. And with a sharp nod, he admits the truth. They're both tied to the same world. Then he drops the bombshell of his cataclysmic plan, turn every last human into an undead army, and with that unstoppable force, he'll remake the world, because in his mind there's no other way to face the gods. Ishikawa snaps that this road isn't theirs to choose, reminding Dorado that it was the gods who handed them their power. Then Dorado's tough front cracks as he starts telling his heartbreaking past. It all began when he fell for the princess of a ruined elven kingdom, the one he saved from a demon king's grasp. What he thought would be a happy ending turned sour fast. After they married and rebuilt the kingdom, he was stuck in non-stop clashes with his old vassals. His wife Senri begged him to stop and find another way, because her people, the High Elves, held a brutal, exclusionary ideology, and she was terrified for their unborn child, begging him to build a land where that baby could finally live in peace. The second he heard she was pregnant, cold dread punched Dorado in the chest, because that's when a sinister voice from the past came roaring back. The same god who once warned him a child would never be born between a primordial high elf and a human. His blood went ice cold, and he confronted his wife on the spot, roaring for answers about whose child she was carrying. In his head, Senri freezes because he's suddenly sure she's pregnant, and then he snaps, asking why she's been silent about it. Still, she blurts out her innocence with shaking desperation, swearing the child is his, sent by the gods like a miracle, and yet doubt already bites because a devastated Dorado shoves her back, ordering her to get out and leave him in peace. That's when the wicked voice crawled back into the light, revealing it wasn't some kind-hearted god at all, but a vile deity bound by a pact with Demon King Dorado, the very one Dorado had crushed. The entity sneered at him and said transmigrants were nothing but playthings for its amusement in a world with no justice. Then it hissed poisonous doubts straight into his head, until his suspicion that his wife was cheating grew teeth. The king's whole vibe flipped. What used to be a kind, welcoming hero turned ice cold, slipping away from his own people until he felt like a complete stranger. Whispers ripped through the court. Everyone swore a divorce was about to happen, and they couldn't ignore how it would spark the kingdom's ancient faction wars all over again. Dorado's paranoia latched onto Dylan, the high elf knight who'd fought beside Senri and her family since they were kids. Senri finally caught up to him and demanded to know why he'd been dodging her. Then she spilled it. She'd gone to Dylan for advice because rumors about their unheard-of child were exploding everywhere, and she had no idea what to do next. She even pushed for them to announce the pregnancy in public, turning it into a huge celebration meant to shut down every poisonous rumor. But as she spoke, the wicked god twisted her innocent words into a deadly confession of betrayal, and then the child, lost in night's grip, heard one horrific command: kill them all. Then his world snapped, pure rage took him, and Dura hacked down his beloved wife. The wicked D laughed, roaring that he'd finally fused with his despair. The Mad King finally snapped and unleashed his full power. Everything around him shattered as the castle itself started to crumble, while his terrified subjects scattered and screamed for their lives. The rampage tore through everything, leaving nothing but total destruction in its wake. As the dust finally drifted away, Dorado just stared at the wreckage he'd wrought. Terror slammed into him all at once. What have I done? He collapsed to his knees, clutching Senra's lifeless body to his chest, while his grief-stricken screams tore through the ruined silence of his kingdom. He begged himself to believe that the wicked god was steering his strings, but then something colder crushed into his chest. The rage, the jealousy, the murderous urge, it was all his. His world was shattered, just rubble and ash left behind. In his darkest despair, he tried to end it all, then fate slammed a new horror into his face. He couldn't die. His body kept regenerating against his will. Will stared at his hand, trembling with doubt. Was he truly alive, or had he already turned into something else without even realizing it? His old comrades, now undead thralls, burst out of the shadows and swore they'd serve their broken master forever. In one night, his dazzling world flipped into a living nightmare. Those he'd killed turned into his puppets, and their non-stop praise just kept screaming how much he'd truly lost. The gods stripped him of everything, even the mercy of dying, and all that's left now is a white-hot hunger to tear revenge out of them. And just like that, his tail slams shut. He's convinced that if he turns every living thing into undeath and chops the gods down himself, only then will he finally break free from the torment tearing him apart. Right here in the present, Ishikawa is left staring in disbelief at this vicious god of all things. Dorado just shakes his head, saying it's been hundreds of years since he last talked this much to another soul. Seeing Ishikawa's face echo his old heroic days, Dorado grins and hurls an offer: join his dark crusade. Ishikawa won't budge. Yeah, he feels for Dorado's heartbreaking past, but he refuses to accept a deal that kills countless innocent lives. Dorado's voice snaps colder, his offer turning into a blunt warning. Doro declares it with iron resolve: if you won't join me, I'll crush you. He's a remnant of vengeance, nothing will stop him. Ishikawa snaps into action, unleashing his god-tier clone technique, and gets ready for the clash that's coming no matter what. He snaps orders to his familiar, Lily, to rush Kirika and one of the clones to safety right now. Dorado's minions rush in to stop them, but Ishikawa steps in front and squares up, taking them on himself. Lily points at the clone and says it's freakishly strong, so strong it can think on its own, all because the chief god's blessing is coursing through it. One of Dorado's lieutenants gets hooked by the clone's mystery and lunges in for the kill. The creature lunges in a flash, brutal and merciless, driving its blade through both of Ishikawa's clones at once like it's laughing at how weak they are. So when the hit lands, the clones crumble to dust under its full force. Dorado stared at the wreckage, eyes sharp. He clocked it immediately, a regeneration technique. So you're undead too, huh? And you don't have instant death resistance. He offers one last, brutal choice: kneel and surrender, or die, then serve me as undead. Choose, and Ishikawa defiantly shoves back both options. Such a shame to end you, Dorado says with cold finality. Then he materializes a grotesque blade made of screaming skulls and kills him. The undead king lifts a nightmare weapon high in the air, lining up a brutal execution on the hero who's standing between him and his vengeance. In the besieged heart of Centrius, the city's magical barrier finally cracks under the dragon's relentless assault. The elven knights and sorcerers fight like their lives depend on it, but the walls of their defense start to crack. Then the high priestess, seeing her people buckle, clenches her resolve and prepares to pay the ultimate price. She starts summoning a forbidden power, an ancient sealing magic her sacred bloodline passed down, knowing full well it'll burn her life out just to shield her homeland. As that massive power starts to swirl around her, her attendants gasp in pure terror, begging her, over and over, to stop. They swear she's vital to the kingdom until a fresh voice slams into the silence. Malo descends, a young woman claiming she brings Lady Undial's secret strategy, the one that can derail their suicidal plan. The high priestess spots her out of nowhere, eyes widening, because the moment she steps in, it's not fear in her face, it's pure, brand new confidence. Milo just blurts that love has made her stronger, and it totally throws her comrade off guard for a split second amid all the chaos. Their reunion lasts only a heartbeat, then a horned, armored figure looms in the distance, and pure malice pours off him. He declares he's coming for an old debt, his eyes snapping to the priestesses as he winds up to strike. Right when the dragon spits another roaring blast of fire, a brand new warrior drops from the sky and slams into the attack midair. With one vicious swing, she drops the beast for good, lands light on her feet, and stands poised over the horned undead. Said he spots her at once. The elven knights gasp in shock, recognizing the armor as Lorien Bark's, but they can't figure out who the woman wearing it really is. She declares that Ryoichi is out there saving the princesses right now, and she vows to personally march straight to their captors and hand them a brutal lesson. Two warriors collide in a streak of steel, their blades shrieking as they tear through a ruined city. She clocks how his strength has shot up, and he finally confesses he's been pretending to be weak the whole time. So when she compares his power to the dragon's, he sneers and declares he's way beyond some pathetic beast. Right in that make-or-break moment, the horned figure surges with power, igniting her strength and bragging that he's the top undead, so only his master has any chance of killing him. Meanwhile, deep inside the castle of the undead, a thunderous explosion rips the whole place apart. Inside the shattered throne room, dark-armored King Dorado towers in the wreckage, groaning that he totally lost control and got carried away. Suddenly, Ryoichi bursts into view, blocks the strike with a sharp parry, and exposes Dorado's secret. This whole time, he'd been battling a fake clone. With grim fire in his eyes, Ryoichi snaps that he'll churn out clones until victory finally lands. Two more duplicates suddenly spawn, flanking Dorado from both sides, then stab him straight through the chest and back with their blades. Ryoichi thinks, just for a moment, that he's finally pierced the king's heart. But Dorado doesn't even flinch. He looks almost amused, like, "Not bad," he says, clearly finding the boy's efforts pretty damn interesting. With one cold, contemptuous swing, he smashes both clones to pieces. He praises Ryoichi's skill to the sky, then slams him with the one fatal flaw in his strategy. Ryoichi's magnificent sword is the real deal, but the clones' blades are clunky knockoffs, like they can't hide the truth for long. At his turn, Dorado roars and unleashes a brutal attack that smashes everything in its path. Ryueki's sword explodes into shards and he gets slammed into a stone pillar, grievously wounded. Then the youth finally clocks the insane gap in power, and panic hits hard because his only priority is to break free and escape. But his consciousness is slipping away, and his body can't heal fast enough to survive the brutal damage. Dorado looms over Ryoichi, crowing about his superior regeneration, and offers to end his suffering if Ryoichi will join the undead. Right before the king can move, a sacred white wolf spirit explodes onto the scene, leaping at him with pure, feral fury. The creature rams its teeth into Dorado's arm. Ryoichi, barely conscious, finally spots the spirit and it's sorry, but then he can't wrap his head around how she's here. Just as he asks, a fresh figure lunges into the light from the shadows, an armed, fox-eared woman, who marches straight up to the undead king and demands payment, saying her older brother still owes him for the hospitality he once received. She introduces herself as Koko Youth Gaberdias, here to reclaim her family's honor. Then this rock-solid ally arrives, and the counterattack explodes into motion. With a ferocious scream, the warrior rockets through the air, blade first, driving straight for the dark figure standing alone among the ruins. The undead king lanes in, grinning with bone-chilling amusement. "Ha, so you're Karo's little sister. You really made it here. Good, I welcome you." She fires back with grim resolve, waving her hand at the folgers all around you and you. "You're talking like this is a coffee break, even while your castle gets infiltrated. Meanwhile, I've already wiped out a few of your guys just to reach this spot," but the king. He doesn't even flinch. "It doesn't matter," he says, "because when the time comes, they'll all come back." Their blades slam together with a thunderous impact, exploding through the air and cracking the stone floor beneath their feet. The king smirks behind his helm, then laughs like, "And when your allies fall, they're mine to command. The more bodies, the better. Today's a perfect day." She snaps back, voice rock steady, "Today's your death anniversary." As she says it, her wolf companion rockets ahead, all white fur and pure righteous fury. The king's eyes snap to the new threat. He can feel the power building around the beast as it whips up a roaring vortex of wind. Channeling the spirit's power, the warrior locks in perfect unity with her blade, like they're one weapon and one soul. "Ancestral blade, howling fang," she screams, "lend me your strength." They charge straight at each other, two unstoppable forces with one fate, collision in a final, decisive clash. Opponent, and she snaps off her ultimate technique, Courant style, while Sakura charges a blinding flash. The strike lands right on target. The king's arm gets hacked clean off and crashes to the ground as black blood explodes from the wound, but the madman just grins like he's watching art. "Heh, impressive. That's such a beautiful technique, I had to see it up close myself." She scoffs like, "Are you really trying to play tough after losing an arm?" But the king just laughs, "Ha, I didn't lose anything." Then he claims, "If anything, I gained." And she snaps back, confused, "What are you talking about?" Suddenly, a severed arm, twisted by dark power, shoots forward, snatches her like it's alive, and she jerks back, gasping in pure shock. "Got you now," he gloats like, "Congrats, you just racked up even more enemies." He lifts his massive blade, that savage edge hanging millimeters from her throat. "Don't you dare resist. If you make the wrong move, I'll snap your neck. Surrender now, drop the sword, and I'll let you live." Defeated, she drops her weapon onto the stone floor with a sharp clang. The king strides up and calls it a wise decision. "Just like Kurao, you'll be baptized and turned undead while you're still alive." Before he can finish, her calm voice cuts in. "O king of the undead, do you remember the sword my brother Kurao inherited?" The king freezes for a beat, then smiles like he already knew. The fourth-generation Sessafune, a jaw-dropping jade-bladed sword that looks gorgeous and feels dangerous. She pushes on, and as whispers of Sassafune, the blade's wielder, ring out in the air, fate starts loading misfortune like a countdown to doom. With a defiant roar, she brandishes the cursed blade in her other hand, and then she snaps, "Misfortune, I'll hand it back to you, right now, right to your face." She surges forward and rips out a second ultimate, right into the current style tandem slash. With a blinding flash of steel, the attack finally lands, straight on target. The undead king's reign of terror ends the moment his head hits the ground, no coming back from that. She watches his body drop, eyes locked on the certainty that he can't revive. Then she pivots, and there Ryoichi, her fallen comrade, starts to stir, so she bolts to his side. "Don't worry, Ryoichi-san," she murmurs, voice shaking with real concern. "You're still worrying about everyone else even now. This place is dangerous. We've got to get somewhere safe." She hauls him up on his feet, bracing his whole weight. "No tricks, no illusions, I'm right here." She confirms the king of the undead is dead, grabs him by the hand, and steers him straight toward the exit. "Now we've got to get out of here fast." Like the world hit play at the exact wrong moment, the whole castle starts to shudder, its stone walls screaming and groaning under the crushing weight. Deep in the dungeons, the shaking finally dies down, and a young princess jabs at a jagged fissure in the wall of their cell, Look, the tremors split it, she gasps. If we tear this down, we might actually break free. Her brother hesitates, are you sure? Because he fears that if the enemy finds them, they're done, and if they stay trapped in this prison while the princess stays stubborn and unshaken, all they'll be left to do is wait for death. They smash through the wall and land in a brand new corridor, lit up by a room down the hall. So is this another prison? The prince blurts it out, and then the real fear hits. Are we the only prisoners here? From the lit room, a soft voice calls out, hey, is someone there? Then a delicate silhouette flashes behind the bars. Oh my, a child, how pitiful. The child replies, it's okay, I'm trapped here too. I'm not here to hurt you. She steps out of the shadows, an elf, and there's a quiet sadness burning in her eyes. My name is Senri. I'm nothing but a worthless undead. I can't even lift a hand to hurt humans, and I'm still haunted by the person I used to be. She's alone behind cold bars, trapped inside the crumbling fortress of her late husband. Trapped behind the castle walls, the undead elf spills her history, how she used to be Senri, and how, because she couldn't fight, they tossed her aside as useless, doomed to grow cold forever. Even while they kept her behind bars, her room looked straight up royal, silky luxuries everywhere, so she never had to suffer a single discomfort, all under the Lord's constant watch. Every so often, the Lord would slip into her chamber just to steal a little quiet rest, no real words, just their silence, and somehow that stillness wrapped around her like a strange, deep peace. One day, he slipped a gorgeous music box into her hands, and she practically burst with sweet, simple joy, spilling out her heartfelt gratitude like it couldn't wait any longer. She was thrilled until she realized something terrifying. Every time her joy surged, the Lord's aura hardened with a scorching, unmistakable rage. This rage wasn't aimed at her at all. It burned for some huge, unknown thing lurking beyond sight. Then his visit stopped cold, and before long, he kicked off a massive war. As the fight turned brutal, she felt his rage swallowing him right through the silence of her room. And in that moment of pure despair, the young prince and princess burst in before her. She took one look at their arrival and treated it like a divine sign. Finally, she could move. She begged them to help her escape, not to save herself, but to stop the Lord from destroying himself. The prince stalls for a beat, wrestling with one brutal question. Why should he help someone who's loyal to the very king who crushed them with that kind of suffering? Senri finally spells out the real reason. If she leaves her room, she's betraying her duty, no question, but ending the war and breaking the Lord free from his own rage matters even more. Then she looks him in the eye and says with total certainty that she loves him. The princess freezes in shock, stunned that anyone could actually feel that way about the undead king, but Senri snaps her back to silence in an instant. With her breath caught, she hears footsteps closing in. She yanks them into hiding and hisses that it could be one of the undead caretakers. A beam of light slices through the dark corridor, and a young man with a lantern bursts into view right beside a young girl. The prince and princess finally exhale because their allies, Ruechi and Kirika, are safe. The princess unveils Ryoichi as honorary knight Ishikawa, and the prince lights up, thanking him for saving the day. Ryoichi shrugs it off with humble grace, letting their praise wash over him, because that princess really is exactly as kind as she'd pictured, all from the magic tool carrying his voice. Right then, that little white cat shrieks a warning, and Roiki snaps his eyes to the undead elf skulking in the next cell. The princess swiftly steps in and makes it crystal clear. Lady Senri has zero intention of throwing down. Ryoichi strides up to the cell door, staring down the lock, only for a brutal magical barrier to block it cold. And with his boosted divine appraisal, he cracks the complex code like it's nothing. Then the heavy door slams open, and inside it's not a prison at all, but a noble's chamber. He steps inside, and Ryoichi wastes no time. He drops the grim truth to Senri. His main body and his comrades already took King Dorado down. Senri's eyes widened with pure shock, and he practically couldn't believe it. He shouted that it had to be a lie, because the Lord was supposed to be immortal. At that exact moment, a stubborn undead guard, still staggering forward despite its wounds, shows up and swears it'll never let them off the hook. Right before it can even move, the whole castle starts shaking violently, stone groaning, walls buckling, and the entire structure collapsing. The ancient walls buckle, and the archways start collapsing piece by piece. Ryot's companion yanks at him to flee the collapsing castle, but Ryot snaps back, screaming that the hostages and everyone else are still trapped inside. Before their fight can finish, a massive, shadowy sword drops from above and slams into the ground right in front of them. His companion spots that nightmare weapon, and dread hits instantly. It's King Dorado's sword. A shadowy figure tears out of the dust and shattered debris, gripping the hilt of that huge, eye-bared blade. King Dorado clawed his way back from the brink of death, and then burst into laughter, because the power flooding through his body felt unreal, like nothing he'd ever experienced before. His opponents stare in disbelief as he comes back from that brutal state, and Dorado can't even hide his shock at how far they pushed him. To make up for underestimating them, he swears he'll unleash the real power of his cursed sword, gathering deadly dark energy spheres around the blade. Tendrils of darkness whip through the air, slamming straight into Ryoichi and his companion. A dark, swirling aura crashes over them the moment it appears. Ryoichi freezes, fully paralyzed, trapped in a sinister surge of power that crushes his will and turns him from human into something almost divine. Dorada then reveals they snagged the cursed artifact the moment he rose as an undead. Right as he's about to unleash everything, Senri comes barreling in, begging him to stop. She throws herself between him and his targets, shouting for him to retreat back to the safety of his room while the castle crumbles around them. She feels a brutally sinister aura crawling out of the sword, grabs his attention and warns him, "Keep swinging it and you'll vanish, lost to it completely." The undead servant bursts back onto the scene, hissing that Senri sold them out by teaming up with the enemy, then it charges at her, going in for the kill. But Dorado steps in and snaps at the servant for crossing the line. Then with one sharp gesture, the king wipes the undead clean, turning it into drifting dust. In the middle of the chaos, the princess's grip slips. She drops the music box. It smacks the ground, pops open, and then a soft, gentle melody spills out and fills the air. Senri hears it and instantly knows the tune. She hums the words to a kid's song under her breath. The music blares straight into King Dorado's world, and the moment it hits, he goes completely still. That suffocating evil starts to fade, and he's left staring in confusion, because as soon as the melody hits, his body lunges into action and forces them to keep playing it, like it's answering a command. The princess hangs her head and admits, with a heavy heart, that the music box is busted, and it can only sing one single verse. Even with wounds screaming across his body, Ryoichi pushes ahead and swears he can fix it. And right then, he proposes a temporary truce. An unbelievable scene explodes. There's the resurrected king, still waiting, while the hero he'd been seconds away from killing carefully, piece by piece, repairs the tiny music box. The princess stares, stunned as the old song her grandmother adored suddenly cuts the battle to the death to a halt. With a sharp final click, Ryoichi slams the last repair into place. As the full melody blares, she sends a nursery rhyme about a common soldier who claws his way up the ranks until he becomes king. Then she locks eyes with Dorado and tells him it matches his own dream, where they'll build the kingdom together. The song hits and suddenly a forgotten memory crashes back, an image of a younger girl in a bright scene, telling a human man he'll grow up to be an incredible king, and confessing she loves someone named Shin. Now that name booms in the present, and the king's eyes snap wide open. Shin whispers the name and suddenly boom, memories from his mortal life crash back in like a tidal wave. "I remember now," he gasps, "that's my real name." For a heartbeat, the May once was stares out of the undead king's eyes. Then bam, a brand new voice soaked in ancient rage bursts out of the cursed sword itself. "Damn you, Queen Senri," it bellows. "Here we go once, twice, and you still won't stay out of it." The king snaps because he knows that voice, the one that's been haunting him for all this time. A shadowy terror crawls out of him, pure darkness, wearing a sinister grin, and it's the evil god. God, that creature's evil power surges through everything, takes total control, and braces to unleash its ancient hatred on the world. In his draconic guise, the demon lord snarls down at the three priests as they pour their power into one crushing, combined spell, then laughs at their fusion magic as nothing but a dead end, before blasting them with a roaring tidal wave of searing flames from his maw. The explosion hammers into the ancient structure, ripping the stonework to nothing in a flash of pure violent fire. One knight gapes in disbelief, thinking, how could their fusion magic get shattered that easily? The demon lord laughs it off, saying it was a stupid move to dump all that mana just to crack his magical barrier. Priests crumple in the rubble, their power drained dry, and as terror blooms in their chests, they realize, too late, that they aren't built for offensive magic, and this wasn't some ordinary attack spell. Malo, the high elf, still remembers the lesson she drilled into her sub back then. Magic can grant wishes, but if the wish isn't real, it'll never get the power to reach its peak. Her mind snaps back 500 years to a conversation with a man named Dylan, and now, in the present, that very same Dylan, the demon lord, stands victorious amid the wreckage. Wounded Dylan stumbles in his memories, grabbing Queen Senri and roaring at her to run while he throws himself between them and their pursuers, yet she won't leave him. So he turns the truth loose, admitting he can heal with the same magic as her, and forcing her to believe he's not her last chance, she has to live. With his last wish on his lips, he begged for the high elf, meant to live forever, to make it through not just for herself but for both of them. Calm resolve settled in his eyes as he said, if he ever got to choose where he dies, he'd carry zero regrets. In the present, Malo can't believe Dylan would risk everything, using forbidden power just to protect her. so she steadies her breath and unleashes her own forbidden art, a brutal downpour of holy rain. As the holy rain of light crashes down, she digs deep, pouring all her will into one goal, freeing the twisted soul trapped inside that monster's form. Those sacred drops hit the creature like fire, burning through its corrupted body until it melts away beneath the purifying flood. Allied soldiers stare in disbelief. This rain feels like a sweet cure, washing their wounds clean, while the undead scream as the same drops turn into pure, burning torment. One of the fighters bursts out with pure relief, thanking their companion's perfectly timed space teleport for snatching them from death. As the demon lord's monstrous form starts to fade, he staggers and grabs his head, his own will fighting its way out of the corruption haze, begging himself, "What the hell have I become?" Mala stands frozen in shock, tears pouring down her face as the spell finally hits its full power. As Dylan's body turns to glittering specks of light, he stares straight at her and whispers that the rain now feels just like his lady's tears, and that she's become stunningly, unbelievably beautiful. With those last words, his corrupted form gets wiped clean, gone for good. Once the undead threat finally vanished, the group understood the truth. Malo had pulled it off by siphoning a high priest's wish, and what he made was a perfect fake of legendary Sister Senri's magic. Like it was the same forbidden magic Senri used centuries ago, she swallowed the cost herself, paying with her own life to trap the evil thing that had possessed King Dorado of Shin. A memory slams into King Dorado like a punch to the chest. He staggers in stunned silence, whispering, "The scenery, it saved my life." A darker memory slams back to life, back when the evil sword that corrupted him was still speaking, laughing in the past like, "Senri, you infuriating woman," as it sneered that she threw her life away for absolutely nothing. Then the sword lands its nastiest strike, so savage it finally exposes the truth. It wasn't just killing people, it had already taken Dorado's child, the one growing inside Senri's womb. The blade snarls that while normal humans and high elves can't conceive, Dorado's transferred body gets reshaped for it, making the impossible happen. The truth detonates inside Dorado and shatters his soul. He howls in relentless agony, finally realizing he wasn't the hero at all, but the weapon that destroyed everyone he ever loved. Rage swallowed him whole, pure, desperate fury, and he swore he'd never forgive the demonic sword before charging straight into it. The sword screams at him, and suddenly a piece of it has fused to his own flesh. If he smashes the blade, he'll crumble too. But Dorado doesn't blink. He roars that he doesn't want any life handed to him by something this filthy. Soon enough, once it realizes the king's corpse has rotted past saving, the thing coldly drops him and turns away. Then it hisses, "Die," as its eyes lock onto a fresh, unsuspecting victim, Ryoichi. In his last shot at redemption, King Dorado charges forward and puts himself between the boy and danger. Ryoichi freezes in shock. "Why are you protecting me? Because even after I tried to kill you again and again, you're still standing between us." Sometimes Dorado's gaze flashes with a ghost of the man he used to be, and he tells him, "You're the only fellow countryman I've ever met, so I couldn't bring myself to truly hate you." The evil entity feels a fresh surge of power. Wait, did someone transfer it? It pauses, sensing Kan Ryoichi's blessing, and grins like fate handed it a gift. "Perfect," it whispers. "I'm turning you into my new vessel." Dark energy detonates from the sword and rips through Ryoichi's body, tearing a brutal scream straight out of him. Then a vile, malevolent power surges in and swallows him whole. A blade bursts from the shadows and spears him from behind. One instant his companion sees it, the next it's already fatal. From Ryoichi's broken remains, something new crawls out, dark-skinned, white-haired, and fully real. The evil god finally slammed into the mortal world. "It's been ages," he says, grinning like trouble. "Now let's have some fun." Ryoichi's companion snaps, demanding to know what happened to his body, and the god shrugs, saying a vessel is just like an eggshell, built to crack and get tossed after it served its purpose. She fires back that Ryoichi's region should have kept him alive, and the god weighs it for a second, then finally decides this must be one of those rare times the host just dies. She shrieks in defiance, clinging to denial. There's no way he's really gone. Fueled by grief and pure rage, she charges the monster, but it casually swats her attack aside, and then it taunts her, mocking the way she feels for the fallen hero. The god watches her, and you can tell, those earlier fights have already drained every ounce of her strength. And that's the twist, he brags like he's a god. "I never get tired, and every wound mends itself instantly." Right then another shadow surged forward, her voice packed with steel. "Evil god, I'm stepping up to face you." But then an ally yells at her to stop, because she's standing in front of a god, and no ordinary move will ever work. The god stared at her in disbelief. Was she a duplicate, or just shredded remnants of his own existence? Then he slammed a blast of dark energy to erase her from reality. Begone. To his total shock, his attack got slammed back and deflected. The god is completely stunned. Only the gods chosen can wield a divine artifact, so how does some lowly clone get its hands on it? Then a tiny white familiar shows up and drops the truth. It's not a clone at all. The creature spills the truth. King Dorato's fighter wasn't the real deal. It was a duplicate meant to stall, because the genuine divine weapon was handed over to buy time for the real Ryoichi, and even the gods got played. The evil god gapes in disbelief. Some copy actually tricked him. What kind of wicked stunt is this? He roars. The real Ryoichi springs to his feet, weapon clutched tight. You're the last one who gets to talk, he snaps, ice in his voice. Your wickedness makes me sick. Then he bows his head and thanks the gods, admitting he couldn't have pulled this off alone. Right on cue, the strongest allies come charging in. Looks like we made it just in time, one of them says. Nyasuk, still barely a young man, suddenly starts channeling terrifying power, unleashing the forbidden divine descent, a secret art that remakes his body into something godlike and wipes out all energy drain. He steels himself and prepares to unleash the ultimate, God-given blow. In the last showdown, the evil god Rages fought back, and the whole world buckled under the shockwaves. Ryoichi clashes head-on with the dark entity. Its power feels untouchable, and the god just laughs at how powerless Ryoichi is. So this is your strength. Then Ryoichi flips the script with a special divine artifact. Divine Descent ***, you see it now, right? His voice drips with contempt and raw rage. Did you seriously think that would make you my equal? A lowly demigod like you has no right to get ahead of yourself. The evil god sneers at Ryoichi's half-finished transformation, bragging that he alone has fully descended. Then their powers slam together in a blinding blast of raw force. Otiscun the god snaps and ends this pointless fight. Why waste time battling a demigod like you? He grins, takes your body as his vessel, and seals the final piece of himself. Then he lifts a hand, ready to slaughter everyone in sight, and drops Ryoichi straight into pure, ultimate despair. As the dark power swells, a desperate warning screams into the night. Before the attack even lands, it gets cut off, slammed into an invisible wall by Shin, the undead king. I've got immortality now, he roars, and I'm not letting you, evil god, do whatever you want. Otiscun only sneers as cursed chains snap shut around Shin, shredding him to the bone. You wretch survivor, just die. Shin grits through the pain anyway, and then his plan clicks into place. If you bind me, you've chained your own moves too, haven't you? The evil god finally sees the trap, but if Shin can keep that curse burning inside him, Otis's gun is left wide open and defenseless. Sensing the opening, Ryoichi is pushed to strike. He has to fuse his soul with Sylphina's divine artifact and finally unleash the power he's been holding back. By his side, a massive spirit tiger rips into existence, and the two of them surge forward, while Ryoichi shoves every last bit of his energy into one final, brutal blast of spirit magic. A cyclone of pure energy crashes down, swallowing the immobilized god whole. As the light dies down, it looks like they finally pulled it off. The cursed chains are gone, yet a nasty, sinister laugh slips through the ruins. Heh, the evil god sneers with a terrifying grin, and his voice crawls out like a curse. I should thank you for snapping the shackles that held me. A wave of dread slams into Ryoichi. We haven't won, we've made a terrible mistake. Otiscun declares the chains were an invisible prison, and now he's finally breaking free to unleash his real, unstoppable power. Power surges then right when the air turns suffocating. A calm yet thunderous voice slices through everything. From the heavens, a divine being drops down, declaring their actions weren't a mistake at all. With the shackles shattered, direct intervention is finally possible. The evil god jerks his head up in shock as the newcomer rises. Sivoth, chief god himself, leans down to the fallen deity and snaps, "Ever since you disappeared, I've been hunting for you for ages." Sivoth bursts the truth. Otiscun has been locked away for 500 years, drained and still not fully done with his descent. Then Otiscun erupts, calling Sivoth a coward, and Sivoth just stays cool as ice, warning that if Otiscun had been at full power, the world would have been wiped out without a fight. While you're still trapped, Sivoth tells you the gods have flipped the rules, because right as they speak, brand new golden chains slam into existence and coil around Otiscun. With the old chief god's punishment finally gone, Sivoth steps forward and slams down a brand new sentence. Right then, with a single deadly gesture, they carry out their judgment. Chains yanked the screaming god up into the sky, and divine execution sealed his fate the moment he rose. Sivoth's focus snaps to Shin, and then to you, the transmigrator fueled by vengeance, the one who's racked up countless sins and still grabbed the power of the gods to tear the human world apart. Now you're not getting off easy. Divine judgment is coming for you too. Shin's sentence is final. His soul will be wiped away, because nothing, not even forever in the afterlife, can ever undo what he did. Right as the judgment is about to be delivered, Ryoichi bursts forward, begging Lord Sivoth to spare him. He begs for the chance to finish his true duty, slay King Dorado, and with the evil god's grip finally gone, he wants one last showdown with the transmigrator. Even battered and shattered, he's still unshakable. Shin's finally shaking off Gun's taint, and he takes the challenge head-on. Just like that's exactly what I want too, because I'm done hiding. I want to fight the real Yushikawa. Two warriors collide in the silent hall, their swords screaming as steel rings through the air. Even as King Dorado's power crumbles and his body gives out, his skill still stands like a terrifying threat. The crowd leans in, stunned. This duel is so sharp and clean, it's been ages since they've seen fighting like this. For one heartbeat, the two fighters don't look like enemies at all. They look like brothers training, smiling inside because they've finally run into a rival worthy of them. The final blow lands. Shin's life slips away as he thinks, Ryoichi, now I can finally die. Then he pushes Ryoichi to not mourn a monster like him. Why do you look so wrecked, he asks, voice trembling, then says, you're human, become like me. With those last words, his body crumbles into light. Right then, Princess Senri's spirit flared into existence, wrapping Shin's soul in her arms, and the two spirits tore off for the underworld, slipping beyond divine judgment forever. They say the princess's heroic act of saving the world was so powerful that it wiped out the king's crimes for good. Even the chief gods of Oath admit it. Reiwaki's compassion hits different, and that strange power can melt the hardest hearts of gods. Once the undead king finally hit the ground, his dead army tore itself apart, exploding and collapsing all across the land. And boom, High Priestess Torka rushes in with the victory report, delivering word from Princess Senri's spirit. One day she and Shin will be reborn, and this time they'll finally find happiness together. Bro, in the kingdom of Kyle's Leia, they've officially stamped Ryoichi's legendary deeds as real history. The king hands him the title of honorary baron, like a royal crown thrown straight into his hands. The rank looks too low, but it's a cold political play. Princess Kylithos admits she talked her father into sweeping the whole thing under the rug, then officially handed the win to the royal army. She did it to shield Ryoichi from the relentless scrutiny and deadly danger that would slam down on him if people realized he's a demigod-level otherworlder. Ryoichi finally tears back to Aya's village. He sees it healing up strong after that dragon attack that once tore everything apart. The villagers swarm him with warm cheers and start calling him their lord, and as a reward for his heroics, they crown him ruler of the whole town. Even though he feels totally out of place for the job, they don't let him spiral. They crowd around him and insist, this village is yours now. Home sweet home. Turns out that hot spring he stumbled on became the village's biggest attraction, flooding the place with visitors, money, and brand new life. He and his crew finally drop their packs, catch their breath, and soak in just how far they've fought their way. That once crowded spring has been turned into a luxurious bathhouse, straight-up pampering royalty. A few months later, Ryoichi gears up and dives headfirst into his next wild adventure. After living through non-stop battles, he's craving a break. He wants to explore the world before noble politics catches him in its web, chasing ancient temples and long-lost relics, even setting his sights on the Northern Empire. While he's gone, the village chief steps up and takes over the lord's duties. As he's standing there completely stunned, his female companions start bickering playfully over who gets his heart. Overwhelmed, Ryoichi can't help but blurt out, what is it about me that you people actually see? With everyone he's ever changed packed around him, they respond together perfectly, like one loud heartbeat. It's your kindness straight from the heart, and it changes everything. With their heartfelt words still ringing in his head, his carriage rumbled away, hauling him straight toward the horizon, and the next chapter of his journey was finally underway.